V11, Chapter 131 Camp Galileo. The High Hills, Camp Galileo, January 10th, 2026. Sharpe walks down the hallway of the main facility at Camp Galileo. Galileo is the only spaceport in Uros and the main science and research facility in the region. Okay, girls, when we walk through the door, do not bother anyone. Everyone is busy getting this base up and running. Am I clear, girls? And you, Rory? What? Rory looks at him, shocked that she was singled out. All the other girls giggle, all understanding why. He smirks and glances down, feeling a tug on his jacket. Selena is holding onto his jacket, feeling a bit nervous being at a new place. He also wonders if she is worried something might happen to him, just with that new apostle Jesus who tried to kill him after sexually assaulting him. It is okay, kid. Right now, he does not care. He has been waiting for this day since when he learned that the United States Space Force was coming to Uros. While he is in the infantry, he has always loved the topic of space and everything about it. The topic is so vast and has unlimited possibilities where anything can be possible. Most of his favorite shows are related to space: Transformers, Star Trek, Orville, Stargate, Battlestar Galactica, and more. He always wanted to talk about the subject of outer space with the girls, but held off. When the topic finally came up, he wanted to show them everything. It is selfish, but he wanted it to be a fun experience for them, something they can do together. He hands his badge to the guard, and the guard opens the door. If you have any questions, ask me first. We don't want to bother anyone. He walks in and sees dozens of computer stations, the digital tables, and large screens everywhere, just like what you see at a military command post and NASA control center. The large room looks like something from a future Hollywood movie. He then sees the girls looking around with big eyes. They have seen a setup like this at Alness Command and Vanguard Command where Sarah works at, but this is far grander sight. He sees the girls looking at everything as they try to figure out and understand what is going on. Holy smokes, Tuke said with surprise in her voice. The room is so bright. I don't think I have ever seen so many screens in one place. Girls, do not bother the staff. They are busy, he said as he stands there. While they look around at the high-tech equipment all over the control room, he is impressed by the sight. Deep down inside, he always wanted to go into NASA and check it out. One of his deepest dreams he has always had is going to the red planet, Mars. He never understood why he wants to go there. He just was always fascinated by that planet. While he is one of the first 1,000 Americans to come to an alien world, but the world that's been labeled Uros, one. It looks very Earth-like. He likes the red, desert-like feeling from Mars, some feeling about the frontier that attracts him to it. He always told people when the topic came up that he wanted a rank on Mars so he could be a space cowboy. While that has always been a joke, it just shows how much he wants to go. As he walks inside, he sees the giant seal painted on the back wall, and under it says the 25th Space Wing. Unlike the other space wings, the 25th was created as the president's military expansion to help support military and future civilian operations here. Just like the new 8th Alness Division, the 25th will be permanently stationed here to support our space logistics. This place looks amazing, Rory said. What is it? This is the control room for their operations, he responds. From here, they will be able to control satellites we put up into space. I am still not sure I understand what space is, Rory said and glances over to Lelei. Lelei places a figure on her chin and thinks, I am still trying to figure it out myself. I think I get it, but it just never sounds right in my head. She then looks over to him. It is like the water between islands, right? He thinks about that and nods. That is a good example. Let me try and clear it up. Imagine two islands and literally nothing between them. That is why we build special boats to get us across. Where did the water go? Tuke asks. There isn't any, Lelei corrects. Correct? Correct, he responds. He then starts using his hands to help explain his point. Here is the cloud level. This is where our planes operate. Above here is space. There is literally nothing here. No clouds, no birds, no air, nothing. That is why we call it space. It is empty. When you say it like that, space sounds boring, Rory comments as she crosses her arms. Only for the simple mind, he quickly responds. Rory nods her head, but then looks directly at him. Wait, what? Does that make more sense? He asks. He then sees them nodding their head, understanding what he said, but he can see some doubt in their reaction. Don't worry. I have a movie tonight we can watch. It will help explain everything. Apollo 13, Great film. What does your job have to do with this? Selena asked. There are 13 Apollos? I thought there was only one. He takes a deep breath, finding it a little frustrating. He is good at dumbing things down when it comes to the space topic. It is not an easy thing to explain to a society that still believes their world is flat. Selena, Lelei said, remember back at the resort we saw their space sailing ship dock at that strange-looking port asterisk above their moon? Selena looks to Lelei and nods. Yes, they called it art. Something. You two are talking about the Artemis program, he responds. Correct, Lelei said. I looked that name up. It is one of your past gods in your history books. Please correct me, but you name your space sailing ships of your gods? That is correct, Lelei, he said, impressed by her research. He knows they saw a report back at the resort on Earth about this. Our past program back in the 60s was called the Apollo. Apollo 11 was the first spacecraft to land on our moon. We like to name things related to space after Greek and Roman gods. And the new one is called Artemis? Rory said. Why do you call them after your gods? Before he responds, he stops and thinks. Probably because it sounds cool. Okay, but what does this space thing do? Selena asks. I get the space part, but I don't see the point of it. I understand your army and your aircraft, but isn't that all you need? That is a good question, Selena, he said. On Earth, we have these machines called satellites that orbit around our world. They allow us to talk and see people on the other side of the world in real time. As you know from that news report, we have these 2 stations and outposts up there. Right now, the government has the International Space Station and the Lunar Gateway Station. The ISS is our main research outpost. What they do is do biological and medical research, looking for cures and how the human body works, he said. Then there is another space station called Lunar Gateway, he continues. While the ISS orbits Earth, Gateway orbits Luna. It supports our deep space operations and helps our land and explore our moon. It also is supporting lunar operations and construction of Armstrong Outpost, 2, on the moon's surface. All that is the government-sponsored, he continues. The long-term idea is for private business to expand into space. We already have 2 major companies that have space stations up there. They are Axiom Commercial Space Station and Bigelow Commercial Space Station, 3, are under construction. Plus, we have private companies like Boeing and SpaceX that have their spacecraft that help out, he adds. You seem to know a lot about this stuff, Jackson, Rory points out, surprise on his knowledge on the subject. He rubs the back of his head, slightly embarrassed for some reason. A little. But that is why we created the branch. Our country and our allies rely so much on this region for everything. If we lose it, our economy falls apart. While exploring this world is important, space is the next major economic breakthrough for us. We are currently leading in that domain, and that is why the Chinese want to stop it. That is why we created the branch, to protect all that investment. Wow, Rory said. Sometimes I find it hard to imagine how different our world's ours. Our world feels so small at times, and yet it holds many mysteries that still baffle us. Captain Mercury. This man walks up. They all turn around and see this man walk up. Rory blushes a little, not used to having her rank be used. Just call me Rory, please. I am not used to being called that yet. Colonel Tim Esper, he says as he gives him a salute. He stops when addressed. This is Lelei Lalalan, and the elf is Tuke Luna Marceau, and this one is my daughter Selena. You already know Rory Mercury. Everyone in the military knows you for, Tim said. Welcome to Camp Galileo. Thank you very much, Colonel, he said. I hope we are not a bother. None at all, Tim said. We are doing final preparations before launch. But as I was saying, so not underestimate your world, girls. With all our science and understanding of the universe, your world throws everything we know out the door, let alone the gate. DARPA and Area 51 are having fun figuring how that works. You were talking about magic? Selena asks. Tim looks down at her. Correct. But that is only one thing we are looking for answers. New resources, alien races, and cultures. How similar and different everything is. We can go land on the moon and go to Mars, but on your world. We are learning what is our place and role in the universe. That is well said, Lelei replies. I liked it, Tuke adds. Rory smiles and nods. Glad we are not in second place. She then points to Sharpe. You people own us then. You just want donuts, he said and sees her nod her head. He shoots her a be good glare. But the colonel is correct. There is a lot we can learn from each other. I expect these conversations to happen more once the war is over. This will switch from a military-led mission to a science one. I have a question, Selena asks. Yes, kid, he asks. I get what you all mean by having sailing ships up there and ship stations above the sky, she said. But how do you get there? Is it like your airplanes? Take off and just keep flying up? Good question, Tim said. You see those large windows at the other end of the control room? Go look out them and you will get the answer. The Major here can answer the questions. He seems to understand how our operations work. He sees the girls look at each other and then rush over to the large windows at the end of the control room. He looks down at Selena and then both talk over to the windows. There are a lot of screens, Selena said to him as she looks around. Yes, there are, he replies. What are they for? Selena asks. You know how I fight with a rifle? He said. They fight using computers. It is pretty complicated, but they make sure I can talk with other units far away. They also help warn me bad guys are coming. Everyone has a role, Selena. Wow, Selena said as she watches the personal work on their computers and talk to each other. Once he gets there, he looks out the window. The control center is on top of one of the small hills, and down below in a small valley, he sees the massive launch platform, just like the ones NASA uses to launch its rockets into space. Wow, Rory mumbles. That is tall. Tuke comments. I was expecting an airfield like in Alness. Selena tugs on his jacket. What is it? Ladies, that is how we go to other worlds without a gate. A spaceport, he said, and sees the excitement and confusion in their eyes as they try to figure out how it works. We have these massive rockets that push us right up into the sky and beyond. Our rockets hold our spacecraft and satellites are on top of it and is released once it gets up there. That does not seem efficient, Lelei points out. It seems like you're just brute forcing yourself off your planet. That is correct, he responds. Currently, we have no other way off our planet besides the gate. Selena points on the window. Is that the rocket there? It looks familiar. That is the Falcon 9 rocket from SpaceX, he said with some energy in his voice, enjoying the moment. They are one of the companies that help us go into space. We have contracts with them and others like Boeing and Blue Origin to send up satellites into your space. So, we can better communicate, map out your planet, and have better resonance in fighting and exploring on this planet. Can we watch it goes up? Rory asks. Maybe, he said. That depends if they do their test launch before we leave. We are here for 2 days and I know it is supposed to happen soon. I have a question, Lelei asks. He looks to her, not surprised that she does. He is more surprised that she has not had as many questions. Go for it. You keep saying satellites, Lelei said. I don't think I fully understand that means now. You say they orbit around the planet? I get the station ports part. They stay in an assigned spot while floating in space over your world. But I don't understand the other thing. He nods and thinks, realizing he assumed they just understood terms he already knew. He looks around and remembers that he saw a small globe of Earth on a desk in the back. Follow me. He walks over and passes some Space Force personnel as he heads back to where they started. Once he got to this desk, he picks up the globe and holds it out for them to see. This is what a satellite is, he said as he uses his figure as an example of a satellite. He then moves his figure slowly around the Earth. A satellite is a machine like a drone but operates above the clouds. Some of them hold position in one place, but most go around in circles around the planet thousands of times. That is it, Rory said, not impressed. You could have said a drone that flies around really high in the sky. But what do the satellite drones do? Selena asks. As I said before, they allow us to talk to each other even though we are on opposite ends of the Earth, he said. He uses his hands to visually show what he just said. They also can take a picture of the ground, and that is how we make maps, like what you saw on my blue tracker in my vehicle. Or allow me to talk to you when I am on the field, Selena, without the lag and static. So, you are saying when you put these satellites into space you will be able to see all the lands of Falmart? Tuke asked, shocked by that revelation. That is correct, he responds. It will take some time to do that, but sometime in the future we will see all of Uros. As he said that, he notices Lelei looking at the globe, but with this annoyed and confused look on her face. Are you okay, Lelei? There is a short silence as everyone looks to her. She then points to the globe he is holding. That is not correct. He looks at the globe. What do you mean? That fact that it is a sphere? I don't understand, Lelei said. Why is it round? He smiles, expecting this topic to come up sooner or later. He sees all the girls look at her. Well, Earth is around. All worlds are round. The reason this is because the bigger the world or star in space, the more gravity it has. Basically, the world is pulling down on itself because it is so large, creating a sphere. It is like taking a pop can and crushing it with your hands. It naturally forms a ball with enough strength. No, it's not, Lelei said. He looks at her, shocked by what she said. He is not accustomed to her disagreeing with him. She already knows about gravity. She even has a spell related to it she's been perfecting. He starts to wonder if she believes he is lying to her, something he has never done. He has withheld information but never lied. If they ever ask a question about a topic that has been considered sensitive, he will answer it because it showed that they are ready for the answer. Lelei then pulls out her phone and then shows him a picture of Earth. See, it is flat. She then starts showing other pictures. All show the Earth flat. Also, at your Ranger headquarters, this giant poster of Earth with all your allies on it. That poster is flat, and I saw a smaller one in your office. She then points to the wall in the control room. See, there is another one right there. He rubs his nose, trying to not laugh. He did not expect a misunderstanding like that. It never even dawned on him something simple like a picture might negatively influence her to come to the wrong conclusion. He always wonders why she never brought up this topic before, and now he understands why. Lelei is one of the smartest people he has ever known. Her knowledge of this world and her ability to grasp how his world works and merge both worlds' viewpoints has impressed him. Her feedback is a major reason why we are winning the war in the way we are. However, no one is perfect and everyone has a dumb moment. This is all still new to her, and she is still young. I am impressed that is how you came to that conclusion, he said. But he is interrupted by Lelei as she tries to take control of the conversation, wanting to be right. What you said has been proposed by the sage Posol, one of the senior astronomy sages in Rondell, Lelei said. Their theories are considered a joke, a laughingstock in Rondell. Your world can't be round. She then looks back at the globe. Unless your world is different than ours, but that makes no sense. If your world is round and I can see on your expression that it is true, otherwise you would be lying to me, which you never would. That means, is Falmart around too? He smiles and about to say something, but she points her staff to him to shut him up. So that is why you people separate Falmart and Uros all the time. Falmart is just a piece of land on our world, which is around like Earth, she says to herself as she puts the puzzles together in her head. But if that was true, then why can we see? Oh. She stops as her eyes widen. There you go, sport, he said with a smile, seeing the world viewpoint in her head expand, opening the door to new possibilities. They were right all along, Lelei mumbles to herself. Rory walks up between them. Okay, what just happened? For the rest of us, what just happened? Lelei looks to Rory and the other girls. You know how we thought our world was flat? Well, that is not true anymore. It is just so big we never could travel around it. So we assumed it was flat. It is a ball just like Earth. We are balls that float around. Both Rory and Tuke chuckle at what Lelei said. He shakes his head, trying not to chuckle. He sees Lelei standing there confused about why they are laughing. Why are you laughing? Lelei asked. Never mind. You are just cute sometimes, Rory said and looks at her and shrugs. Interesting, I guess. It doesn't change anything though. Not yet, Lelei responds. But it will later. He chuckles and feels his jacket be pulled. He looks down and sees Selena looking up at him. Yes? You have pictures of other planets on your poster at home, Selena said. Of Mars and the Jupiter and others. That is correct. He responds, knowing where her question is going. They are also around. Including Earth, there are 8 planets go around our sun. Just like in ours, your world goes around flare. Just like your satellites? Tuke asked. Pretty much, he replies. That is pretty much space. Everything goes around each other. How do you know all of this? Tuke asked. Because he is a nerd, Rory says. That's what Alicia said. Last time I checked, nerds rule the world, Colonel Tim said as he approaches. I have been listening to the debate. Very interesting, very fun. Colonel, he said. Major, Tim responds. Colonel Tim, I have a question for you, Selena said. Are launcher machines into space the only thing this please dose? Good question, Tim said. The answer is no. Camp Galileo has many missions. Most are civilian missions. While our primary mission is to get satellites into space to support the war effort, we have 4 science and research outposts here. The Uros research expedition was formed, funded and backed by our allies, Tim added. Their job is to discover the mysteries of this world like biology and geology. We have NASA, ESA, JAXA, and other nations' space programs here to study your astronomy and what kind of resources your world has. And that is just the beginning. He looks to the girls. He means we are here to study your planet nature, girls. He sees all of them now understand what Tim is saying. Sorry about that, Tim said. But why? Tuke asked. I am glad that you see value on our planet. It makes me feel like we are not barbarians compared to your world. But with all your technology, what can our world offer that you don't already have? A lot of things, girls, he adds. Technology is not everything. You never know where you will discover something. One of the reasons why we are studying your plants is to look for possible cures for diseases or new food sources. Correct, Tim said. I can't speak for our astronomers, however, this is the first time we get to gaze at the stars from a different point of view. Visiting a new star system this close was deemed impossible for the next 200 years, maybe longer. This is an opportunity no one wants to miss. Your world is a great example. Tim continues. While we assumed there was life on other planets, Earth was our only example. Uros is the first time we confirmed life is out there. This is a golden opportunity to learn a brand new world with life on it. Everything we do here is a first. That is one of the reasons why we built a big telescope on top of one of the hills, to see what is around your system and see if there's anything different. What is a telescope? Lelei asks. You haven't shown them a telescope yet? Tim asked as he looks to Sharpe. He shrugs it off. I was waiting for this day to happen first. I wanted them to gain the knowledge first, so they appreciate it more later. One of the big reasons why he withheld this information from them for so long was because he did not want to rob them of the experience and moment of gaining new knowledge. He thought seeing that door open in Lelei's eyes was beautiful. She asked them questions and figured out the answer on her own. He has been trying hard not to steal moments like that from them. He hopes they understand. He does not want to lie to them for the sake it is hiding the truth. He just does not want them to rely on him and his people giving them all the answers. He does not want them to become reliant and lazy, seeing it has a disservice to their personal growth. On Earth, we have telescopes that can see past your sky and into space, Tim said. We built a powerful telescope to look for other worlds that orbit around your star, flare. Wait, Lelei said, jumping at what he said. There are other worlds that go around flare? Like in your world? She then looks to Sharpe, wanting answers. Ah yes, he said. There are 8 planets that go around our sun. Most stars have planets that orbit around them. We call the model heliocentrism, where objects like Earth and Uros orbit around their host star. He then sees Lelei looking down at her phone and typing what she just learned. She probably is researching what heliocentrism and what it means. He can already tell that she will probably stay up all night research everything they talked about today. Like your satellites, Selena points out, trying to be helpful. Correct, he said with a smile. There is a good chance you have a few that you can't see with the naked eye. I haven't heard the theory myself, but I have heard something about flare like this before I left Rondell, Lelei comments. They were always considered as jokes. I brushed them off, but they seem to be right. She then looks up to Tim. Can I see it? She said, assisting. He looks to the colonel. With permission, sir? I see why not, Tim said. I was given orders to allow you to explore the camp, as long as you don't interrupt operations. That won't, he said, and then looks to Lelei. Later today or tomorrow we can go see the telescope and talk to the people who work on them. It will be cool. I have a question that has been bugging me for a while. Rory asks, why is this so important for your people? I get how this is interesting. I have a lot of processes, and I know I've been quiet on this conversation, but what are you looking for? He looks at Rory, hesitant to respond. He waits for Tim to answer, but then sees him pointing to him with his eyes, telling him to answer. I am going to introduce you, girls, to Star Trek and the Orville. Those shows explain that question very well, he said. But the best answer I can think of is this. It is the one place we cannot go, but it feels like it has all the answers. We call space the final frontier, the last place mankind has yet to touch. He thinks on his answer more and then continues. I don't know about Uros history, but on Earth, history pretty much someone trying to take your land and you defending your land. You can sum it up to that. Space exploration has been something different. Even though we are in a rivalry with China, space is still in that area where we choose to corporate over compete. Why we push so hard to explore the universe is to see if we are alone or is a high power at work. And whatever the answer, where is our place in it all? It is the endless possibilities that it has to offer. I couldn't say it better myself, Major, Tim said. I hope that was a good answer for you, Rory. Rory looks at Tim and then at him. She smiles and nods. I believe so. I am understanding everything better now. He wonders why she smiled and wonders what is going on in her head, but he shrugs it off, enjoying the conversation. Yup. On top of that, as JFK 4 once said, we do it not because it is easy, but because it is hard. Correct? Tim said and looks to him. Major Sharpe, the reason I came over here is when you are done, can you report to me? I have something I need to talk to you about. Once you are done. That request bothered him quite a bit. He has been through enough covert missions to understand the hidden message the colonel is saying. Report to me. I need your help with something. He just does not want to make whatever he is thinking public. Roger that, Colonel. Thank you for allowing me to give them a tour. You're welcome, Tim said and walks off. I have a question, Tuke said after Tim walks off. I have noticed you and more of your people calling our world Uros. Why is that? It is rumored that Uros was once a god from the distant past, Lelei said. However, that is a subject of debate in Rondell. My research has shown he has a few cult followings, but he is not a mainstream god. His name only appeared in a few texts that have been recovered after the Dark Age. Okay, Tuke said. Yup, he responds. We had a conversation a while back. Lelei and Rory were explaining some of the gods and he came up. I was asking what the name of their world was called. Not the continent Falmart, but the world. I remember this conversation, Rory said. To sum it up, our world doesn't technically have a name. We always called it Falmart because that is where we lived. But because on their world science is more advanced, so he was curious about a name. I get that, Tuke said, but how did Uros become the name? When we first arrived at this world, we called it the Special Region, he explains. But that gets boring after a while. We like to name things, especially if we are going to be here for a while. I put what I learned from that conversation into my report. I guess some people in charge saw that, and it became the name. We like to name worlds based on god names. So it is fitting to name it after one of your gods, assuming he does exist. Now, girls, you can go explore, he said. I will come and get you once I know where we are staying. If someone looks busy, to stay out of their way, but go enjoy yourself. There is a lot of things here that might interest you. He sees them nod. They are to his order. I have to go to work. Selena, she can stay with me, Lelei said. Thanks, he replies and walks away to where Colonel Tim at. V11, Chapter 132. Alness Community, January 10th, 2026. Captain Sarah Rose is walking down the street as she looks at her clipboard. I think this is the place. She looks up at this 4-story building. It looks like an apartment building with stores on the first floor. At first, she thought she had the wrong address, but Mute said that the Batgirl minv door Alice lived here in the rafters. But I guess it makes sense, she said to herself. Being a bat after all. She walks through the door and heads upstairs. minv has been hard to track down. This is the 4th building. She wants to see if minv was in the rafters. From what she understands, she goes building to building for shelter. Each place said they kicked her, and she relocated to a new building. From what the locals said, she does not pay rent. So they kicked her out, but the impression she got from the natives shows that she was not welcomed. While the military has anti-discrimination laws in place to protect the people here, it is easier said than done to enforce it. The military has no experience in dealing with these more civil dark races. While she does not see the problem, her people are new to this world and do not have millennia history with them. Sharpe asked her to do some research on the matter, not wanting to rely on the locals' biased perspective. From her research, she has dwindled it down to 2 categories. The first group she is labeling as the dark feral creates like goblins, the larger monster minotaurs, trolls, the Kurash's form that Dar took during the Battle of Serenity Outpost. 1. Soldiers ran into Brahmarakshasa in the forests and others who operate on pure instinct. All they do is live off their basic needs to eat, breed, and kill. The other category is more of a guess, since she has little experience with the more civilized dark races. Most of her theories on the group are based on what she knows about this Batgirl. All the natives just lump them all into one group and call it good. She then stops and takes a deep breath, noticing her mind racing back to the events in Have Christen. Back to the events of Combat Outpost Serenity. She'd grown used to watching the battles from a computer screen, but being part of one is different. She remembers fighting that beast and then being taken prisoner by Crisis as a last-ditch effort to escape from her commander, Major Sharpe. Then the memory came of her short period as a prisoner, being hassled by those soldiers. She still remembers that moment here and there. She knew a rescue party would come, but it would not happen in the time before the Imperial soldiers do what they wanted to do to her. Then she remembers Crisis beating them, and then tossing her into a cell to be used as bait for Sharpe. While he condemned the act his troops wanted to do to her, he only saw her as a tool for his grand plans. But then, as she sat in the prison cell naked, wondering what was going to next, and then Sharpe was standing right there at the cell door, breaking every single regulation in the book again. He looked beaten, tired, both dry and wet blood all over him, dirty but still defiant. Her memory is a bit fuzzy after that. She just remembers feeling warm and happy after being rescued. Are you lost? She stops and eye widens. She looks around and realizes that she got stuck in a memory. What? You can't be lost, this feminine voice said. No one gets lost in the rafters. But why are blushing? You humans look strange when your face is red. She looks around and already got her answer who it is. You must be Miss minv Alice. I have been looking for you. She turns around and sees the Batgirl standing there. Her skin looks lightly purple with dark hair. The answer is no. Now to leave, minv said. You don't even know what I have to say. She responds. It does not matter, minv said as she crosses her arms. She smiles and reaches into her bag and pulls out a green apple. She then tosses it to minv. Here. Minv catches it and looks at it. She wants to know what it is and sniffs it. Liking the smell, she starts eating it. I am shocked that you didn't bring blood. I still am not interested in whatever you have to say. She places her hand on the tip of her cap and adjusts it. Well, you're not a vampire, so why would I? I have seen enough Twilight to know the difference between the two. I should introduce the girls to Twilight. That will piss Sharpe off. I have no idea what you people say. Minv comments. It is always something strange. Why are you here? To kick me out of another rafter? Fine, I will go. Just give me a minute. Wow. Hold up, she said. I am not here to kick you out or anything. Actually, I am here to offer you a job. That question confused minv. A job? Still not interested. She tilts her head by minv's response. Why not? Sooner or later, you will run out of rafters to sleep at. At least you can live a more legitimate way while you are in Alness. You don't understand, minv said annoyed. It doesn't matter if it is legitimate. People here will still see me as a monster. Besides, once I get what I came for, I am going home. She knows what minv means. She read Randy Report, too, about how Frost saved her from imperialist bandits. She claimed to be searching for her younger brother. She said her brother was taken for his ability to see at night by the Empire. They will find your brother, she said. Frost promised to keep an eye out for clues of her brother while he is on missions. Minv ears bend down and her tough girl attitude goes away. I don't know what else to do anymore. She takes a deep breath, seeing that this is going to be harder than she expected. Why are you still in Alness if you don't want to be here? Minv is hesitant to reply, trying to judge Sarah's motives. Because I don't know where else to go. I thought I had a clue before, but it was a trap. That is when you people showed up. I do not want to be here. I want to be looking for him, but I don't know where to go. That makes sense to her. It is hard enough to kidnap people on Earth with all our advanced technology and institutions. Here on Falmart who live in the Bible days, the chance is low. If the kidnappers left town, then that means they could be anywhere. Not to say Alness has a major problem compared to other towns and cities on Falmart. Alness is safe for most people who come here. The Alness military police does a great job in maintaining the peace. Because traders come from all over the place and no one knows who they are, the State Department created an ID system to start keeping records of people who live here and come in and out. Too late they realized that they had no idea who was coming in and out. For all they know, a criminal could walk in, act all friendly and scope the place out, and then a child disappears. To some, Alness is a fresh start or a place of hope. While the town represents an alternative life compared to the Empire, however, that does not change the facts on the ground. Without clue to start a full search, there is no direction to start looking. I understand. Minv scratches her ear. Yeah, that soldier boy said he will keep an eye out when fighting the Empire. If my brother is not dead already, he would be on the front lines. But I don't know anymore. She takes a relaxing breath, not knowing what to say. Well, if he is alive, my commander and his team will find them. They are pretty good at it. Minv sniffs as she wipes a tear from her eye. So, if you are not here to chase me away, why are you here? A job, you say? Yes, she said, glad to get back on topic. I do have some questions first, but I am starting a school here. If the interview goes well, I could use the help. The question confused Minv greatly. There is a short, awkward silence for a moment. You want me to help at a school? Yeah, she said. I am taking the lead on it, but I have my military responsibilities. I need help. But why me? I am a bat, Minv said. Yeah, she replies. My people don't care if you're a bat. Minv glares at her. That is a lie. She smiles uncomfortably. I won't lie a little. We just have not interacted with your kind enough to get used to everything yet. Hell, I still get creeped out seeing that snake hair girl at Apex. She then smiles more confidentially. My country tries to not judge off what someone looks like. We have a dark history with slavery and segregating people based on what they look like. We ended slavery and discrimination in my country. We had a civil war and decades-long protests to fight against discrimination. While we are not perfect, we try to live by Dr. King. Judge not what a man looks like, but judge the character of that man. Not a quote, but I like it. Minv looks at her baffled by what she said. She enjoyed the honesty of the answer and starts to question some things. And to answer your question is that I heard what you did at the food warehouse, she said. Corporal Mute said you were trying to help kids, even though you have been struggling to fit in here, but you took the risk and try and help to turn a small crisis. That is why I am here. I can trust you. She can see the Batgirl standing there. Her face looks like her world was just broken, like no one ever said that to her before. But my brother? Well, you are free to go whenever you want, she said. But if you were here in Alness, this would be better for you. The more you interact with the community, the easier it will be for you. And when we find her brother, I guess I can think about it, Minv said as she starts to warm up to the idea. She smiles and takes a relaxing breath. All right, follow me to my office. Camp Galileo, January 10th, 2026. Lelei Lalina is in the back of a Humvee, heading to what the soldiers driving her call a powerful observational telescope. Sharpe said these objects allowing his people to see distant objects past the heavens. Sharpe said there are other worlds like hers in space. She has seen pictures of what Sharpe calls the Sol System, 8 planets of all different sizes. After that conversation, she has been on her phone using the base Wi-Fi, researching everything she can. She looked up terms like star system, what a star is, how gravity connects everything between worlds, and more. She looks over to Selena Sharpe as she sits there looking out the window. She volunteered to watch her while the Major and the others go off on a mission. Since the kidnapping of Selena by those wood elves, Sharpe always wants someone close to her. She does not mind watching Selena for him. She reminds her of her normal days before both she and her sister Arpeggio, Lelina, ran away to Rondell. She enjoys that after everything she has been through, she still likes to ask questions. Hey Selena, she asked. Selena looks over to her. What is up? I still don't like how that sounds. Why do I care what is above you? I care about what's in front of you. Hearing that, she giggles. You have a strange way of looking at things, Selena. Selena reaches down into her purse and pulls out some M&Ms. Do you want some double MS? She smiles and reaches out and takes some. Thank you, Selena. Can I ask you a question? Selena nods as she eats her candy. You fired your pistol at someone with the intention to kill. How are you feeling? She asks. Selena thinks on the question for a moment and looks back at her with a smile. I honestly feel fine. Dad always said that you only shot someone when they are threatening someone you love. 3. We go to the practice range a lot and made sure I can use my Glock properly. Hearing that, she smiles. That is good. By the way, I have noticed you stop calling him father. You call him dad now. Selena blushes lightly. Well, when I was hanging there as the fire was swarming around me, I got scared and call him daddy. I didn't mean to, but I was scared and it felt right, she said as she thinks back on her kidnapping. And then he was there, and I was saved. Now it feels right. You know, she comments. You look cute when you get embarrassed. She smiles seeing that her friend gets embarrassed. She remembers when she first met Selena. She was noticeably quiet and shy, always staying close to her or Rory, acting like a shy little girl, always rushing to someone's side for any form of protection. Meeting when she was a slave, and now being her true self. Now she is impressed how much she has improved in a short period of time. The vehicle stops and both get out. They are standing on a gravel pathway that leads to this large building. She looks up the building and sees this dome roof that is open right in the middle of it. She looks closely and sees this strange object with a shiny glass piece on it. Interesting, she mumbles to herself. She then holds out her hand and takes Selena's hand. While the rest of Vanguard 7 is off on some mission. She only has a few days to be here and wants to see as much as she can. You must be Lelei Lalalin. This man walks out in a light brown jacket. I have heard a lot about you. The research expedition has been following your work for a while now. She looks up at the big man. He looks like he likes to eat and sits down a lot. She has seen it in Rondell. Researchers and scholars who sit down usually get fat. He is talking about some research work with the military. She helped explain to the military about the basics of Falmart and who lives here. She explained many of the different kinds of races and monsters they will face, what type of people they will interact, and more. She later learned the information she gave them was put into a field manual called the Falmart Field Assist Manual. She was happy to see that her name was on it, but she never expected it would make her popular with their research sages. I only answered their questions, she responded. And those answers have been a great help, the man said. My name is Dr. Edward Dawson. I am the head of NASA Uros Astronomy Department. NASA, she said, that is your space program. Are you here to see what is in our space? That is correct, Edward said with a chuckle. I am the lead of our group. Inside you will see members from many countries. Japan, France, Canada, Britain. Basically, top astronomers from our major countries. What are you looking for? Selena asks, still struggling to understand the topic. Edward was about to say something, but stops himself. He then smiles and gets cheery. How about I just show you? I think what I want to show you will answer your question. Follow me. She holds onto Selena's hand and follows Edward. She sees some soldiers from Space Force on guard duty. When she heads insides, she notices the place was different than she expected. She has gotten used to seeing the boring military-style building style. Inside this building has wooden walls, couches, nice tables, and her favorite part, dozens of bookshelves and computer stations. Wow, she mumbles. This is far fancier. The benefits of being a civilian, Edward said with a chuckle. But please don't think I am one of those elites. I am very thankful for the troops outside. Before she said something, she sees these two people walk up. She has been around NATO soldiers long enough to start to figure out who is from what country. The flags on their soldier pads have helped a lot, which both people have a flag patch on their jacket shoulder. The female astronomer is from the Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency. Her name tag says Kawano Homi, and the British man is representing his country in the European Space Agency. His name tag says Alex Gardner. Is that a real magical staff? Kawano from Japan said. That is, Alex said in shock. He then turns around. Hey everyone, we got a real magical staff here. Suddenly 3 more people came out of the computer room and rush over to her. It freaks her out a little as these 5 people come over. 2 of them are Americans, and the other is from France. Look at that blue part on top, the Frenchman named Didier Gautier said in a thick accent. Alex gets close to her staff and looks carefully. I wonder if there is some kind of battery crystal or some kind of bio battery that powers this. The bio department would love to look at this. She looks at everyone and takes a step back. Everyone back away from Miss Lawlin, Edward said as she walks up and spreads everyone out. He then looks to Lelei with a smile. I am sorry, no one has seen staff yet. That piece of technology baffles everything we understand about science. She found it interesting that they referred to her staff as technology. To her and all the other mages and sages, it is a staff that helps them use magic. She takes a breath, feeling a bit nervous. She feels Selena hand grip more and feels better knowing she is not alone. It is okay. I was not ready to be stored. Sorry about that, Alex said. Hey, Kawano said. Can you show us, please? She looks at them all and sees this childish look in their eyes. They all seem so excited to see magic. This probably the first time in their lives to witness something like that. Okay. She takes a step back and closes her eyes. She begins to chant and opens her lightly glowing eyes. Her staff begins to glow blue. She sees the 5 astronomers back away, unable to look away from her staff. Their reaction looks like they have never seen anything like it before. Once the glow goes away, all 6 of them rush forward to her staff and look at it. They all are bickering among each other, trying to find a scientific explanation for how her staff works. She watches them baffled by their reaction. While magic is so normal for her and the people in Falmart, these other worlders are amazed by something small like a glow. She finds it a little funny that all these people in Falmart have been amazed by how advanced they were, and now it is reversed. Was that good? That was amazing. Alex yells with excitement. How does it work? Dibir asked. How do you make these things? Kawano asks. The main source of power is the orb on top of my staff, she replies. My master gave it to me once he took me under his wing. I focus my energy and the orb helps channel my mana. But I do not know how to make these yet. I left my training with Master Kato L. Alteston to join Vanguard 7 and help your people in the war. She looks around at them all. Half of them still have their eyes glued on her staff. If you want to learn how to make and use staff, you will have to go to Rondell. Okay. Edward says as he walks between everyone. Stop with the magic questions. Leave them for Dr. Vinjakrua. That is what his department is for. Now back to work. She watches them all walk away, upset that they could not ask more questions. She then looks up at Edward. I am sorry, Lelei, Edward said. I should have known better. She smiles, enjoying how happy they are over the most basic of spells. It is okay. It was humorous. Edward chuckles. If you don't mind, please follow me. I want to take you to the main telescope. She smiles, hearing that he is taking her to a telescope. Is it that thing I saw on top of your roof? Yes, it is, Edward replies. She grabs Selena's hand, and they follow Edward up the stairs. Those people were strange, Selena said. I see why the Major doesn't want us to interact with them that much, she responds. But it was funny seeing their reaction. Yeah, Selena replies. But it was funny that they thought your orb is a battery. She looks down at her and smiles. Correct. It tells me that they are clueless about magic works. I am beginning to wonder if knowledge might be one way. Their minds might be to close off to learn magic. But we will see. I am not ready to start teaching people how to learn magic as I haven't finished my teaching. But on everything you learned from them, your magic has gotten much stronger and efficient, Selena said. You are probably stronger than most in Rondell. She was going to respond, but then thinks about what Selena said. She has been able to use the knowledge Sharpe provides to her. She developed a sonic boom spell, gravity, and other spells. Even the spells she has learned from her master have sharpened efficiently and lethality. Magic is based on your knowledge of the world around you. Edwards takes them into the top floor. Once she walks inside, the room looks exceptionally large. Computers are covering the walls, but the most important object is the chair attached to this massive, strange object she is assuming is a telescope. Is that the telescope? She asked, studying it with her eyes. That is correct, Edward said and looks away. Wow, it is massive, Selena said. I didn't know they were that big, she adds. I thought they were small. That is what the pictures I researched showed. Edward chuckles and leans over. Evan, get over here. This name with a name tag says Evan Woods walks over. He is in slippers and teddy bear pajama pants and a blue sweatshirt. What is up? Oh, the magic girl is here. I've been asked by the general to give our guests the VIP treatment, Edward said, as the two talk to each other. She walks forward to study the massive telescope. She then turns around to Edwards. How does this thing work? It enhances your eyes so you can see farther? In a way, Edward replies. Even. Go get the machine ready. Edward then walks over to Lelei and stand by her. How does it work? She asks. Is it like military binoculars? That is a good example, Edward said. Binoculars and telescopes have a similar history. This is basically a far grander version of binoculars. What does that mean? She asks and looks up at him. Space is vast, Edward said. Doctor, should you be saying this? Even said as he leans over. The protocols? She looks and rolls her eyes. Even is talking about the same protocols that Sharpe has said about limiting what knowledge is given to what they call native citizens of Falmart. She has accepted the idea. It is not her knowledge, so she feels like it is a privilege that she's been granted so much access. Edward brushes off what Even said. I think it will be fine. She has fully assessed and is considered a U.S. resident by the State Department. Edward then looks down at her. As I was saying, space is vast. The human mind cannot comprehend how large it is. I don't know. I have a big imagination, Selena comments. I have seen my dad shows and it doesn't seem that big, Edward looks at her. Let me try and give you an example. He then takes off his watch and hands it to Selena. Imagine if this is your star, flare, right? Correct, she responds. Okay, Edward said. Now you both know how big flare is. It is massive. The size of my watch represents that flare size. Now, Selena, can you go over there to the wall? I am going to go to the opposite end. I will represent the closest flare to yours. She stands there and watches Selena walk to the other end of the building. She then watches Edward walk to the other side of the large dome room. Her eyes widen as she starts to comprehend on how distant him and Selena is. She starts to see that if they a single flare at the size of his watch, then this is a massive gap between the two. She understands this is a crud example and wonders what a more proper example would be. Both Selena and Edward come back to her. Wow, Dash, Selena said. That is far. That is why it is hard for us to do research in this field, Edward replies. She thinks about that, thinking about the astronomy sages in Rondell. They have been considered a joke, mainly because they could not show proof of any of their hypothesis. While they are not the only group, she knows of who a laughingstock is. She is thinking about this one group. For her, today has been a massive eye-opener, and she wonders what another laughingstock she passed considered who might be right now. Boss even yells, I found it. She sees Edward gets excited and tells them to follow him. She grabs Selena's hand and follows the man. She walks up to where Even is sitting. Hey kid, Even said as he gets out of the seat. Sit down here and put your eye on that device. You are going to see something cool. She gets into the seat, wondering what is happening. She does what she was instructed and investigates the massive telescope. What she sees amazes her so much. Is this real? Yes, it is my blue hair friend, Even said as he yawns. What you are seeing right now is a gas giant. What she sees is this large dark blue ball. It has these red and brown lines all around like it is cutting through the core blue. The planet has a large ring around it. What are those rings? Those are rocks, Edward answers. Some are the size of a tank, some the size of a building, and so on. There are millions, if not more, rocks going around. The rings remind her of a picture she saw of the planet Saturn in Sharpe home system. They are beautiful. Edward, Selena said. Why do you call it a gas giant? Good question, Edward said. Imagine your head is your world of Uros. A gas giant is the size of this dome. Wow, Selena comments. Everything is big up there. Very, Edward replies. A gas giant is the massive body that orbits around its host star. A planet like Uros is all rock world, as you can see. Besides being a rocky surface like this place, a gas giant is made up of different types of gases. The details are not important, but if you could go there, you won't hit the surface like a rock, but be able to fly around in there because the surface is a gas. So, they area fart planets? Selena asks. She looks away from the telescope and looks down at Selena. Even starts laughing, and she can't help herself from giggling from that. Selena, you promised to be polite. Selena looks to her. What? He said it is a gas. It is something Dad would say. She was about to respond but does not. The truth is the Major probably would say something like that. She does not understand the reason why, but in his world, it is something called a dad joke. I heard that before, Edward said and looks to her. Anyway, what do you think? I think this is cool. Where is this gas planet located? She responds. In your system, Edward said. We discovered it last month. It is one of your neighboring planets. We were expecting to find that gas planet. You have two gas planets. This one we call Gora, and the other one is Agur. We discovered Agur back in 2000, but we never been able to confirm it until now, Edward adds. We always just accepted it was there. We are always knowing it was there, but it was a tricky bastard, Even said. Yes, Edward said. Finding new worlds is ridiculously hard. It has been exciting to finally see what others look like. Can we see Agur, the other planet? Selena asks. Sorry, we can't, Even said with a chuckle. Right now, Agur is out of sight. We won't be able to see it until 26:4400 local time. She looks again, amazed by the sight. She then lets Selena look. As Selena looks, she looks to Edward. She remembers the Sol system and that Earth has 7 other sister planets. So, we have other worlds too? Amazing. Is this common? As far as we know, yes, Edward replies. We have documented over 10,000 worlds from other star systems, however most of them are gas giants like the one you saw. Now, you want to see something really cool? She looks at him and nods. There is a lot to take in, but sure, I like to see more. Edward looks to Even and nods. Even then walks away and starts typing into the computer. Both Selena and she feel the large telescope start to move slowly, readjusting its position. One of the first questions we had when we came to this planet was, where are we in the universe? Edward said. We had many hypotheses about where your star was located, thinking it would take decades to figure it out. But Even here noticed something similar about flare. The telescope stops moving. Please take a look, Edward said. She looks at Edwards and then through the telescope. What she sees is a yellow star, just like all the ones she sees at night. There is a system nearby my world called Epsilon Eridani, Edward said. It is 10 light-years away from our system. We always thought there was a habitable planet there. She is a bit confused about what he is saying. She looks away so Selena can look. You are saying that I am looking at Epsilon Eridani? No, Edward replies. What, you are looking at my home star, Sol? She looks at him, shocked by that. Really? That is your home? Correct, Edward said. What Edward is saying is that what you call flare is what we call Epsilon Eridani. Even adds. It was a surprise to find out how close we really are. I am still learning all this, but based on how you are saying it, that seems close, she said. If space is as big as you said, you do have a sharp mind, Edward said. While history is not our field, but the gate appeared on Earth at some point in the distant past. Has to be before recorded history, so I would say 10,000 years minimum. 4. Interesting. Selena mumbles. Yes, she said. Very interesting. She sits back and thinks about everything that has been said. Her mind feels a bit overloaded from all the information. She always thought everything was complicated, but how she is starting to understand how small her world really is. She is starting to understand why Sharpe and others from his world want to see one is around them. She had no idea his people were just around the corner. Edward walks up and places his hand on the telescope. Hey girls, let's get lunch. You seem tired. She looks at him. Thank you for showing us all of this. There is a lot to think about it. But I have a question, Selena said. Edward looks at her. You are a question machine. Go ahead. This is cool and everything, Selena said. But what does any of this mean? How does this help us? Even walks past Edward but stops and looks at them. I can answer that. What this means is we are just spending taxpayer money. That's it. Knock it off, Edward said. Right now, nothing. It's more about understanding our knowledge. But sometimes understanding yourself has more value. To do that, we need to know what is out there. It is an urge. She looks at him and thinks about that. When the Americans first arrived at this world, she assumed that their technology was different compared to the Empire. Then it was their ideas and human rights and liberty. But now she is starting to think there is more to it than just that. Come on, Edward said. Let's get lunch. V11. Chapter 133 Bregrath. The High Hills, the Old Ruins Fortress of Bregrath, January 10th, 2026. Major Sharpe is moving through the forest with the rest of his ranger team. His ranger unit is spread out as they move up. In front of him is an Elba scout, and behind him are 2 Elba Knights and Dr. John Monra. Back at Camp Galileo, Colonel Tim Esper and Dr. John Monra explained to him of a developing situation happening at the base. Camp Galileo has many different scientific departments stationed there. They explained to him that during a recent mission they were attacked by a small imperialist group. During the ambush, 2 scientists were taken, and a soldier was wounded by arrows, forcing them to retreat. 1 male and 1 female were taken by the imperialists. It is believed to be the Empire and not a rogue of bandits because the attack was well organized. The military team that led that research mission said that they tried to go after the 2 scientists, but they did not have the personnel to defend the remaining group and go through the forest to engage an unknown enemy. There was an attempt, but one of the soldiers was wounded by an arrow, and there were other civilian scientists to protect. What was surprising was how the imperialists attacked. Somehow, they were able to set a trap during night cover and then attack at dawn. So far, NATO personnel had the night advantage because of thermal and night vision technology. Hearing that, he wonders if the Empire has developed its own version of night vision goggles or some other method. John explained that the imperialists took one of his scientists during the ambush. They don't know how they accomplished that, but they are out of them before the Empire gets a chance to enslave or kill them. Dr. John Monra is the head of the Department of Extraterrestrial Biology under the Uros research expedition. He is obsessed with Uros' different types of biological diversity, wanting to find a way to prevent a second pandemic from happening again after he lost his wife in 2020. The 3 Elba soldiers are helping his rangers navigate through the high hills, being a border province of the Elba fiefdom. King Durin happily assigned a few to Camp Galileo and other camps to help NATO by providing local security and navigation. The military was happy to accept since they were born on these lands, and they would know them best. "Doc," he said, "we can handle it. I said before and I will say it again." John shoots back, "I insist on coming. They are under my department, and I want to make sure they are safe. Besides, I've been out here a few times so I can be useful." In other words, he doesn't trust the locals, Sophie comments in a demeaning tone. He glances back and sees Sergeant Major Randy Dodson saying something to her quietly. He has noticed his newest ranger has an attitude, but Randy keeps assuring him that he is dealing with it. He trusts Randy, being a veteran from the War on Terror. He glances back up and sees the scout named Tasmaro and Tuke talking to each other. Tuke has started to show her tracking skills because of her time fighting the Empire. "Where are we going?" Tasmaro said there are ruins up ahead. Tuke answers. "The tracks say they went this direction." When he hears ruins, he starts to think about all those video games and television shows which have them. They always mean something bad. He looks over to Rory. "Rory, is there anything I should know about these ruins?" Rory looks at him and then looks up the dense forest hills. Legend said there was once a mighty elven kingdom here called Amici. They were once a mighty kingdom thousands of years ago before the Dark Age, so the legend said. The old capital is south of here, but I haven't visited this area in 50 years. The ruins were once a fortress of that kingdom, built onto a hill. Rory continues. It is said that this fortress was the first to fall when the demon races came to our world through the gate thousands of years ago, which started the Dark Age. Seems strange to build a fortress way up here in the middle of nowhere, Jerry states. "As I said, this was a long time ago," Rory replied. "No one is alive to confirm anything. That part still confuses me," Andrew said. "I thought elves live forever outside of being killed. How can there be no one left alive to talk about it?" Tuke stops and looks down at Andrew. "That is a common misunderstanding. Elves do die when we get old. We just live a long life. It is rare for an elf to live past 1,000 years, but it can happen. Each different type of elves can live a certain amount of time. For example, high elves like me live the longest. It is why so many other elves hate us." "Interesting," Andrew responds. "All you have to say is interesting?" Alicia asked. "If I could live a few hundred years and still look hot, that would be amazing." "Give it a few years, Alicia," Jerry said. "The medical industry has a campus in Alness. That is one of the things they are researching. How do elves live so long, and see if we can turn that into a serum for humans." Rory looks over to him. "Really?" He looks over to Rory and smiles. "Yup, I was in a meeting about it 2 months ago. Imagine people able to be in their 60s with a 20-year-old body and healthy? No disease or anything like that. Now let us focus, everyone." Dr. John Monroe walks up to him. "I see you stay informed on what's going on here. Are you sure it is wise to tell the locals what we intend to do?" He looks at him. "It is not classified. Many locals are helping us. We should be truthful without intentions. We're not communists." John adjusts his glasses. "And you trust them?" He stops and looks directly at him. "Of course. Do we have a problem?" John looks at him. "No, at all. I am just seeing if you were the real deal or just all hyped." He watches as John walks away. Osoil is sitting by the fire pit, trying to stay warm. He is the commander of this small group of guerrilla fighters. He is not a fully grown man like most imperialist or Elba resistance soldiers, but he was granted his command to take care of the other conscripted children for the Imperial Army. As part of a rebuilding process, General Kalasta and General Woody came up with a plan to kidnap children from the Otherworlder territory and allies. The boys were taken and given a sword while the girls were sold into slavery to help fund the war effort. The plan is to take the kids from Italica, Alness, and Elba, draining them of their next generation of warriors and forcing them to fight each other. While the rebellion regions and the other worlds might say that it is wrong to kidnap their kids and use them as soldiers, it was their fault for rebelling and defying the Empire in the first place. His father died during the first assault on Alness, and when the Elba resistance scouts came to his farming home by Phyllisville, he was eager to get vengeance for his father's death. His mother tried to stop them, but they killed her. The Elba resistance scouts explained that all traitors need to be sent to the underworld where they belong. The only way to avenge his father and remove the traitor King Duran was to fight, that honor should win and glory to the Empire. Astel is the oldest son of Duran and is loyal to the Empire. Self-declared King Astel wants to remove his father and take his place on the throne, bring the Elba back into the fold so we can slaughter the other worlders. He looks over and sees his unit. While he is the oldest at age 17, most of the others are around 10 to 12. His 2 lieutenants are 15 and 16. Most of his troops are humans except for a young cat boy and a bat boy, whom all were taken from their homes. He has been operating alone. His mission is to help spy and raid on the enemy as much as he can. The Empire is confused about why the other worlders establish a military base here. They have been using carrier pigeons to communicate with Sadera and providing the information. A few days ago, the Oprychnina arrived. They said that they were pleased with his action and updates, and they have a special mission for him. He was so pleased to hear that. It made all these months behind enemy lines scouting for the Empire worth it. That is when he noticed this pig-looking creature with the Oprychnina. He knows about most of the races Falmart has to offer, but he has never seen or heard before. The mission was simple. Attack one of the other worlders' research groups while they are on a mission and take as many of them as they can as a prisoner. He did not understand why they wanted the enemy alive, but he had no interest in questioning them. He remembers hearing stories of the Imperial Army fighting the monsters during the 30-Year War, the glorious last stand during the Arctic War. This is a dark time for the Empire, but this is not the first dark time for the Empire. Each time the Empire has come out stronger and victorious. The soldiers who fought came out with many glorious stories that stood the test of time. And he hopes that after this war, when the Empire wins, that he will have a tale about him and what he has done for his country. He gets up and walks around the camp. Almost everyone is celebrating after their latest victory. Last night they attacked one of their research missions and were able to take one of their people prisoners, a man. After their raid, the pigman looked at they. It was interesting watching him analyzing both of the other worlders. After a few tests, the Oprychnina took the man as he screamed for his life and left, leaving the woman here. One of the other Oprychnina said they will be taking the female otherworlder to a Hario experiment facility in the Ligus Mountain. While he never has heard of the Hario before, he dares not question the Oprychnina. If they are allies of the Empire that were good enough for him, he was just honored that they thought he did a good job capturing 2 other worlders. Based on what he overheard, the Oprychnina and the Hario are trying to capture as many other worlders as they can. Why, he does not know. After going around to his soldiers, congratulating on their recent raid, he walks over to this boy bat who is sitting against the wall with a leash around his neck, tied to the wall. "Your eyes have been very helpful in our raids," he said. "That makes 5 successful raids so far. This is our biggest catch too." "Only because you had help," the bat boy said. The bat boy, whose name is Joseph Alice. When the Imperial Army learns that the other worlders can see in the dark, the army forces bats into the army to help balance out night battles. So far, he has been useful in helping them attack the nearby towns and passing traders. "Yeah, 5, Joseph said. "When can I go home?" He crosses his arms and smirks. "When the war is over." Major Sharpe moves up to Tuke's side. "You hear something?" he said softly. "Yes," Tuke said, listening carefully with her ears. "I hear fire crackling and I thought I heard laughter." The Elba scout Tasmaro kneels to his side. "Up ahead is one of the old guard points of the fortress." "Roger," he replied. As he and his rangers moved up, they started seeing old stone pillars. They looked old and had a strange design. He asked Tuke about that, and she seemed just as baffled by the designs. It seems she knows nothing about her people's history. It feels like the old city-state of Troy over 2,000 years ago. The legend was there, but no one knew anything of the city because it was wiped off the face of the earth. People who do not remember their history are doomed to fail. He always wondered why elves did not have their own kingdom, or were as respected as in the fantasy tales like J.R.R. Tolkien. Rory and Lelei have said that their civilization has fallen thousands of years ago before this dark age. Seeing those stone pillars made that point clear. He turns around and signals everyone what to do with their hands. He wants to flank their position from 2 sides. Right before he gave the order, he noticed Rory out of nowhere. She moves right up to his side and holds out her hand right up to his helmet. He then sees an arrow go right into her hand, stopping the arrow from hitting his helmet. While the Kevlar would have deflected the arrow, it still was not expecting to get shot at. "Ranger, engage," He yells out of pure reaction. All around him, his rangers begin to spread out more and open fire up the hill, all moving around and concentrating their fire up the hill. He moves around and grabs Rory and pulls her down into the ditch he was in. He then grabs her hand and looks at her. "Are you okay?" Rory breaks the arrow in half and pulls it out. "Of course, I am worried about everything. I wasn't going to let them take a shot at ya." As she spoke, her hand started to heal. To this day, he still has not gotten used to her healing ability. He remembers when she shot Tail in the head when they first encountered each other. It was the freakiest thing he has ever saw at the time. He thought by now he would have gotten used to things like this, but no, it is still very alien. He nods and grabs his M4A1 rifle and gets UPS. "Doctor, stay behind Jerry. Randy, take your team and cover fire. Knights and everyone else with me, move up." He then raises his rifle the hill and fires a few shots. "Follow me." He stands up and gets over the ditch and starts running up. He can hear the gunfire from Randy's team covering them as they move up. He stops and aims, firing at what looks like the head of an archer. Once he believes he took out the archer, waves his hand forward. Knights takes point. Alicia and Andrew following behind. Rory dashed off. He stops and fires his rifle again. "Rory, once we are over, preventing the enemy from escaping. I don't want the hostages to be taking out the back door." He sees on his HUD, too, everyone acknowledging his orders. Seeing the Forerun pass him as he covers them, he follows up right behind. As he rushes up, he orders Randy, team, to start advancing on his left, wanting to form a crossfire once they get to the large guard post. Once he got up there, he saw Alicia and Andrew taking cover by the guard pillars and firing into the fortification. The two knights seemed to be waiting to move in. It seems like they had some basic training on our tactics. Seeing that they have secured the guard pillar, he jumps over it. "Tuke, stay on my left." Rory now moves around. He orders. Everyone else moves up. He sees 3 of the Imperialists running away and heading to this wall. It looks like it wraps around and is the entrance of their camp. He aims his rifle and fires, bringing down one of them as the other 2 go around the wall. Specialist Alicia Moore walks around. "Looks like we got 2 of them before they ran. I can't hear the others around the corner," Tuke states. "It looks like they are getting ready for us to come, but it sounds like they are panicking and trying to get their things back. They are getting ready to escape," he responds. He sees Randy's team move up. "Didn't anyone notice how small they look?" Alicia said. Frost walks over. "Yeah, they don't look like normal Imperialists. Probably hobbits or dwarves," Andrew states. "Hobbits are not fighters," Tuke said. "That wouldn't make sense if they are. And dwarves rarely retreat. They are too stubborn. And if they had a kingdom here, they would have attacked your base in force by now, so I doubt it is. They rarely go far away from their kingdom hills. We will figure it out in a second," he said. "Randy, when we go around your team go left, we will take the right. Everyone move." When they get to the wall, he would prefer to toss grenades over to clear their position, but they are here to get both scientists. He pulls out his M84 stun grenade, or known as flashbang, and tosses it to Andrew. Andrew takes the grenade and throws it over the ruin walls. As it goes over and explodes, blinding one who is looking at it or scaring them, he moves behind Alicia and the 2 Elba Knights who are in front of him. As they move around, and this small cat person, or Nico, 3, as Andrew calls them, comes out of nowhere. It jumps right at the first knight, claws out, but the knight armor prevented any real damage and was tossed aside. Alicia, with all her energy, rushes over and stables the Nico with her combat knife. She then turns around and aims her M4A1 into the enemy camp. She then rushes forward. "Follow me." He rushes around and makes sure his team gets in formation. He sees in front of him what looks like 11 soldiers standing there, swords out and arrows out. He sees one of them having the scientist on her knees with a dagger. As everyone forms up in a line, rifles pointing at them all, he notices something strange with them all. They are not soldiers, they are kids. He stands there and analyzes the situation. All the kids, some in Imperialist armor while others are in different kinds of cloaks. "Stand fast, Ranger," he orders. This boy walks forward, pointing his sword at them. "Hold there, you otherworlder scum. Any move, and we will cut her throat open and spill her blood." He lowers his rifle and looks directly at that boy. He looks to be the oldest of them all, either 17 or 18 years of age. He must be the leader of this group of misfits. He corrects his thoughts, seeing them as misfits are dangerous. They were able to conduct a sneak attack and 2 of their own for some reason. Hold on, kid. Don't do anything you will regret. The enemy leader seems to anger at being called a kid. Look, I know what I am doing. You people killed my father. You believe you have the power to beat the Empire. The Empire has never lost. We only come back stronger. He attempts to take a step, but the boy orders the boy who looks to be about 12 cut the blade into the scientist's neck, making her bleed. What is bothering him is that he said they killed his father. That means he won't be rational. What do you mean we killed your father? He asked, trying to find a diplomatic solution. When you people came, my father answered the call, the boy said. They went to Alness to ride you off our home, but he died gloriously for the Empire. Just like my father, I, Soil Jajan, will serve the Empire gloriously and be remembered as a hero once we topple the traitor, Durin. After hearing topple Durin, he knows he is talking about King Durin of the Elba fiefdom. While he has not seen them himself, he has read reports of a resistance force against his rule. While most of the army and population in Elba are loyal and want to be allied with the US, some don't want to change and want to stay loyal to the Empire for their selfish reasons. You realize, Soil, that the Empire tricked your people into a suicide attack against us? He said, trying to de-escalate things. The Empire tricked no one, Soil said with much energy. We were removing the filth that is occupying on our lands. We have to fight the enemy barbarians before they remove everything that makes us stronger. Before he answers, he hears Randy over the radio. Major, I dealt with this before. Islamic terrorists indoctrinating kids and using them against coalition forces in Iraq and Afghanistan. There's little chance you can reason with him. Be careful. This time Rory spoke over the radio. Major, I only see one scientist, not the other. I don't think the other is there anymore. He takes a breath as he thinks. He noticed that too, and that is worrying him. The Elba fiefdom was tricked into a failed attack. Emperor Molt wanted your father to die, so your army would not be used against him. We treated your people with honor, while the Empire treated yours as cannon fodder. He blinks, and he sees Soil, confused by the reference. Cannon fodder is when commanders send soldiers into battle knowing they will be slaughtered. Lies. They died for trying to save the Empire. Soil yells. Then the knight named Garkin Dorth lowers his sword. My boy Soil, everything this man said is true. Molt used your father and our king's loyalty against us. They were afraid that we would pose a challenge to the royal family. They intended to make us weak. There is a moment of silence as everyone tries to figure out what is going to happen next, each side waiting for orders. Then, Soil burst out yelling. No, none of that is true. Lies of the traitor King Durin. I and everyone else here has been blessed by our recent achievement by the Opraknina. They wanted your kind, and we got them and rewarded us. I have seen no disloyal from them, but only from Unite. All of you will burn after begging for mercy. He sees that Randy was right. During all his time doing Delta work, he rarely had to fight children. He usually fought state special forces or insurgents. But he did give out one piece of important information. This was a target job. He does not know why, but it seems like the Opraknina wants his people alive. All right, this is the situation, Soil, and each one of you, he yells. This ends in one way. Either lay down your weapons and let the hostage go, or we kill you all. None of us will fall today, and you have no escape. You have 5 seconds. He can see the sudden fear in many of their eyes. Some start to look at each other, and they have a mental debate on surrendering. 3, he yells, making sure their time is limited. Once he yells 1 and raises his hand and prepares to order his rangers to fire. Then this boy suddenly drops his spear and rushes forward. Stop! The boy yells, and he starts moving forward. I remember you. You were the one who saved me from the flame dragon and let me come to Alness when my family was killed. He stands there shocked on what he just heard. While he does not remember that boy, it seems like they have crossed paths before. The village mayor wanted to abandon hundreds of orphans, sick, broken families, and others so they can move faster. 4. The questions are, how the hell did he end up here? Come here, kid, he said, hoping this breaks the standoff. The boy starts to run over to them, but then his eyes widen as Soil cuts the boy's arm off as he passes by. Suddenly, the only thing anyone can hear is the screaming of that boy. Anyone who surrenders is a traitor of the Empire and shall suffer the ultimate price. Soil yells, we will fight and die if we must. We will be remembered by the Empire for our glorious stance here. He swings his sword forward. Kill the prisoner and attack. Charge. He sees all of them obeying his command. Seeing what he just did to their comrade, he sees no way around it now. Osoil is loyal to the Empire and forces his hand. Rory. He yells over his radio. Rory jumps down from her hidden position and lands right in front of the hostage, freaking the kids out. The kid who was holding the hostage lets go and backs away. Rory grabs the hostage and jumps away, clearing the area of friendlies. Seeing that, he raises his rifle. Open fire. Everyone's weapons light up, spraying bullets at all the incoming Imperialist kids who were charging. It did not take long before they all fell to the ground. After a few seconds, Randy starts ordering everyone to stop firing. He lowers his rifle after the battle seems to be over. The Imperialists that attacked are all dead, including Osoil. He took him out, seeing him as the biggest threat. He sees that armless boy from Alness laying there freaking out. Another one who was holding them hostage on the ground, scared at what just happened, but seems to be it. Fan out and secure the area, he orders. He sees his rangers moving around and begins policing the bodies. The team medic specialist Jerry William rushes over to the armless boy who claimed to be one of the original refugees to Alness. He then sees Rory land close and let go of the scientist. He sees Sophie walk over to the scientist and offers her assistance. He sees Private First Class Marvin Scott and Private First Class Harvey Frost go deeper into the camp, and Alicia takes the other surviving Imperialists as prisoners. Then Dr. John Monroe walks over and looks over the situation. We have a situation here. He looks over to him. They left me with no choice. I tried my best, but it was them or ours. He didn't give me a choice. You just killed them all, John said as he looks around. I know, doctor, he replied. Before he continues, Rory walks over. That is not true, Rory said. There's 2 of them who are alive. Plus, your scientist lady and no one on our side are hurt. I call that a victory. A victory? John said, but in a calm voice. We don't kill kids. Kids with swords, Rory countered. I know in your country you value kids' purity. Trust me, I love that about your people. I really do, but they were going to kill us and your scientists because they were backed into a corner. Garkin Dorth walks over after overhearing the conversation. Rory the Reaper is correct. If a boy is old enough to hold a sword, then he is a man. While we might not like it, that was their choice. This is war after all. Rory looks over to the knight and looks back to Sharpe. I know what you were going to say, but this isn't your world, Jackson. Rory. Sadly, sometimes it is. He spoke. No one said war is clean. He then looks at John. Let's go figure out where the other hostage is. John walks over to the scientist, but he decides to go over to that boy. The boy seems to recognize him and tries to switch sides because of that. Sadly, it was not enough to change the course, only because that boy named Osoil, who became an indoctrinated zealot, prevented the others from breaking ranks. If he was older and understood the difference between blind loyalty and duty, what bothers him a bit is that Osoil of himself that age, wanting to be a hero seen by his people, serving your country. What the boy said reminded him of what Crisis said many times. Warriors trying to gain glory for their reputation. While he values duty, he is glad his people have moved away from this notion of senseless glory hunting. When he gets to Jerry and the boy, he kneels and looks at Jerry. How is he? Jerry finishes wrapping the boy arm up in a bandage. The boy also has this belt around his arm to stop the bleeding. He will live, but we should get him to the base infirmary as soon as we can. He looks over his shoulder to look at Alicia, the team radio operator. Permission to dash da, Jerry was saying before being interrupted. Do it, he said, already knowing what Jerry was going to say. He watches Jerry pull out the biogel. 5. What it does is stabilizes the wound and prevents blood loss from the victim. He personally had to use it early in his career during its prototype days. While it is on the field now, it is still expensive and rare, used for special forces units only. When Jerry injects the boy's wounded arm, the boy screams in pain as the gel enters his body. While it will keep him alive longer, it is a painful process. Alicia, contact base and tell them we have wounded. He sees Alicia nod and gets on the radio. He looks down at the kid. Everything will be okay, kid. You are going home. What is your name? Mine is Major Sharpe, the boy said as he struggles to speak. I am sorry for taking arms. I didn't mean. Then the boy passes out. Jerry checks the boy pulse. Alive but barely. He takes a frustrating breath and looks over to Rory. Rory, can you use your speed to quickly get him back to base? Rory walks over and agrees. Being an apostle, she has superhuman abilities like being much faster and stronger and faster. She and the other apostles can do things that are impossible for any mortal human. While he normally does not like detaching one of his troops to go all alone, he needs Rory's speed and agility because it will take too long if they all go together. Once the boy is secured, Rory picks him up. You don't have worry, kid. I got ya. Emroy is here to protect you. Emroy is not ready for your soul. He stands up and looks down at Rory. Stay in contact and tell me when you're back at base. You don't have to worry, Big Daddy, Rory said in her cheeky tone. Don't worry about it. I got this. She then runs off. He stands there and watches Rory leaves. He knows he can trust her, but he still worries. He doesn't care that she is an apostle. She is still a member of the team and doesn't want to see her differently. Before he walks over to John and the other scientist, he hears Private First Class Sophia Everett burst out. What are you doing prioritizing an imperialist? Sophia said in anger. If anyone should be helped, it should be our kind. If we wait, the boy will be dead, Jerry said as he stood up. And your point is? Sophia asked. I don't care what his age is. He is an imperialist? Or did you all forget that we are at war with their kind? You have such nerves, Alicia said. Weren't you listening? They were brainwashed and forced to fight us. The major almost got through to them. An imperialist kidnapping an enslaving imperialist. Sophia responds. Yes, I am going to shed a tear for them. They dash da. That is enough. Sharpe commands. Let me be clear. We are not murderers. We are soldiers. This was not an ideal scenario, but that is war. He stops to make sure everyone is listening. Our job is to kill the imperialist until the war ends. But that does not mean we go gung-ho and kill everyone in sight. If the only option is a bullet and death, then we will run into this situation again and again because we give them no choice. But what makes us different is that we don't put a sword or a rifle into kid hands, and then he looks over to Sophia. And we don't fuck over our friends, on Earth or here. We are not going to create more enemies to satisfy personal vengeance. Then he looks around. Now Alicia, Andrew, Frost, do a final sweep of the camp. Scott police that prisoner. Tuke, Sophia, Knights. Else secure the area. Randy, Jerry with me. He sees the newest team member Sophia about to protest. She shoots her a dark, commanding glare, telling her not to question his order. She got the hint and walked away. Tuke walks up to him with this baffled look on her face. Yes, Tuke? Tuke glances down then at him. Is that what I was like? Was I acting like that this whole time? He nods his head and she figure it out. While she was not this open about her hatred, she made it clear of her hatred towards Selena. But he can see that she sees what pure hatred can lead to. Hate is a dangerous and dark path, which when you go down it is hard to come back. He stands there and makes sure everyone money his orders. He knows what happens won't settle well, but he knows he has to keep them busy, otherwise their morale will drop like a rock. He sees Randy walk over. Her attitude needs to be watched. I understand, sir, Randy said. I have seen it before. I will keep an eye on her. He nods and thinks back on his past. He holds some feeling of vengeance against the insurgents in Southeast Asia, and especially against Armando Carvalho for murdering his team and that farming family. 6. He went into a dark depression and struggled to get past that. If it were not for the girls, his team and Sarah for giving him the love he needed to come back, he knows he would have gone down a dark path. Let's go talk to the scientists, he said, and they walk over to the scientists. Frost is walking through the camp with Alicia and Andrew. They see the usual equipment, floor beds, chests, a few bags of food and weapons. These are some SOBs, 7, Alicia said, living like this out here. Andrew walks around past some pots. Yup, kids back home at this age would be bitching if they did not have strong Wi-Fi. Don't kick anything over. You think they have traps? He spoke. Yup, Andrew replied. You never know. You have seen too many war movies, Andrew, Alicia said jokily, but walks past a bag, avoiding it. Hey, Frost, are you still chasing that tail? He stops and looks at Alicia. He knows who she is talking about, the Batwoman named minv Alice. During a mission to Italica, 8, he and the rest of Randy's team helped save her from these bandits. While he has been with his fair share of women, he had to admit she looked hot for an alien. Minv was looking for her younger brother after being taken from her clan. When he found her, her wing was broken by them. While she wanted to back out and look for her brother, she would not last a week out there in the wild. So, he agreed to look out for clues while she was healing in Alness. But that does not mean his team would not give him crap for his kindness. While he does think minv is attractive, he does not want to take advantage of her situation. For God's sakes, Alicia, he said in frustration, we're just friends and I just said I wanted to help. Boys, that is how it starts, Alicia said with a chuckle. He takes a deep breath. Alicia loves to get into everyone's business and gossip about everyone. Hey, the Major does that all the time. What is wrong with helping? One less enemy. Andrew walks past him, smirking. Nope, you are just deflecting by using the Major. The difference is he is crazy enough to pull that stuff off. You have to be insane, crazy, and a badass all at the same time. You just don't want to be picked on for you banging an imperialist. He shoots back annoyed. Yup, Andrew said laughing. I did my time getting picked on. It is your turn, buddy. We can make it in order. He has a point, Alicia said with an evil smirk. I outrank you now. That's not how it works, he said with a mumble. Then they hear this sound and all three of them aim their rifles and aim to the left. From the tree shadow, this small beast appears out nowhere and jumps onto Andrew. Andrew walks backward and screams for help as this black thing grabs him and starts beating down. Andrew, he yells and rushes over. From what he can tell, it is a small humanoid with something on its back. Since everyone else has been a kid at this camp, it is probably another child attacking. Get it off of me, Andrew yells, struggling. He tips over this pot and falls on his back. It's trying to bite me. Stop struggling, he said as he tries to get a grip. Alicia, I am ready, Alicia said, getting ready to fire. Toss it over that corner. While everything is happening fast, he notices something strange. It looks like a black rope or a leash going to where he was hiding. He then hears Andrew scream as he is bitten in the arm. He grabs the boy's arm and then pulls on the leash. Using all his strength, he ripped the boy off of Andrew and tossed him to where Alicia told him to toss him. The boy flies in the air and drops hard and rolls on the ground. When the boy lands, he can get a good view of the imperialist, and it is a small bat boy. Alicia walks over and aims her M4A1 rifle right at him. I killed enough kids today, but if you make me, I will end you, she spoke. He sees the bat boy submit and hold himself with this fear in his eyes. When he looks over to Alicia, she looks like she is crying a bit, but keeping her composure. He recalls she killed a male Nico who attacked an Elba Knight. He looks down at Andrew, and he holds onto his arm. Andrew's arm is bleeding. It looks like a bit from the bat. Shit. He grabs his radio. Randy, Andrew was bitten. We need Doc ASAP. I don't think it is fatal, but there's a lot of blood. Roger that, Randy said. We are on our way. What happened? He gets on his knees to start bandaging Andrew's arm. An imperialist bat ambushed us and bit Andrew in the arm. Roger, Randy said. I am not an imperialist, the bat boy said. Bullshit, Alicia yelled. You attacked us and wore their uniform. If we defeat you, then I get to go home, the bat boy said. He turns around and looks at the bat. Then he sees Randy and Jerry rush into the camp. Jerry rushes over and starts treating Andrew's arm. He then injects a painkiller to help with the pain. He stands up to let Jerry do his job. He looks over to the bat boy. The imperialist boy just said he wants to go with him if they defeat the US. That implies he is here against his will, otherwise why would he say that? But the truth is he wants to go home. But he would not say that if the roles are reversed. He walks over to Alicia and looks down. Hey boy, you have to be kidding me, Frost, Alicia. The odds are extremely low. I know we were picking on you, but come on. I know, but something tells me to ask, he said and then kneels. Hey kid. The boy looks at him, clearly scared of Alicia. Just end it. I know what you people do to our prisoners. And that is what? Alicia demands. The thousands of corpses on the fields, the boy said. Being worked to death and dash. Hold on, he said. Is your name Joseph Alice? He then sees the boy's eyes get wide, shocked by what he said. Is your sister named minv Dor Alice? The boy nods his head slowly, shocked by what was said. Then get aggressive. You have my sister. Before Joseph could bite him, Alicia stomped on him, so he did not attack another ranger. I said if you move, I will put a bullet in your head. He moves back for a moment scared, but then moves back to Joseph, seeing that Alicia got him under control. Yes, we have your sister. She is not a prisoner, but asked us to find you. If you promise not to bite anyone else, we will take you to her. Randy walks over. What is going on here? He stands up and lets Joseph think about the proposal. We found minv brother. Well, Randy said, glad some good came out of this. We are moving out. What about the other scientist? Alicia said. Andrew is wounded, and we lost Rory now, Randy said. It sounds like the Oprichnina and this strange-looking pig creature came and took the other. It sounds like they were going to leave tomorrow to this other camp down south. We have a prisoner and 2 freed hostages. We're in no position to go off on a search and rescue when we do not know the direction. This will be passed up the chain and assigned to a proper unit. Let's move out. V11, Chapter 134 Launch into the Heavens. We recently got reports that the U.S. Senate has approved President Potts' proposal with Major General Charles Stanford promotion to Lieutenant General. He was a Lieutenant General of the United States Army. He was the first general to lead U.S. forces to Uros, and since then has been leading NATO and other allied forces on the alien world. At first, the invasion was defense in nature, but as more forces were deployed to the growing challenge of Earth's first interstellar war. While the beginning of the war only had about 30,000 total troops from NATO and allied forces, it has grown to over 150 U.S. personnel and over 50,000 NATO and allied militaries as the fight on 3 different fronts. As the growing military and civilian presence on Uros, many wanted to create a rotational model like that was employed in Afghanistan, a general serving for a single year before being deployed elsewhere. President Potts said that she was fully against another rotational model, stating that she believed that was way the Afghanistan war was mismanaged for so long. That the president wants to have a single general in command of the war, just like how World War II was managed, and believed that the lieutenant general has proven that he understands the facts on the ground. The promotion came from his success in the open invasion, forming an alliance with the locals like the Italica and the Elba fiefdom, and an overwhelming victory in the greater Elys region and the successful raid on saving American Brazilian prisoners. While the Empire seems to have endless numbers of their war machine, it seems that General Stanford leadership has allowed us to keep the initiative and the spirit of the American way. Loose Liberty News. Camp Galileo, January 10, 2026. After the semi-successful rescue mission, Major Sharpe was ordered to go to Colonel Tim Esper's briefing room with Dr. John Monra to talk about what happened. After making sure his team gets settled, and that Andrew got to the infirmary to get his arm treated. The base doctor seems to be afraid that Andrew might get an infection from the bat, so he will have to go into a 2-week quarantine. Now he is the debrief room with Tim and John. General Charles Stanford, Ambassador Harland Willington, Colonel William of Alness Base Defenses, French Colonel Severin Bourque of the Alness Military Police, and Colonel John Young are on the main screen on the wall, each having their slot. The female scientist told John that this strange-looking pigman took the other male scientist, saying that the facility had too many other-worlder females. She was going to be taken to a different facility where she is needed more. He leans on the desk looking at the screens. Yes, sir, he said to Stanford. That man-bear pig, one, creature sounds like what I fought in Legrath. The bat and the other human prisoner confirmed the sighting. They also said that they never have seen or heard of their kind before. My scientists said that they call themselves the Hario tribe, John said. The Hario tribe? Willington asked, making sure he understood. Correct, he said. Major, Stanford said, please correct me, but you first faced them when you were rescuing Princess Pina after General Crisis' kidnapping of her, too? That is correct, sir, he replies. Not including when Princess Pina brought in that prisoner, 3. Stanford said and thinks. That makes 2 encounters so far. He thinks for the first time. That was when Pina and her knights returned after she freed a few of his people from slavery and slaughter and brought them back. She did that wanting to try and regain his trust so there could be peace. When she came back, she brought back a bag full of body pieces of Americans who those Hario tribe slaughtered. With that, she also brought one of them with her. However, the CIA took that creature away to Guantanamo Bay, and he never heard anything about it since. He knows that has angered Stanford because he was cut out of key information that could have helped them prepared for this. If you don't mind, I like to include Princess Pina into this conversation, Willington asked. Granted, Stanford said. He sees Willington walk away from his screen, but he then sees William and Severin speak. While we wait, I want to address the security issue at Alness, William said. You are telling me one of the kids you ran into was one of the kids you found when dealing with the Flame Dragon, Major Sharpe? He takes a deep breath, annoyed with himself for never noticing that. He wanted to help those refugees back then. A part of it was he felt it was the right thing to do, but the other reason he never said out loud is that he felt like he had to redeem himself for failing that farm family in Mexico. But he is feeling like crap now because after he led them back to Alness, he did not check upon them. He just assumed that they were fine. Before he could answer, his commanding Officer Young spoke. From the report, the answer is yes. Do not worry, Sharpe. You cannot keep an eye out on everyone. We knew for a while we had a security breach in the Alness community, but now this is getting ridiculous. With all due respect, Colonel Young, Severin said, people are coming and going all the time. We only recently set up an ID program to help keep track of people and to keep a record. We do not know who any of these people are. For all we know, everyone has a criminal history. I don't accept that as an excuse, William said. I don't like the fact there is a section of the base with lax travel rules. I say we go in and question everyone. That is one way to lose the public trust, John said, as the civilian in the room. Having soldiers burst into your home is a sight you will never forget. But it will get the job done, Severin. You want my department to keep the Alness community safe, but you keep both my hands tied behind my back. Let's not start the blame game, Stanford said. Let's focus on fixing the situation. Can we speak with that boy? Tim leans back in his chair. I apologize, General, but the boy is still in the surgery. They are attempting to reattach his arm. It will be a few days before he will be ready to talk. I understand, Stanford said. Sooner we get more information, the better. The last thing I want is to make what Vanguard 7 went through into a normal situation for the troops. He understands what Stanford means. War is already a dirty business, but they have a good thing going so far. The Bat and the prisoner already explained why the Empire has been abducting kids throughout the region. Now they understand the underlying motive. They can start figuring out a strategy to counter it. Let's not forget one thing. The Empire is adopting again, John brings up. I already told the Major my theory. Do you mind explaining it? He looks to John and nods. He then looks back to the screens. When we got the camp, we were attacked like they knew we were coming. While their defense was sloppy up together, it still bothered me how they figured it out. Since there was a bat and a cat, we both believe they are using animal hybrids like we use night vision and thermal devices. Correct, John said. Cats have great hearing and bats, while they can't see far, they have great vision at night. And they can create a mental map in their head with sound waves, just like Daredevil, he said, making sure everyone understands what the doctor is saying. Damn, William asked, does this mean they are taking our advantages and using them against us? I wouldn't put it like that, Young said. It seems like they are trying to copy our tactics, but having a bat act like our night vision, if true, is not as efficient as a pair of goggles. But the hearing part scares me, Tim adds. Just look at our animal kingdom. Animals have better hearing, sense of smell, and better eyesight. That is true, Young said. We started using the warrior bunnies because of their natural senses. Even elves have a better hearing than us. We will need to start updating our tactics. We are no longer just fighting humans, but the full continent. Are we? John asked. I am not the soldier here, but during the standoff, it seems like the kids were about to surrender. It was just one zealot who just couldn't put his pride away. He is right, William said. A lot of them are probably being forced to fight, just like the kids. You can't save anyone when they are firing at you, Severin said. I was in Afghanistan and we tried to help the locals, but they kept shooting at us. You can't say that about everyone, Young said. But what it only takes on Young, Severin said. You know that. There is a short silence after that. All right, Stanford said. William and Severin, I want you to start securing the town. I will get the amp on it, Severin said. We have some leads, but building a database has been an issue. There are no records on anyone. Understood, Stanford said. Get me results quickly before the media catches on. Coordinate with Young here. If you need resources, go to them. Understood, sir, Young said. He then sees Wellington and Pina come back on the main screen. He finds it strange seeing Pina in a more formal uniform besides in her armor. Her uniform is a mix of blue and tan color patterns with this orange cloth around her shoulder. Really? Pina said. All I have to look at the screen and everyone can hear me? Correct, Wellington said. Pina then looks at the screen and her eyes widen. Wow, I can see all of you. You are so small. He watches as she starts poking her screen as she tries to understand her first video call. He can't help but chuckle watching that. Understanding the context, he can see most of the other officers finding the sight amusing. Nice to see you again, Princess, he said. Pina freaks out a little after hearing him speak. He heard me? They can speak? Okay, Stanford said. We have work to do. Your Highness, we requested you because we have questions about the man-bear-pig people. Pina leans closer to the screen, still getting used to the new technology. The ambassador told me. I am sorry, but I know little about them. Princess, you have the most interaction with them, he said. Any details you have might be important. Pina sits there as she tries to share a screen with Wellington. Well, I have never seen or heard of their kind before. The Empire had no formal contact with them before my father died. I believe my brother has new friends, and they helped him take control of the Empire. She then looks directly at the screen. But I remember one of them saying to me that they wanted to take over the Empire from the top. Okay, William said, but what about with us? We just learned they are actively trying to take our people for some experiments. They took one of our scientists. There was another we were able to save. And she said that they have more and in multiple facilities. It is another Noriko situation, he said, thinking back on when he saved Noriko at the cost of a peace treaty. While he has no regrets, he does wonder if they made people, or if he was more diplomatic, then maybe the ambassador could have negotiated the freedom of them all. Besides saving the one to make a point, they could have saved them all down the road. He can see based on her reaction that she feels responsible. She was the crown princess of the Empire and was supportive of the war before their encounter in Italica. The Empire took an unknown amount of our people and turned them not slaves and now seems like lab rats. Pina then starts to explain the first time she encountered them. It was a group of shady people of many different races. That they were racing against them to claim the American slaves. They were able to save some, but others were butchered. But everything she said was in her report from before. Thank you, Princess, Stanford said. Let me wrap up what you said. The Empire has no contact with this new group called the Hario tribe. However, based on the two kids' report, they are in league with the Opraknina. I think it is safe to say we have underestimated them, Wellington said. I don't think we underestimated them, he responds. I think we just don't know enough. Because of that, we can't properly plan or react. That is the problem, Young said. We are reacting too much. We should be out there freeing these people. We need to be and stay aggressive. The leader of the Opraknina is Svenhard Lupus Moon, Pina said. He is a very dangerous man and very loyal to my brother. Then it is safe to say they are in Alness, Severin comments. If only we had that pigman to get information from. All right, Stanford said. Thank you very much. I will be holding a follow-up meeting on this subject with the proper chain of commands. He understands what Stanford means by that. He is about to go to war with the CIA for the information he should have gotten. He has dealt with the CIA during his time with Delta. While he has a lot of respect for them, he always got the impression that they have competing interests. More like they are on the same team, but not for the same reason. Not all of them, but a few in power. We also always thought it was strange that Princess Pina did not about a sentient species on this planet, but the bookworms tossed it in the bin of everything else we don't understand. Since that day, NATO has run into many other species, some fantasy races and others completely new. He sees everyone logging out. Once the meeting is over, he sees Tim spin in his chair and looks at him. Busy day, Major. Glad you came when you did. I hate to send some regulars on that one. Consider the rest of your time here a short leave. Leave, he spoke. Your team will be stressed out after that, Tim replies. We are doing a launch tomorrow. Have you ever seen one in person? He then chuckles. They are amazing, each time. You and the rest of your team get some rest. I believed you had a movie idea? He nods. Selena is walking through the hallways of the base heading to the mess hall. She has been on enough military bases to understand the signs. From what she understands, the team had a tough mission and was granted time to relax. Tonight, his movie night was planned to be him and the girls only, but the girls said it was okay to include everyone. The girls meaning Rory, Lelei, Tuke, and herself most of the time. Almost everyone is in the lounge room getting ready to watch the movie. She wonders why everyone seems stressed out. She has seen them fight before, and they always come back looking excited and united. But they seem different today. As a tradition, she likes to help the team out by getting them drinks, food, and whatever they need after a mission. She gets to the mess hall and talks to the man in charge. The chief was nice and got her a wheeled table so she can bring everything to the lounge room. It is nothing special, just a basic warm meal and some drinks. As she heads out of the mess hall, she stops. Over in the corner, she sees another soldier sitting there. It is a woman, and she looks fully geared up, excluding her weapons. She was going to ignore her, but then she notices the V7 patch on the arm and realizes it is the new teammate Sophie Everett. She mumbles. Maybe she does not know about the movie night? She adjusts the military shirt that Sharpe gave her, saying that she must wear military-style clothes while outside Alness and Minnick. When she walks over to Sophie, the first thing she notices was that Sophie smelled. She smells like her father after a mission, the sweat, the blood, dirt, and everything else that comes from a hard day work on the front line. Usually, soldiers clean up after they get back to base. It is to prevent soldiers from getting sick because of what they call germ theory of disease. Little monsters that you cannot see but go into your body and try to make you sick and kill you. She learned that recently when watching that anime, Cells at Work 5. She sees that Sophie is still in her uniform, including her helmet. She is eating from a can of soup. "Hello," she said as she appears around the table. "It is Sophie, right?" Sophie takes a bite of her soup and glances over at her with an annoyed look. For a second, she was afraid by the look, but then reminds herself that she is one of Sharpe's rangers. She has met grumbly soldiers people before, but none of them ever threatened her before. Besides, she has not spent any time with her yet. Why would she hate her? "I just want to let you know we are having a movie night, and you are invited," she said smiling. "We were going to watch a movie called Apollo 13, but Father decided to change it last minute. He says we will still see it, watching it on the way back to Alness, but now we are watching something called Wally." "It is called Wally, you brat," Sophie said and slams her soupkin on the table. "And now you people are stealing my favorite childhood film?" Seeing the anger in her eyes, she takes a step back. "Steal what? I didn't steal anything. Father said it was great, and we all will love it. Plus, it still matches about space and not being lazy." Sophie stands up and gets close to her. "Why do you keep changing the way you call him? You call him Dad, Father. Pick one." I only recently started calling him Dad," she said. "That is because. Why are you being so mean? I only tried to be your friend. I am friends with everyone else on the team. That is because they are sellouts." Sophie yells and gets right into her. She then points onto her chest, lightly pushing her back. They care more about pretending to be soldiers in the PR stunts than protecting their own kind. No matter what you two think, he is not your father. It is a lie. Back in the civilized world, you two will never be a real family. Because you stole that from others. Your people attacked my people. They came, beaten, raped children, and slaughtered my hometown. Fuck. I will never get that sight of that girl being taken by that goblin, cutting open that boy. God. They just tossed her to those goblins. Sophie continues as she gets angrier. Sophie then gets close to her, looking directly into her eyes. "My city, the one I grew up in, is now halfway destroyed. Fuck. The school I went to is gone now. The store I used to buy clothes is gone. The place I first got laid is now gone. Because of you fucking aliens who wanted to pick a bone with us. And my people are playing nice with them." "Hey," she yelled. "I had nothing to do with any of that. I hate Daff." "I don't care," Sophie responds. "Apples and oranges." She looks at her, confused by the reference. "What do you mean apples and oranges?" Sophie gets anger hearing the question. "You backward people." "Hey," she said, getting annoyed by this. As Sophie was railing down on her, her hand reached to her upper chest and grabbed her Polaris necklace Sharpe fixed for her after it was damaged after being kidnapped by the Wood Elves. She cannot help herself then start to cry a little. "I just came over because I care about you and everyone of Dashda." Again, she was cut off by Sophie. Sophie reaches down and grabs her necklace, holding it out. "This thing pisses me off the most. It is you and the so-called other girls think you belong with us. And that Dashda." "Hey." She looks over and sees Alicia rushing over in a clean pair of olive green pants and a tank top under a jacket. And she can see in her eyes that she looks pissed. She then feels Sophie pushes her away, making her trip on the floor. Right then Alicia grabs and easily overpowers Sophie and rams her into the wall. While on the floor watching, she can see her training with Rory has helped her training. "What the hell?" Sophie said as she struggles against the wall. Alicia grabs Sophie's arm and starts twisting it. "Look, you bitch. I have been wanting to put a lid on your mouth for a while now. First, I thought you were just struggling to fit in, which is normal in this unit. But at least the Major kept his personal issues to himself." Alicia then tosses Sophie away. "We have a good thing going on now, and I won't let you fuck that up. We have been through so much." She then looks over to her. Are you okay, Selena? She gets up and holds onto her necklace, it being her most favorite possession she has. Her father gave it to her, and it helped save her life. I am, thank you. Screw this, Sophie said. Alicia then looks to her. No, you need to remember what side you are on. You said you saw the enemy take our kids for their sick pleasure. Well, he stops things like that from happening, and we freed people. We were the ones who saved Noriko. The boss threw away a peace treaty for that. Alicia struggles to control her anger as she continues. But what the fuck did we just did out there? But the Major is right. We did what we had to do because we had no choice. The people who attacked us had a choice, and that is what makes us different. Specialist, Sophie said. I don't care about the differences. What they did was wrong. It was, but you thought assaulting a 13-year-old was right? Alicia said. Now I am giving you an order, walk away. She walks up to Alicia's side. Sophie, I understand how you feel. I was taken dash dot. Alicia holds out her hand, stopping her from speaking. Selena, don't. She hasn't earned the right. You're my niece, but she's not your aunt. She takes a deep breath, not fully understanding what Alicia means by that. She remembers Sharpe killing 3 of the 4 mercenaries, but Alicia was also there who killed the 4th. She also was the one who cleaned up her body and clothed her when they first met. 6. She then watches Sophie grab her soup can and walk out of the mess hall. Once she is gone, she looks up to Alicia. Thank you. Alicia looks at her and gives her a thumbs up. All good, kid. They head over to the wheel table and start pushing it to the lounge. She smiles happily to see her, but then wonders why she is here. She was in the lounge room making fun at Frost. Why are you here? Well, after you left, Lelei corrected the Major, Alicia said with a chuckle. She said the rule is that you're not allowed to go anywhere alone. I hate that rule, she said. I understand. Next time don't get taken, princess, Alicia said, and then winks at her. I was a handful for my dad. My mom left us when I was 2, so he had to take care of her alone. God, I am shocked he didn't abandon me, she said with a chuckle. Anyway, I volunteered. Okay, she said and glances away. Why is she so mean? Alicia takes a breath as she collects her thoughts. I think she has seen a lot too fast. My people are not adjusted to the horrors like the people of your world is. Someone being sold is a normal thing here, but back home, it would be a national crisis. Not everyone can adjust well to what they experience. I think she just does not know how to adopt yet. Just stay away from her. Okay, she said. She then stops and gives Alicia a big hug. Thank you. Alicia rubs her on the head. We better go before your father goes full Delta on us. You are going to love Wally. Camp Galileo, January 11th, 2026. Lelei walks over to the control room and heads to the main window. It is the same window where she and the others saw the Launchpad. On the Launchpad is the same rocket that is called a Falcon 9. It is made by a company called SpaceX, a powerful company that is leading the way with American expansion into space. Above her are many smaller screens, all with a countdown. All around her are Vanguard 7, excluding the new Ranger and Andrew. Sophie said she was not interested in watching, and Andrew is in quarantine after getting bitten by the bat. As of now, he is healthy and patched up. They all look just as excited as Rory, Tuke, and Selena. As she holds onto her staff, she looks up at Sharpe. Major. Sharpe looks down, smirking like he was expecting that she was going to ask a question. Really? Lelei has a question. Never saw that coming. Rory then punches him in the arm. Smartass. She tilts her head in confusion. Well, I was researching everything I have learned here. That explains all the smoke coming out of your ears, Alicia comments, getting a few other Rangers to laugh. Right up until now, she never realized that her asking questions to have become a joke within the team. I didn't realize I asked so many questions. I will cut back on my questions. Rory's head pops around Sharpe. No, she said in a defiant tone. Selena looks at her. If you stop asking questions, then we have to start. Tuke peeks around Sharpe next. Yes, it is far easier if you ask all the questions and then dumps them down for us. She looks at the 3 and tilts her head. Did you just call yourself dumb? Rory holds out her figure and then stops herself from speaking, just realizing she did just call herself dumb. All around, everyone starts laughing about the interaction. In all my years in the army, Randy said, I have never been around a unit like this. Never made sense. Okay, Sharpe said as she chuckles. Countdown is getting close. What was your question? She looks up back at Sharpe. While you were gone, I looked up Apollo, Gemini, Sputnik, the moon landing, and those space stations you talked about. When we were looking through that massive telescope and look at other worlds, I wondered why you were looking for them in the first place. Why are you people going through all this effort? From what I understand, she said, all of this takes a lot of money and energy to do. Your people put a lot of time and energy to do all that, but what is the result? Because you can be enough for the long term. Even today you look at all the flares and find all these new worlds among the heavens. But I do not see the point. You know you can get to it. Even you said you wish to go to Mars, but you know you can't. Sharpe looks down and back out the window as the rocket. Hundreds of years ago, there was a man named Christopher Columbus. Europe and Asia traded for centuries, but it was through hazardous land routes. He believed there was an undiscovered sea route to Asia. Everyone thought he was crazy, that it was impossible. It was believed everything was already discovered. Let me guess, Tuke said. He was right. Kind of, he said. You see, no one knew about the American continents where my country is today. They just thought it was empty water. He found a brand new world with new riches and discovery. While he was not the first to discover it, he was the first to kick off the exploration of it. I remember you talking about this back on Earth 7, Rory said with pride. Your people came from a faraway land and built a nation from scratch. Correct, Rory, Sharpe said. To answer your question, Lelei, my country was built on exploration and being pioneering. Columbus did that because he was trying to expand trade in new goods, to expand the future in ways no one saw coming. Now put that in the current day, Sharpe continues. Resources are limited, and the more we develop and expand, the more resources we will need. Up there, resources are limitless. We will be able to go there, find new lands, new cures, and resources. It is the key to our survival, Sharpe adds. A nation needs to continue to grow, otherwise you become stagnant. What I mean by growth does not always mean territory expansion, but growth in technology and innovation. Let us just say something happens to our home on Earth. That is it. Game over. The reason we try to explore and want to expand to Mars, Titan, Europa, and even here is because it is key to our survival. Your ideas and values only survive if you're alive. The key is to create a better future, to pass the torch to generation, Rory said. She looks to Rory as everyone else does. Surprised she is almost quoting President Ronald Reagan. Rory looks at everyone a blink. What? I pay attention to. Sharpe, Tuke said. What you are saying sounds like empire building. She looks to Tuke and then back at Sharpe. Tuke is right. That sounds like how the empire was built. She remembers Sharpe explaining the first time they went to Earth at that American History Museum, explaining that the incoming Americans took the lands from natives and built their civilization on top of those lands. But he has always been honest about that, and she can see that they have changed. With power, people almost always use it against weaker people, but as Sharpe likes to say, if you do not learn from history, you are doomed to repeat it. You are right, Tuke, he said. We want to expand into space because one day it will solve many of the resource problems we have. More lands for food, an infinite number of ore and energy, and things we yet to imagine. But the key is learning from our past, both the good and the bad, so we can do it right. There is nothing wrong with expanding. Expanding does not always mean stealing territory from someone, but in this case, the question is, can we do that without hurting native people? Sharpe then looks at them all. That is why our mission here is so important. We have to do it right because what we do now will lay the stones to tomorrow. Will we become an empire based on robbing others, or be an empire that spreads the beacon of liberty and self-rule? I choose late, and I believe this because that is our salvation. Having colonies on Mars and maybe a world outside of and your system means our people will continue. I get it, Rory said. I've been around for a long time, and I have seen people fight over for what little there is. The empire expands because if it cannot, it dies. That was a flaw, Talon, and I didn't see when we built it. It is all about more resources, otherwise you die. Interesting, she said. It is like my old tribe. We are nomads. I find it interesting how similar what you say to what they said. If you sit on what you did yesterday, then you never know what you missed out tomorrow, Sharpe said, and then places his hand on Selena's shoulder, making a point that none of them would have ever met if it was not for the American exploration spirit. I believe you people have already chosen what path, Rory said, and that is why everyone keeps rallying behind you. The empire expands to subjugate people while you expand for love. She looks up as she hears Tim speak. To all base personnel, Tim said over the base microphone, we are beginning the launch sequence. Starting final countdown. She stands there as she hears this lady counting down on the base microphone. Once the numbers on the main screen hit 0, she sees this explosion and clouds coming from the bottom of the rocket. At first, she thought something went wrong. Tim said that this is a test launch, and she thought the rocket was exploding. But she notices Sharpe, the other Rangers, and everyone else who is working in the control room are not freaking out. Then she leans against the window as she watches the clouds around the rocket gross. The rocket detaches from the launch pad, and then she watches as the rocket starts to go up. By the gods, Rory says in pure shock as she lets close to the window. Slowly the rocket goes up and continues, picking up speed quickly. She has seen aircraft take off at the Alness airfield. It looks simply like the plane is gliding in the air like a bird. This side is quite different, a massive stick-looking machine going directly into the sky with brute force. As the rocket goes up and out of sight, she looks up at the screen which is still showing the rocket going higher into the sky. All this time she has been impressed by the other worlders' power and technology, but she never questioned that they are more powerful than the gods. Seeing this massive rocket go into space, she sees that new reality Sharpe trying to explain. From what she understands, the gods are stuck on this world, while the Americans can surpass them, and now which is stronger. As the machines of man travels up into the realm of the gods and then surpass, they become masters of their destiny. She spoke as she watches the screen. Roldham Valley. Giselle is standing there. There, girl, she says as she pets the mother flame dragons. She looks at the giant legendary flame dragon. Her goddess Hardy told her to awaken her from her deep slumber for this grand plan she has. While she does not always understand her goddess will, she always does what she orders. She hears some sounds behind her and looks, seeing the other two baby flame dragons. While they are babies, they are still massive compared to a humanoid. You two are so cute. I love all of you. She then hears this loud explosion sound, freaking out her dragons. Stay here. She jumps up and flies up the volcano until she gets up top. She lands on the edge and looks west. What she sees confuses and terrifies her at the same time. She sees this light in the distance, and it just keeps going up. It looks like the breath of a dragon, however it never stops. By the gods, what is that? She asks herself as she tries to figure out that strange light that ascends past the clouds. Belnago Shrine. Hardy is in the bathing chamber alone. Steam is coming from the water around her, showing that this is hot spring water. She lowers herself into the water and glances up. I wonder if this steam feels good. She then sees this pink flower falls down form the man-made hole in the roof. She watches it as it slowly descends. The flower reminds her of her love, Rory Mercury. As a goddess, she is emotionally disconnected from the world, just like all the other gods. But there is time a god or goddess can have strange cravings. She has always found Rory Mercury fascinating, being small and beautiful. Everything she does is full of love and passion, but still able to slaughter everyone in her god's name. While it is common for apostles to work together at times, what Rory did with Talon and tried to create a new world order impressed her. It showed her that Rory was not just this blind zealot like most apostles is, but she wanted to do more than that job of an apostle. While she is emotionless, deep down inside she does this desire to want Rory. While Rory has protested her attempts, that has only made her want her more. The pink flower lands in the spring water pool, and she looks at it, baffled by its beauty. She moves her hand, and the water around it spins lightly, making the flower move. She keeps doing it as she finds little amusement from it. Rory, Hardy said, and no, you fled to these other worlders for protection from me. But you don't know I was the one who opened the gate. The plan will commence, and you will be my reward. My beautiful reward. She then sits up surprised but still with a cold expression. She then looks to the right and up a little as she feels a disturbance. Impressive. I knew they were powerful, but I couldn't imagine they could leave the boundaries of their or our world without a gate. I hope the gamble isn't for nothing. Schwartz Forest. Yao Rodusher is sitting by a campfire as she prepares her bow. Around her are 4 male dark elves, all preparing their weapons too. She glances up as one of her comrades complains about how hungry he is. She can't blame him as her belly feels empty. When the flame dragon killed half of her people and most of their farmlands, they became helpless. The only way to survive is to steal food. However, they can't go far because of the stories of this powerful army farther up north. They hear the sounds of their dragons and wagons, and they sound terrifying. The elders decided that they already have problems with the flame dragon. They can't afford to trigger another crisis with these strange strangers. This has forced them to stay local, raiding nearby towns and passing travelers on the Schwartz Goat Path and the Hajesen Rover. She looks up. Don't worry, brother. Hardy is looking out for us. We will get food this time. We better. An elf said. Another season like this, and we will lose the children and elders. She takes a deep breath, knowing the reality of the situation. While she wanted to risk an encounter with these strange power people, most of her people are too afraid. Besides, who can help? Nothing is more powerful than the flame dragon. But her heart has been telling her that maybe the risk with the strangers might be worth it. It is either death by the flame dragon or death by these new strangers. Then they all hear this loud explosion sound coming from the west. They all stand up and then rush to an opening in the forest. Standing on a cliff edge, she sees this strange object coming from the ground in the distance past Nighteye, where the old Bregrath fortress once was. She stands there speechless as the object goes straight up, heading past the clouds. At first, her brain said it had to be the new stranger's dragon because of the fire it is breathing, but that didn't make sense. No dragon can go that high into the sky. The Trinity Mutant Range, Eskia clans, Temple of Zuffmut. Mabel Thorne looks up at this bright object in the sky, coming from the Otherworlders' territory. The object is extremely far in the distance, across the large sea. She has heard of these Otherworlders from passing trading ships, especially about the Americans who lead them. She has been preparing for them since her Zuffmut, the goddess of light, and order told her to. They have been destroying the Empire and their allies with ease. While she does not care about the Empire and would prefer they fall into dust, they have been pushing on her islands, spreading like insects. Hardy new minions are an offensive threat. As she stands there and watches the strange objects flies up into the heavens, she looks to her left to where Zuffmut is standing. You were correct. I know, Zuffmut said. We must continue our work. I believe we are running out of time. She takes her blood sword diva and kneels. Yes, my goddess of light and order. We shall begin soon. She then looks back and sees the small light from the object going into the night sky. Rory, we will finish this. Camp Galileo. Rory looks at the screen as the rocket goes up into the darkness of space. At first, she wondered how they were able to see that high up, but Sharpe explained there are small cameras all around the rocket. Her eyes have been wide since the launch, and she hasn't been able to close them. She has seen many things during her 962 years, but this is something she has never seen before. It was different seeing it in their history channels and see pictures of it. Seeing it live is a completely different experience. She sees the bottom part of the rocket detach and starts falling back to her world. Look, Lelei said. It is true. Ours is a sphere. Do you see the curves? She looks at the image and notices what Lelei is saying. Being an apostle, she always thought she had a lot of knowledge, being smarter than the average mortal. While she is not embarrassed that she isn't, a lot of other apostles will be offended, but they become a second-rate power. She watches as the top part of the rocket opens and lets out what Sharpe called a satellite. What Lelei was just saying is correct. These people have done what the gods cannot. Leave their world to another, under their own means. She hears Tim speak over the base microphone. To all base personnel, Tim said, Uros, 1 mission complete. Mission complete. V12, Chapter 135 Meeting Main. Napnai Gladiator Arena, January 10th, 2026. Kagash Poprala is sitting in the stands of the Gladiator Arena. Before they left for Rondell, she promised her son Fagrish that they can watch a few games. While she doesn't like the games, her son and husband surely loves them. Boys, she said, I will never understand their love for violence. That is the mother speaking, Drasho Getro said with a chuckle. True, but I can't help it, she replies. She glances over to the left and sees the human sage. He is the representative from Rondell, her competitive magical city. He is one of the governing members of the Governing Council, and he helps manage the economy of Rondell and has deep ties with the Magic Guild. While some of the other representatives from Rondell are off doing something else, Drasho wanted a secret meeting with her. During the summit, she and her family are here to represent Darlco, another major magical and research city within the Empire. It lays in the east, right before the grasslands of the old warrior bunny's kingdom. For centuries, Darlco has been in the shadow of Rondell, mainly because in Darlco they teach all forms of magic, including banned and forbidden types. They are far looser in their research than Rondell. The Magic Guild has a far less influence there because of all its regulations and customs, but the Magic Guild has been the biggest obstacle for Darlco in increasing its status. But those were the old days before the war. But I have to say I have never been a fan of the sight of blood, Drasho said. I see that is why you don't have a woman, she said. Drasho chuckles as the crowd celebrates the gladiator who just fought once. I am surprised you brought your son. She looks at him. I would never leave my son for a long period, to be gone for months if not for years. My heart could never allow it. And yet you bring him to war? Drasho said. Well, she replies, we didn't know we were going to accept the Empire terms. Just like Rondell, we act more independently than most imperial cities and counts. And if we did accept, that means our mission would be far longer. She then looks down at her beautiful son as he watches the games. He reminds her of her husband Galric when they were kids. He was full of excitement and full of energy before he was cursed. Her parents tried to sacrifice her to save themselves, but he agreed to Hardy to become a warlock. He saved her from the demon but was cursed to be stuck as a warlock for life, and can only speak a dead, ancient language that she had to learn to understand. In return, she fell in love with him and started a family with him. She then sees the child warrior bunny she bought for him in the city market. Drasho is right. Both her and Galric will be busy on their mission, so she bought her son a friend. I see you bought a bunny, Drasho comments. They are very popular these days. I believe in 20 years they will replace the cat people as the most popular slaves. Cat people are naturally weak compared to most other races and hybrids, which makes them easy to enslave. They also have this cuteness feature about them that attracts people to buy them. The warrior bunnies, while deadly, they have this exotic feature to them because it was rare for someone to buy them before the crown prince conquered this kingdom. They are considered the new toy on the block, and the fact over 90% of their babies will become females is the spices on top of the exoticness. But she wonders how long until people realize cat people are still easier to manage. I don't know about that, but he wanted one, she said. He needed a friend while we are away from home, and he is getting to that age where he will be taking interest in girls and will become a man soon. If he is anything like his father, he will be an energetic, rough one, she said with a chuckle. Well, it is good you got a bunny, Drasho said. Bunnies' offspring are always other female bunnies. Some say they have no males because of how rare they are. When the time comes there is that, but I have to admit she is kind of cute, she said. I am thinking about making her his lifelong slave and my servant because of her being just a toy for entertainment. Having two men in my life makes it hard to keep a clean, loving home, she said, referencing her husband and son. She then looks at Drasho. Now let's get down to business. As you already know, Rondell is a key city to the Empire, Drasho said. Our research, education centers, economic weight, and the magical element of our city is key to the war effort. Most of the governing council has protested for getting more involved because of how strong these other worlders are, she said. Yes, Drasho said. We believe the only reason we haven't been invaded is because of the mountains and Rose Stream. Yeah, she comments in a bored voice. I don't care about your people's troubles. We are here to help you, and in return, you help us. Darlco is ruled over a lord named Valker. He appointed her and her husband as emissaries. He sees this as a way to expand Darlco influence and replace Rondell as the top city within the Empire. There are corrupt people within Rondell, and their job is to explore it and help put the people they want in power and purge everyone else. Drasho takes a breath as he gathers his thoughts. Right now, there is a divide in the city. Very few want to side with the Empire. I believe you know about the other worlders' intents? Only the Empire propaganda, she said. Well, the propaganda is true this time, Drasho said. While Rondell does not rely on slave labor, the other worlders are ripping the economy, appears. They say they are doing that because of their so-called rights, but let's be honest, it's economic warfare. They are also overthrowing the people in power and replacing them with their own people. And yet Countess Mui is still in power, and same with King Duran, she comments as she yawns. She leans forward, closer to her son. Are you okay, my swearie? Fagrish turns around. Yeah, Mom, did you see that though? He killed that man even though he's smaller. She smiles warmly. I saw. She leans back and looks to Drasho. Because no one, but she can understand her husband, she has to do all the business decisions. While that is usually a male tradition, she understands why women stay away from it. Most of the conversation is boring. Are you not taking this seriously? Drasho asked. Yes, I am, she said, but I don't need a boring lecture on what's happening. I understand these otherworlders from the other side of the gate threatens the current order of Falmart. My people don't care. I am here because you reached out to Lord Valker. You are trying to purge the anti-empire elements in your government. Drasho adjusts himself. Right. Do you know of Grand Masters Mimosa La Mer and Cato L. Alteston? Of course, she replies. We know all of the Grand Masters. They have a lot of influence in the magical world. They are pushing for Rondel to follow Italica lead and leave the Empire, Drasho said. They want to reach out and extend peaceful terms to the otherworlders. She thinks about what he said. Both Cato and Mimosa are brilliant people and powerful sages. While they are enemies to her city because they don't believe in the dark arts and help prevent them from gaining their deserved influence in the magical guild, they and the rest of Rondel wish to hide knowledge while Darko embraces it. Still, they wouldn't dare to abandon the Empire and switch sides to a brutal invader as the propaganda says. The truth is it is in Darko's interest for Rondel to leave the Empire. That would force the Empire to embrace the city and treat it the way the city deserves. The problem is that Rondel will go to the new enemy. The Empire is already struggling with this new threat, and while she hates Rondel, she acknowledges how important and strong they are. Their knowledge and understanding of magic would be a massive blow to the Empire, and her lord doesn't want the Empire to fall. Correct, Drasho said. They are leading a separatist movement. The council is divided and agreed to stay neutral. But the more they learn about these Americans, the more the council is getting supportive of separation. What he said confuses her. She understands why Italica and Elba separated. They were already occupied by the otherworlders. Rondel is still within imperial control, and the Empire has a reputation of being brutal to anyone who even hints of separating. It is that bad? How did that happen? Cato L. Alteston has a young student working for the enemy, Drasho said. This student named Lelei Lalina has been helping them and been sending letters to Cato. She has been writing to him about her adventures with the otherworlders and this group called Vanguard 7. She starts to listen very closely to what Drasho has to say. He gives some details about this girl named Lelei. Her story sounds very interesting, and she have many positive outlooks on these otherworlders. What caught her eyes was when he said Lelei has learned to merge their knowledge with magic. She explains how she merged the two, and it has increased her magical abilities fivefold at such a young age, and has even invented new spells around their knowledge. The last part is that she expressed to Cato that Rondel should switch sides and join the Americans in the war. Interesting, she comments, and she reflects on everything Drasho said. She will be a problem in your attempts in becoming king, she said, and is a threat to Darko. Has she shared any of this knowledge with you? No, Drasho said in an annoyed tone. She explained that her commanding officer said they trust her with their knowledge, and she does not want to break that trust. She speaks highly of her commanding officer. Some people in the academy believe she is hoarding knowledge to advance her station. The Grand Council in the academy has proposed promoting her to the rank of master because of what she claims, he said. There is a massive debate going on about her. She is only 17 and Cato claims she is one of the most powerful mages in Rondel. This is interesting, she said. If Rondel switches sides and they get access to the otherworlders' magic, the Empire is finished and Darko will fall with it. Okay, from what I understand, Lelei is the bridge to the otherworlders and Rondel. All right, we will support your power to grab and take care of your girl problems. Drasho nods with joy. In return, Lord Valker will have control of the Magic Guild. She nods and smiles. She then looks down at her boy as Fagrish sits by his least slave Yemwe. Then she hears the crowd yelling in excitement. She looks out and smiles, seeing her husband walk out to the field. Fagrish, do you see your daddy down there? It's father, mom, Fagrish said and stands up, excited to see his father fight. Is that really him down there? She looks out and sees her husband Galric walks into the arena in his black and red warlock armor. Around him are 5 gladiators surrounding him. Is your husband going to be okay? Drasho asked, worried about Galric life. Mages are not normally frontline fighters. She giggles and then blushes, thinking back on their life. I wouldn't worry about that. He prefers to take his magic and beat people to death with it She sees Galric start chanting, and this orange color magic appears around his hand. While most sages and mages prefer staff to channel magic, he built the orb into his right-hand armor plate. As she hears the bell rings, starting the match, she sees all 5 humans charge at him, and then a light appears as he starts fighting them. Then this 4-armed skull creature that he once killed forces itself out of the ground screeching. Once it is out, Galric says something in his dead language. The skull creature screeches and charges at the gladiators. Galric then starts walking as the magic stabilizes around his arm, planning to rip these gladiators apart. Valtris, January 10th, 2026. Princess Pina Colada walks over and knocks on Muri's door. Countess, the delegation is about to arrive. The town of Valtris is a major seaport and bridge on the Roe Stream, being a border town to the Elis Forest and then to the greater Elis region. North of it is Populus, Rondel, and Belnago. Italica and Atler are to the east on the Appia Highway. Valtris was taken by NATO early in the war during the Elis Forest Campaign. 1. The battle took a day before the Imperial forces were defeated. In the beginning, tensions were high as the American forces abolished slavery 3 days after taking the city. It hurts the agriculture of its economy, but its industry in textile and river ships remained strong because of the high-skill labor needed. Ambassador Harland Willington explained to help resolve tensions, NATO agreed to allow slaves to go back to the fields, but as paid contractors. The slave owners were given 2 choices: pay them a fair wage or pay a low wage, but must provide decent living quarters and quality food. In return, Fort Alness would automatically buy 1/3 of their crops minimum to help offset the economic damage and feed the growing NATO presence during that time. From what she understands, this becomes the basis for the Elba Peace and Trade Treaty 2, where the slave owners have to pay their slaves a wage, turning them into soft employees. The next stage is to phase the institution out and integrate better methods and technology that will help the slave owners and the slaves. She remembers how zealous Major Sharpe is about topics like this and was shocked that Willington is taking a slow approach. But he explained that he is trying to prevent a war from breaking out because the economy collapsed and give people time to change. Too much change on a civilization level traditionally leads to instability and civil unrest. She already knew that the Americans and other nations once had slavery, and the debate was intense. For the Americans, it took a 4-year civil war to end it, which is the bloodiest war in American history. The problem with freeing all the slaves at once is that then they will have no jobs or homes to go to, and all the employers just went out of business because they went bankrupt. She remembers when she was at the Sadera Palace. The world felt so complicated, but after spending time with the Americans, she has found she had no clue how the world worked. She would have just abolished everything and called it good without thinking about the possible, as Sharpe did with Noriko. From what she can see, it seems like Valtris has accepted the new reality. She has seen some of the townsfolk holding grudges, but most seem to have a positive view of them. Mui guest door opens, and she can see that she was crying. "I am sorry. I am almost ready." When they got to Italica, they were rushed to come here. She did not get the chance she would like, but she told Mui what Herm said about her father, that he murdered him to save himself. 3. It didn't change the facts. Colt Formal went through the gate to fight a pointless war and died there, for the Empire. While she already knew that her father died in combat, it must be like drinking salt to know he was murdered for being loyal. "It is okay," she said. "If you like, you can skip the meeting." "No," Mui said. "They requested my presence, so I should go talk to them. I kicked them out of my city, and they want compensation. To hell with them." She finishes with some upset sniffing. She smiles and nods. "I will tell them you are on your way." After the door closes, she turns around and heads downstairs to the meeting room. As she walks, she starts to think about her father. Willington told her the spies in Sadera found out that her father was executed, but he couldn't tell her how they found out. She had a feeling that he would be dead, but what shocked her the most is that she had more emotion learning how Colt died simply learning that her father died. Looking back, her father only cared about his power and the throne. Everything is always about the throne. She always wanted to make her father proud, always wanted his love. Her mother died when she was young from a disease, leaving her with her 2 brothers and Molt. No matter how hard she tried, she seems to never find that affection that she wanted. She doesn't understand why, but as a daughter, there is this strange pull for that fatherly love. Dealing with Sharpe and the other humans from Earth, the hole in her heart seems to have been filled somewhat. She doesn't understand why she thought she could get his love. He didn't even love his sons. She is a royal girl. Her only place was to be married off to another kingdom, have children, and be forgotten by her father. He bastardizes Chrysis and tried to get him killed dozens of times for existing, turned Zorzel into a rapist child so he could manipulate him, neglected Diabo until he only felt value in reading books because he was too smart. Gray told her that she had 2 other brothers that she never met. He believes her father killed one, and he has no idea what happened to the other. She remembers when the war started. She marched, 4, to the throne room and requested to take her virgin knights to war. She was so naive, eager to prove herself in battle, but her father knew it was suicide. He was going to allow his only daughter to go to die, with no chance of victory. If Italica wasn't attacked while she was waiting for her knight, she would have died a few weeks later in a pointless charge against the American defense at Alness. The more she learns about her father, the scarier he becomes. She sometimes wonders that maybe the gate opened for a reason, to punish the Empire for its corruption. She has seen Sharpe with his team and with the girls and other natives of Falmart. There is so much love there, and it seems the Empire has forgotten that. As the Americans say, karma is a bitch. She gets downstairs and sees the U.S. Ambassador Wellington sitting there as he gets ready for the meeting. They are meeting a delegation of adventurers from the Rondel headquarters. Adventurers are a group of volunteers who do quests for local citizens like protecting caravans, fighting and rescuing villagers from monsters, and other local stuff. The best example to compare is the police force the Otherworlders have, but acting independently from the government. "Hello, Ambassador," she said. "Mui will be down shortly. I see she is still taking it hard." Wellington comments, "It is not easy for a 12-year-old, being forced to grow up so quickly. It sounds like Colt was a good man. Too bad events happened the way it did." "Yes," she said, thinking on that. "Either way, let's go greet them," Wellington said. She heads outside with him to greet the delegation. The adventurers have a mixed history. Some see them as good while others think they are just mercenaries pretending to protect the common people. There was a massive scandal at the city of Wuthard within the Elba fiefdom, 5, which forced King Duran to banish the guild post there. While Duran was right to do what he did, it was illegal. The Empire likes the guilds because they help the massive economy of Falmart. The guilds bring in a large sum of tax revenue, and when this case went to the Imperial Court, they would have sided with the guild, which would allow them to reopen in Elba. But the war happened, so the court case never happened. She walks outside and sees all these adventurers standing there. They are all armored up like adventurers always are. They take pride in their uniform, pretending to be warriors. For her, she remembers hearing the tales of them, the protectors of the common folk. All she remembers is hearing the glory of their work, but she was only a kid when she was told those things. She remembers Gray not having a positive view of them during her Rose Academy days. "Hello, my name is Harland Wellington, United States Ambassador for our operations in Falmart. I will be representing my people's interest," Wellington said. "Nice to meet you, Wellington. My name is Urgosh Pothrilo, rank S with the guild. I am the lead delegation here, and I will represent the guild in these matters. This is Carther Jagath, rank S. His party will be joining in the conversation to represent the adventures in the field." "Party?" Wellington asked. She looks up at him. When they say party, they mean like a team, like the Vanguard teams, but they are volunteers. Safety in numbers. "Ah," Wellington comments. She looks back at the Urgosh and sees a smile on his face. He must be thinking because Wellington doesn't know the basics, they might be able to take advantage of him during the negotiations. She smirks and looks back at the 2S ranks. "Nice to meet you too. I am Princess Pina Colada, leader of the Rose Resistance against my brother Zorzel. I will be joining the Ambassador and Countess Mui today." She sees their attitude go away as they realize royalty is in the meeting now. "Princess," Urgosh said, "I guess the rumors are true." "What rumors?" she asked, confused by that. "There are posters of you demanding for your head," Carther said. "I have seen them myself." "The traitor princess. It said you sided with these people. But we just weren't expecting you." "Well," she said, "I am glad I am famous now." She finished with a laugh. Then something catches her eye. She sees this female adventurer standing there. The one thing the Adventurer Guild has over the Imperial Army is that it allows women into it. As long as the guild gets paid, they don't care who enrolls. But that is not what is bothering her. She then sees this boy walk past her, and she gives him a box. "Excuse me," she said, "is that your son?" The woman stops and looks around and then to the princess. She then points to herself. Me. Carther walks between them. Lelei is a member of my party. Is there a problem? Answer the question or we are finished, Wellington said. She sees the adventurer called Lelei looking scared and confused, like she has no idea why she got the sudden attention. She sees 3 Romania soldiers and 2 American soldiers move around the adventurers, picking up on a possible situation. I bought him fairly, Lelei said. I can show you the document. If you are worried that I stole him, don't worry. I obey the law, she says in a nervous tone. So, he is your slave, she said smiling. I figured. Wellington snaps his fingers, and a few Romanian soldiers walk up taking the boy. What is the meaning of this? Carther said. I guess the stories are true. You rob people of their property. Not at all, Wellington said. The ability to own property is protected by our Constitution. The ability to own property is the right for all free men. However, slavery is outlawed by the 13th Amendment. By no means, you cannot own another individual. The kid goes free, no debate. She can see the same baffled look on their faces when she learned this hard lesson in the throne room. 6. At least this time no one had to die for the lesson to be learned. You're kidding? Lelei said in shock. That is true? You people do this? I thought that was just propaganda talk. It is just a boy, Carther said in an annoyed tone. Okay, we can deal with it later. But he is cute and… Fine, Lelei said, and lets the soldiers take the boy away. Very upset. Look, Wellington said. As I said, there is no debate about this. Under our area of control, slavery has been outlawed or being phased out. The guards should have caught this at Etlia. We understand we are from another world with different customs, and we do give some breathing room, but we do have red lines. If that is too much for you, then we can call the meeting a close. But if you want to have our meeting, then come inside. She looks to Wellington and is impressed by how he spoke. Sharpe is far more direct, but she found that Wellington is more diplomatic. However, his method is far worse. He just threatens to take everything and force them to choose in a very subtle way. Seeing the 2S rank members talk, they agree to go inside. They probably think that a single boy slave isn't worth losing on a business opportunity. Sometimes it is hard for her to remember she had that mindset not that long ago. She walks inside and heads to the meeting room. Inside, she sees Mui sitting there at the table. She walks over to the table and sits down. Besides for what happened outside, the meeting started decently. The lead delegation Urgosh explained how there is a history of their organization and how important they are to the regional stability and keeping the peace. The reason why they are here is that they do not like that they've been kicked out of the region, which is threatening the employment of their lower ranks. There are past debts both owned by Elba and Italica about the forced closures of their posts. As you can see, Urgosh said, when Countess here banished our organization, what she did, it is considered illegal under imperial law. That was because you ran off in our hour of need, Mui said in an annoyed tone. She is correct. I was there, she said, backing up Mui. That was because you didn't have the funds to pay for the protection, Carther said. You know the laws that Sadera created. That was because all our reserve was spent to invade the otherworlders for the Empire, Mui said. That prevented us to pay. I'm sorry about that, Urgosh said. I read about the situation on the attack on your city. By law, we are not allowed to be soldiers or take up arms against the Empire. It is not our fault that your father spent all your money on a failed war. And 2, those bandits were Imperial soldiers, and by law, we are not allowed to fight them. They were not soldiers, they were bandits, Mui counters. She thinks about what Urgosh said, knowing the law he is talking about. He has a point. The Empire made it clear to prevent a centrally organized armed group from turning against the Empire. On paper, the Italica post was correct to leave because they could claim that it was the Imperial army coming to sack the city, even though that was not the reality and makes no sense. You are right about the law, but you are not correct about the spirit of the law, she said. Carther crosses his arms and glances down at the cup of water. And here is the developing situation. After your people took the Elis region and removed the posts around Alness and in Elba, there is not enough work for everyone in this region. Most of the work was around Elis, but you killed many of our adventurers. It is an active war zone, she said. You should know better than going to a war zone. I am talking about after the battle, Carther said. Mergith party went to have christen, but they were murdered by your people. Murdered? She said, offended by that. As I said, they went to a war zone. Let me interrupt here, Wellington said. So far, he has been quiet. My people have only learned about the adventurers and the other guilds recently. You don't have guilds on your world? Urgosh said, confused by that. How does your world work? I am not going to go into the details in this meeting, but no, we don't use guilds, Wellington said. They are not efficient enough for our needs. But what I was going to say is that we only just learned about your organization. I am sorry about that party, but our troops must have thought they were soldiers of the Empire, based on how heavily armed they were. Okay, Urgosh said in an annoyed tone. I can understand the confusion during a time of war. However, I have to state that it is illegal to kill adventurers because they serve a public common good, regardless of a status of a war. Everyone knows that. And about our posts, Carther brings up, you said before that you value the ownership of property, but you closed down our posts. In Atler, Havkrisen, Valtris, Nyktai, and many more towns you forcibly closed them down and enslaved our people. She sits back into her seat, annoyed by the arrogance of that question. They are upset that they got kicked out of an occupied territory during a war. She does see why. The population is not accustomed to being invaded. The idea that someone invades the Empire and penetrates this deep within its territory is unprecedented. All the cities, guilds, and the Empire itself must be confused about how to manage the growing NATO presence and how to handle it. First, we enslaved no one. They are prisoners of war. Wellington continues. And those posts you speak of, during our opening days in securing the region, we thought these posts you speak of were the Imperial Army posts. We did not know of their functions, but that doesn't matter. What do you mean that doesn't matter? Carther said. Here is the issue, Wellington said. We do not recognize imperial law. The issues you brought up about compensation for Metallica and Elba, we don't recognize it either. I am not here to represent King Duran, and Countess Mui can make her own decision about past dues. However, I don't see the need for them to pay you back. They are subject to their laws and ours, not yours. Metallica and all the other towns are not part of the Empire anymore and are under our sphere of influence. They are part of our economy and military, and they will be made great again under our watch. And from what I understand is that you are here because you are looking to expand back to your former territory, Wellington said. Here is my issue with this. You are an institution of the Empire. You pay and report to the Empire, which we are war with. She then looks to Wellington as he explains in detail the institution of the guild, from how it is managed in the leadership to the ranking systems, and that S-rank members are the most senior members, and the headquarters in Rondell is the center of policymaking in the region for the guild. He then goes into how the parties are made to how payments and how taxes are paid to the Empire. As he goes on, she is shocked by how much information he knows. She assumed he didn't know much about them. In the beginning, he made it look like he didn't understand what parties were, and he remained quiet for the beginning. She starts to wonder if he was playing them. Wellington looks to her and smiles. You thought I was not going to do research? I called in a favor from a blue-hair friend of mine. Then he gives an annoyed look. She gave me a video recording of 18 hours of information about the Adventure Guild. 55 hours of the Magic one. Wellington then looks back at them. So, my question is this. Why should I let an organization who is loyal to the Empire in our lands and economy? I don't need to list off all the reasons what can go wrong. She looks back at the two adventurers as they talk to each other. Then Carther leans forward. As I said before, many of us are looking for work. I saw your armored wagon and your strange-looking bows. But with all of your power, you can't be everywhere at once. While you said the guilds are not effective, I say to you that soldiers are not effective for policing a people. You probably know this from that blue-hair girl, but the guild was set up, so the Imperial troops didn't have to be everywhere doing everything, Carther said. We have a strict rule for helping military because we help protect tavern trade routes between the cities and deal with other domestic issues. We are a stabilizing force to protect people from the daily dangers, not invading armies, like stopping goblin raids? Wellington asked for context. Correct, Urgosh answered. And let me make this point here, Carther said. What are your long-term plans? I don't believe you would rip a slave away from every owner. Otherwise, that would break the economy overnight. Your people are clearly too smart to do something so childish that quickly. Over time, yes, not overnight, no. You have the understanding to know there is a right and wrong way to do things. There are many other guilds in the region. Each one covers an important area of the economy and society, Urgosh said. If you plan on being here for the foreseeable future, then you will need to convince not just my guild but the others to see you as a friend and not an enemy. This is how economics work here in Falmart. She takes a breath. Okay, we get the point. What are you proposing? After asking that, she sees both of them talk quickly to each other. How about this? We maintain a neutral stance in war. What we want to do is just protect people. For the money, Muri said in a hostile tone. The world revolves around money, my dear. Carther shoots back. But the ambassador is worried about us giving money and information to the Empire. This will be an independent partnership to work out and see if the methods works. It will show everyone and the other towns that you're not coming to force all your ways onto people. And it will show there is a place in the new changing world for people like us. He is correct, Urgosh adds. Business needs to be a two-way partnership. Like the guild or hate them, they have a powerful status within the Empire. We have a close relationship with the mercantile, explorer, and the magical guilds. If we go back and say we couldn't figure out an arrangement, then they won't have any incentive to cooperate with your kind. As she listens to them, all she hears is political talk. While everything they said makes sense to her, she heard this type of talk back in Sad Era when dealing with other business leaders. There are dozens of guilds out there, some smaller while others are massive like the Adventurers. The three that he named were some of the bigger and more organized ones that opened throughout all of Falmart. She looks to Wellington, surprised that he hasn't said anything. While en route to Valtris from Italica, he told her the best negotiation tactic is being silent. The first person who speaks usually loses. It made sense to her, but she knows she couldn't sit there and remain quiet for this long like him. Both adventurers stopped talking after making their case. From what she understands, what they want is to allow a single team to go to Alness to represent the guild and work out a cooperation arrangement. To find a place for both the guild and NATO can work together independently from the Empire. After a brief silence from Wellington, he removes his hand from his chin and leans forward. All right, but I have terms. She looks to Wellington and back to the two adventurers. There is a sign of relief on their faces, as it seems like they put everything on the line and had no other proposals. She looks back to Wellington to see what he has to say. Only his party will be allowed to come through at this time, Wellington said. All post debts from all towns and kingdoms within our territory will be forgiven and have a clean slate. You will be operating under the Alness military police, and you will obey all of our regulations. I am willing to look past the incident with that boy because of cultural differences, but if we find out you are following a tradition that we considered illegal, then you will be banished. And most importantly, if we find out you are working with the Empire in any manner, you will be considered an enemy commander, and we will treat you like any other Imperial soldier. Before anyone else can speak, Wellington holds out one finger. However, there is one more thing. The one point that swayed me the most was when you said that business needs to be a two-way partnership. I agree with that. So I have one condition that you must accept right here and right now, otherwise we will part ways. Wellington looks at both S-rank adventures. During the siege of Italica, you left knowing full well what would have happened to both ladies here. Countess Mui Formal and Princess Pina Colada, and if my people did not intervene when they did, we all know what would have happened to them. As Wellington spoke, she watches completely lost on what's going on. She can see that he is playing hardball and that something is bothering him. She thinks about her time in Italica again and remembers how dire the situation was. If the city fell, Mui would probably be raped for a week, maybe two, and then murdered or be someone's slave because of her young age. She would have been their prisoner and raped for the better of a month before being sold for a high price because she is royalty. You can give me whatever reason you like why you abandon a helpless city, but my people see that as cowardly, Wellington said. If you want me to trust you, then you must apologize to both of these ladies here. After hearing that, she glances over to Mui. Her reaction looks just as lost as hers. She then looks over to the two adventurers, wondering what they will do. Men in their position, high in a powerful guild, are not accustomed to apologizing like this. They hate to be talked down to because they do a dangerous line of work. She sees the main adventurer Urgosh sit there speechless. He is struggling to come up with the words to respond. Carther looks at both Pina and Mui, Princess and Countess. As a representative of the Adventure Guild, I apologize for the action of the guild in Italica. The Adventure Guild are not soldiers, but we consider ourselves defenders of the people from the hardship of this world, and when the time comes, we did not live up to that standard. Please forgive us. She looks at Cathier and was surprised by what he said. His reaction looked like he was not pleased that he had to say that, but he didn't hesitate. Mui sits up and acts more ladylike. I accept your apology. She looks to Mui and then to the two adventurers. I accept it too. I think we can do business now that we understand each other. We will be leaving tomorrow morning, Willington said. Your party Carther can ride with us to Alness. We can take a break and then flesh out the smaller details. V12, Chapter 136. Today, President gave the first Medal of Honor in the war against the Empire. It is Staff Sergeant Tomas Espina of the 75th Ranger Regiment. During a diplomatic mission with an elf tribe, the Empire conducted a sneak attack and nearly overran the Ranger Unit. 1. During the attack, Staff Sergeant Tomas Espina was manning the vehicle M2.50 caliber. He was able to stop an incoming charge from the enemy, preventing the unit from being overrun. However, during the battle, he was shot 3 times by archers. Each time he was hit, he refused to take cover for medical assistance and continued fighting. Because of his heroism, most of the attackers were killed and the unit was saved. But he died when the 3rd arrow hit him in the neck, killing him instantly. The president said bravely, like, this is not our technology is why the United States is winning this war. SCNR News. Fort Minnick, 8th Infantry, Alness, Division, 5 miles south of Fort Alness, Mess Hall, January 12, 2026. Colonel John Young is sitting at a table in the mess hall, looking down at his tablet. He is at the newly constructed Fort Minnick, a few kilometers away from Fort Alness. It is part of an expansion program to help secure U.S. interest in Falmart, mainly thanks to Major Sharpe and his Vanguard team. The U.S. has recruited many locals to help in the war effort. Delilah is a clear example of local assistance, who has been helping with reconnaissance missions. Mute is another who comes to mind, helping bridge the alien gap in the Alness community. He glances up and sees Guardian Baluti, or known as Pinky by some of the troops, another nickname and character from a long list from Sharpe. While he has had many amazing men and women under his command, he has never had an officer like Sharpe. The strange ability to turn enemies into allies continue to impress him. Both him and Captain Sarah Rose has talked about it, and both came to the same conclusion. Sharpe is a true believer in what he does and why he does it. The freedom, the liberty, and everything that comes with that. For most, it is an idea you think about in your free time during the 4th of July. Sharpe's greatest strength is that conviction. That is what gravitates people like Rory, Pina, and Baluti, but it is also his weakness. While Major is his most trusted and experienced officer he does worry that he goes too far and feels like it is his responsibility to place limits and red lines on him. Sharpe will put himself in danger, and if he does not keep an eye on that, sooner or later he will cross that line for the last time. As the saying goes, what goes up must come down, and both him and Sarah saw what happened when he was down once. Baluti is sitting there at a corner table with some other defected soldiers from Legrath. She is holding up a potato chip and analyzing it like it is a diamond. He finds it humorous, seeing what is considered normal by his people as amazing or strange. He goes back and checking the reports about one of his rangers bitten by a bat boy. The Army hospital reports that Sergeant Andrew is not infected by anything. The medical personnel was worried that he was infected with an alien version of coronavirus because he was bitten by a bat. The report also mentioned that the Alness boy who got his arm chopped off. The doctors said they were able to reattach it in time, but there will be some permanent damage. He has seen it done before. The doctors reconnect the bone and get the blood going again. The key is getting the nerves reattached before they die, so speed is the key. The wonders of modern medical science. The meeting with Lieutenant General Charles Stanford was not pleased with the lack of progress in the manor. They thought they got a handle of it unto that situation. As he reads, he hears this plate drop sound in front of him. He looks up, surprised by the sound. He sees one of the Rose Knights sitting down in front of him. It is the purple-haired girl named Beefeater E. Katie. Can I help you, Knight? I notice you sitting alone all the time, Beefeater said. It looked like you needed some company, Colonel. He is baffled by the encounter. He normally likes to eat by himself. Is there something you need, Miss Katie? Beefeater glances down at his tablet. I can't believe your books are so thin. I saw Hamilton with her boyfriend reading stories. She looks back at him. What are you reading? He finds it amusing how excited the natives get with their technology. It brings this sense of accomplishment and a civilization level, but at the same time reminds him that these devices are not normal. Their point of view reminds him to be humbler, not taking his technology for granted. He lays down his tablet and looks at her. I have been reading mission report from Vanguard 8. They are escorting the NASA Planetary Geology and Geophysics and the British Geological Survey in the Beza Mountains, deep inside Elba, she said. You people like rock? Some do, he replies. I normally don't, but what they found seems promising. They found something called adamantium ore. They are currently looking for a mine vein. They claim it is stronger than diamonds, but lighter than steel. If that is true, it will revolutionize industry on my world. I heard of it, she said. My father has stakes in the local mining guild in Sadera. They could never mine enough to make it into something worthwhile. And the amount they could mine, they could not heat it to a high enough temperature to forge it into something. Even the dwarves avoid it. I can save your people time and say don't bother. He nods as he listens. He is surprised by how smart she is. She plays herself as a tomboy who does not care, but knows far more she lets on. It sounds like titanium. We have developed techniques to fix that problem. But thank you, Miss Katie. Beefeater shots him a glare and smirks. Please don't address me so formally. I might be the daughter of a noble family, but that does not mean I like it. I am not like the other knights who accepted their bloodline. That was a mouthful, he said. Mouthful? I haven't started to eat yet, Beefeater said, confused. It is a phrase, he said. It means you said a lot of information. She suddenly looked embarrassed by the confusion. Well, okay then. He gives her a nod. Why aren't you with the rest of your unit? He asked, looking past her and seeing the rest of her knights. She starts eating the steak. I got bored listening to their complaints about the class we took, and I figured it would be wise to get to know our bosses. That sounded better in my head. She smirks hearing that. One reason for Fort Minnick existence is to train the local population and integrate them into the U.S. Army. To do that, this place has many school and training facilities to get the natives to understand NATO terminology, structure, technology, and tactics. If I recall, you were snoring in First Sergeant Jacob Walt's class, he said, seeing her eyes widen. You know about that? She asked. I know everything my soldiers are doing, he said. She looks at him and then brushes it off. I guess an old man like you can't help keeping his eyes off us younger woman. Typical. He smirks, finding what she said amusingly. He can tell that she is testing the waters, seeing what kind of man and officer he is. You have an interesting imagination, Beefeater, but whatever thought pleases you. She laughs. Interesting reply. Once she calms down, she looks at him. I do have a question, though. You are older than most of the men in your ranks. I am surprised I have not met or heard stories about your son yet. I don't want to cross any lines, but did he die in battle? Her question confused him for a moment, having to think about the historical meaning behind it. Early in the war, the U.S. hired many history teachers and experts to help explain possible cultural meaning. People might say it is common for the son to follow in their father's footsteps. If the father is a blacksmith, the son becomes on too. If your father is the emperor, the son will end up as one. No, my son didn't die in combat. I don't have kids. And besides, in my country, parents raise their kids so, and they pick their paths in life. While some do those family traditions you speak of, that is a choice. I thought I heard something about that, choosing your own path, she said. That idea is very foreign from where I am from. Nobles have responsibilities. You think you would be free to choose with all that power and wealth, but no, it is more of a burden. She then looks at him. But why didn't you have kids? Did you never have a woman in your life? He moves his tablet, sees that the conversation is going longer than he expected. Normally, he would not engage in a conversation like this, but did notice all the soldiers, knights, and Pinky crowd noticing their conversation. He is hoping this conversation helps normalize relations between all three groups. I did, he said as he starts eating his biscuit. But we never had the chance before of the war. I served during the building up in Afghanistan and then fought the Islamic State in Iraq and Syria. Islamic State? She asked. They were insurgencies who were trying to create their own religious state, he said. Imagine the goddess Syphilis. They were worse. They tried to bring back the Islamic slave trade. They treated women like cattle and mass murdered anyone who did not convert to their ways. They were pure evil. Her eyes widen as she listens. Wow. Wow, yes, he said. Well, the Empire is bad. We have our own problems on Earth too. Either way, by the time I finally came home, she got cancer and we spent 5 years fighting that. He spoke. What is cancer? She asked, showing some concern. It is a deadly disease, he said. It is the definition of evil. Point is, we never had the chance to start a family. You think you have all the time in the world and 20 years go by. I am sorry to hear that, she said. Don't be. She passed away 5 years ago, he said. Good thing about war is that it keeps your mind busy. He thinks back on the school subject. Sharpe told Pina to make a report on each knight, so they can learn more about them. Besides Gray, both Boses Copolesti and Beefeater E. Katie were highly recommended by Pina. While both are still rough on the edges, they seem to be solid leaders within the Rose Knights. For a woman, so young, they seem to accept a huge amount of responsibility. But Beefeater seems to take her lessons as a joke. She sleeps in class. She does not do all the assignments and so on. From Sharpe and Sarah's reports, she is a skilled fighter. Both in Legrath and in rescuing Princess Selena, she showed to be a skilled fighter. Pina put a lot of trust in her during a tense moment. Let me ask you a question. Why don't you try harder? He asks. The question seems to catch her off guard. What? I mean, you have the makings of a leader. Pina highly recommends you for some kind of position. While most of your fellow knights are struggling to adapt to this new reality, you seem to adjust very well. He spoke. She stays quiet for a moment as she thinks. She then starts to brush off the question. Well, I never been a true noblewoman. My parents love me, but I never was the girl who fit in. The dresses, the manners, I never could do it. They are still clinging to their noble roots, while I never considered myself a noblewoman. Noble life seems complicated, he said. That's why I like how you people do things, she said. No one cares. When I was at Pina Rose School, I nearly quiet before the classes. I just don't like to study. But when I placed my hand on the sword and found that I was good, I mean, I am good. It feels very natural. But you can't do that forever, he said to her as he listens. Is that because I am a woman? She said, wondering what his intent is. She shakes his head lightly. Not at all. I mean, you cannot just settle for being just a swordswoman. What do you want, Beefeater? Why are you here? To serve Pina through this mess, she said, baffled by the question. I didn't ask for Pina motive, he shoots back. I said to you, are you looking to just stay by her side? Of course, she replies. How then? He asked. Your Highness is trying to integrate your and my people together, learning our ways and helping us win the war. I am not discrediting what you know as a soldier, but I know, and you know that your traditional way is over. If everyone around you is learning and growing, and yet you are standing still, how will you be able to serve your princess? He stops there, wanting the question to settle in her head. The worst thing a soldier can do is stand still. Not because of a sniper, but because if he is standing still, everything else keeps moving in life. Sooner or later, someone else will find a way to overcome you, or no one will be able to rely on you because your knowledge is outdated. He then stands up. I have a meeting with Brigade General Vilas Minsk, the base commander. He can see that she is in deep thought as she thinks about things. The rest is up to her if she wants to be more who she is now or stay comfortable. Sadera, Imperial Palace, January 12, 2026. Caslita is walking around in Zorzel new chambers. This room was once the home of the previous emperor, Molt Sol Augustus. It has a massively large bedroom, many private chambers for himself and his friends, a private bathing area, and other secret rooms that she is not allowed to mention. She was taken away from her sister when she was young and spent half of her childhood here at the Imperial Palace. She was placed in the royal slave maid group. She and the other girls' jobs were to take care of the royal family. It usually is a clean job, picking up clothes and keeping places clean. If needed, help them with a bath and feed them, but quite simple if you do your job right. Slavery is a part of life, and she learns to accept that this was her fate. She's seen some slaves get brutalized like Tayul and Noriko, but she thanked the gods that she was just a maid. Her dream was to become the head maid, responsible for organizing all the other slave maids. But after the Americans attacked and took Zorzel slaves and assaulted him, he has become far more aggressive and more toward goddess Syphilis evil acts. All the worst traits of him came flushing out. She was at the wrong place at the wrong time. The next thing she knew was that she was on Zorzel bed being stripped and then raped by him. Since then, she has taken all his torment and sadistic acts against her. She takes a deep breath as she cries from recent events. When Zorzel left for his summit, it was the best time of her recent life. Zorzel was not here to abuse her, but then he came back and became hell again. She looks to the right and sees this human female friend Hades. She is a fellow slave like her, a bit older. Are you okay? Hades asked. After she finishes placing Zorzal clothes into the drawer, she glances over to her. She places her hand on her arm and feels a recent scare from a beating. I am fine. I just hate how things became. She remembers a time before the Otherworlders. While it was common for a slave to get abused by one of the nobles or royal members, it was not as common as today. It happened once in a while, but there were limits. Being raped or tortured was rare for a maid. While torturing slaves is common, the elites normally did that to captured slaves from conquered land. Like Noriko and Tayul, for example. She never understood why Zorzal liked them so much, but he did. There was not a day he didn't assault them. For her, she was only assaulted once in the 5 years she has been a maid slave. She was hit and groped but never physically attacked like what is happening now. That changed after the raid of Sadera by the Americans. When they attacked and abused her master and took his 2 favorite slaves, everything changed in the palace. All the elites turned against their slaves and saw them as the enemy, like it was their fault for what happened. Scared they might revolt because of the American promise of freedom. Okay, Hades said with a smile. If you need to talk, just tell me. She nods and sniffs. Maybe later. I know he will be here soon. I wish he finds someone else to rape. I miss purring. She walks away and starts making Zorzal bed. Before Zorzal took her as his personal sex slave, she used to purr a lot. Being a cat people, it is normal for her to purr. It is like a human humming. But after what Zorzal did to her, she lost the ability to purr. She cannot even remember what it sounded like anymore. She starts making his bed and gets angry. She hates making his bed because as soon as she finishes making it, it gets messy again when they are alone. She hears a scream out the nearby window. She and Hades rush over and look down. I know him, Hades said. Down below at the plaza, she sees this man being hammered to a cross. He is being crucified like the other dozen crosses down in that plaza. That is the 20th slave to crucified. Some of them she knew. Damn you Americans, she mumbles. I am sorry, Hades asked. It is all their fault, she said with anger as she cries. When the Americans attacked, the relationship between the citizens and slaves have changed so much. All because of them. If they never attacked, I wouldn't be raped or being used as a punching bag every day. My arm still hurts from 3 weeks ago. I would not be getting whipped or being forced to dance naked. And our friends would not be dying just because they got the idea. They can be free, she stated. Since that attack, she has concluded that everything is the Americans' fault. If they never attacked, then she would not be in this situation. She has spent a lot of alone time with Zorzal, and she has learned a lot of his state of mind. Zorzal was a crown prince, the second most powerful man in the empire, and this one common soldier named Sharpe defied him and won, in front of everyone. He then seeks one of his female soldiers and humiliated him by beating him senseless. She can see Zorzal has never emotionally and mentally recovered from that moment. Everything is about that. When he is raping her, sometimes he pretends that she is that female warrior and that he is punishing her. Other times when he is beating and torturing her, he is pretending that she is Sharpe. She has become Zorzal's outlet for his anger. But the rumor is that those Americans and the Otherworlders believe in freedom, Hades said. She looks at her friend. Look, maybe that is true, but that does not mean anything for us. You know why Tayul was taken? Because she was a queen. You and I will never be free. She stops for a moment and begins to cry again. Seeing the real her and her friend is in, you and I will never be free. They don't care about us because we're nothing. Before she could continue, she sees the head maid walk inside. It is an older human woman. She oversees all the slaves at the palace. She looks at her wondering what she wanted, but then can see her reaction. You have been summoned, the head maid said. Her ears lower knowing what is coming. Ouch! She cries as another marble hits her. Her body tries to go into the fetal position, but because she is hanging, she could not. Caslita is in the war room, hanging from the ceiling. Her arms are above her as rope holds her up. She hangs there naked as this marble is flung at her by a slingshot. This is one of Zorzal's favorite games. He likes to play with her. Because she is weak, he enjoys turning her into his punching bag to vent out his anger, using her as a vessel to strike punishment on his enemies. She looks out and sees her emperor sitting there laughing at her. He is not alone. Svenhard Lupus Moon of the Oprichnina is there too. She honestly does not know who to fear more. Both are pure evil. There is this little boy that looks about 14. Your son has good aim, Zorzal said. Thank you, Svenhard said as he chuckles. Skotati, try again. Try to hit her belly. She watches 7 hard Sun Skotati load the slingshot. She closes her eyes knowing what was coming. She then feels the hard impact on her chest again. Ouch, she cries. Good shot, Zorzel said again as he laughs. Your son will become a good replacement one day. That is the plan, Svenhard said. I need to teach my son and daughter the arts of darkness, how to instill fear in others. Son, please tell the Emperor why you are shooting marbles at her. Besides, she is a slave? Skotati asked. Correct. Okay, Skotati said and thinks. Because when your enemies are imprisoned, they assumed you will do something big and well-known. However, sometimes the smaller and unexpected things are more effective. Most do not see marbles as a threat, but after getting hit by 12 times, it is a way to humiliate a person. Very good, Zorzel said as he chuckles. Besides, it is entertaining. Take another shot, boy. She sees the boy named Skotati aim his slingshot. She closes her eyes knowing what is about to happen again. She then notices nothing happens, and she opens her eyes. She sees all 3 men sitting there looking away. She looks to the left and sees the Dark Queen, soon-to-be Empress Famulus. Her eyes slowly go up at the succubus woman. She has never seen a succubus before, but has heard stories. They are normally smaller than most humans, small wings, and what people describe them as sexy. This is her first time seeing Famulus, and it is frightening. She does not fit the description she has heard. Unlike her, where she will whimper in the corner, she stands there strong and in control. She has bigger wings tucked on her back. What is the meaning of this? Famulus demands. Zorzel stands up. I am having some fun after a long trip and day. She looks to her master and then looks at Famulus. If the rumors are true and they will begin a political union, it terrifies her. Having to serve 2 monsters, she cannot see herself surviving the rest of the year. I've been watching your habits, Zorzel, Famulus said. You pick on your weakest slaves because you haven't gotten over from your last beating. She takes the much-needed breath that she has not had to have. The break from being used as a target practice is a moment to breathe for her. But she is listening and knows what Famulus is talking about when her master was beaten by the Americans. Zorzel looks at Famulus with an annoyed reaction. You are speaking to the Emperor. You don't speak down with me like that. Am I? Famulus asked. What happened to the Emperor from Napni? The man who united a continent under a common goal, the defense of our home. All I see is a boy playing with his toys. I can do as I please to a slave, Zorzel said. Why do you care so much of her little life? She sees Famulus look directly at her. She can see the horror in her eyes, forcing a cold chill down her spine. Famulus looks back at Zorzel. I care nothing about this little cat slave. What I care about is you're taking your anger on her about this man who haunts your dreams. You should be focusing your energy on defeating him than beating a slave. Famulus looks directly at him before he can talk. And Generals Woody, Kalasta, and Padawan are working on rescuing Herm, while Brition Hasulo is building up the dwarven defenses in the Dumas Mountains. What are your generals going to think about knowing that you're playing around when there is work to do? If you want to be an emperor, you need to show everyone that you are, Famulus said. Then you will kill that man and defeat the otherworlders. Then you can kill and enslave as many of their kind as you like. She watches as Zorzel leaves the room. Svenhard and his son follow behind. She then sees Famulus walks over to her and cuts her down. She falls on the ground and holds herself for a moment as she regains the feeling in her numb arms. After a moment, she gets on her knees. Thank you, my Empress. Impressive, Famulus said. You already knew how I wanted to be addressed. But do not thank me. My kindness comes with a price. Anything, my Empress, she said, still gathering her strength. I live to serve. Famulus kneels and lifts her chin. Do not think this is a change of the tide. I know who Zorzel is. He is a boy who enjoys doing harm to the weak like you to build himself up. He can come back in here and take you in all your holes. You are a slave. But if you serve me, I promise your life will be less painful, Famulus continues. I will soon be carrying his child and I will need a personal assistant. She looks up at her and nods. I will serve you in every way, for best or for worse. Famulus stands up and looks down at her. Now get up and heal your wounds. I will be calling for you soon. She takes a deep breath and slowly stands up. It has been a long day, but she is grateful the final event will not happen today. She walks away after thanking her Empress for her kindness. Philadelphia, USA. January 12th, 2026. Delilah is sitting down at an outside table. She is wearing a sun hat with 2 holes cut out for her ears. She is wearing shorts and a shirt. In her hand is a big ice cream cone that Bailey got her from the shop. After taking a bit, she looks over to her queen Tayul. She is wearing a similar cloth. Tayul is looking at her ice cream cone, trying to figure it out. This is not possible, Tayul said. How did they make liquid ice? No idea, but it is tasty, she said with a big smile. She then looks out and sees some passing civilians walk by. They are staring as they walk by. She can tell that they do not understand how to react. She does not care. That is how she looked at these people in Alness. She looks around, seeing the tall, shiny buildings. This place is impressive. Rory and Lelei did not do this place justice. When Rory and Lelei got back from the first time they came to Earth, too, when they told their stories about this place, she could not believe it. But this is normal for these people. I have to admit, I am impressed myself, Tayul said to look around. When I was in Sadera, I thought the city was impressive. I understood why they were so powerful. I feel so small here but amazed at the same time. Well, I am glad you ladies like it, Bailey said as he walks over and sits down. She looks to her boyfriend Bailey, captain of Vanguard 5. When she goes on missions with him, she goes on his team. Thank you for getting us here. No problem, Bailey said. You have done a lot for us and the ambassador, so I thought it would be good. She smiles and kisses him on the cheek, her way in saying thank you. She looks around, taking everything in. What is going on there? Bailey looks over. When the city was attacked, most of the buildings around the gate were destroyed. Around the gate is the military base. You people take security seriously, Tayul points out. I don't think anyone will get past your defenses. That is the point, Bailey said. We don't like being attacked. We like to yell and scream at each other about stupid stuff. We really hate it when a foreign power interrupts us from our drama. You people are stupid, Tayul said and then eats her ice cream. Tayul, I think you lick it, not eat it. She spoke. Is that right? Correct, Bailey said. Otherwise, you get. Here we go. He finishes as he chuckles. Tuli's eyes get wide and she holds her head. My head hurts. Seeing Tayul freak out gets her nervous. But Bailey seems fine with it, making her believe it is normal. Is she okay? Yes, Bailey replies. It is what we call a brain freeze. That is why you lick it and eat it slowly. It's cold, Tayul says as she whimpers. She looks back at Bailey. So, what are they doing? Oh yeah, Bailey said. Outside the base, they are building a facility to allow people like you to visit Earth. So, you can come to trade, get educated, or some other things. I do not know all the details, but that's what I heard. The president wants to normalize our 2 worlds. That sounds easier than expected, Tayul said. I see people are scared of us. They know we are working with locals, but remember, this is new to us, Bailey said. My people didn't think elves, dwarves, or cute bunnies were out there. She slaps him when he called her cute. Stop it, she said with a smile. But I understand. She looks around again and sees a lot of soldiers standing and walking around, patrolling the area. She also sees people in blue, what Bailey called police. She looks above as she hears a plane fly above. Wow, that's huge. So, it is like this all over your world? Tayul asks. Mostly, Bailey replies. Some places are more developed than others, but yeah. She then sees this darker-skinned girl rush up, not afraid of her. Hello there, the girl asks. She smiles, trying to be nice. The last thing she wants is to add to the fear. Hello there. She then sees her parents rush up. Cindy, wait. This man says. It is okay, sir, Bailey said, intervening in the situation. Both of them are with me. I am a captain with the U.S. Army. She can see both parents seem uncomfortable, but they allow their daughter to speak. So, your name is Cindy? She spoke. Mine is Delilah. Nice to meet you, Cindy replies. I just wanted to know. Are you a real bunny? Both of you? She looks to Tayul and smiles. Tayul smiles from the question, finding it adorable and interesting. She looks back at the girl. Yes, we are real bunnies. Wow, Cindy said amazed. Both of you are like my bunny stuffed animal. Are you fighting the monsters too? Yes, she said and looks up at her parents. They seem confused and scared. My people were enslaved by the same ones who attacked you, but your people allowed me to be free and saved my friend from slavery. Now we have ownership of our own destiny now thanks to your people. So, we are helping you in your fight. The Empire is the enemy of everyone. She then bows. She notices the parents seem more relaxed. They still do not seem to understand how to react, but they no longer feel threatened. That is okay. Glad our soldiers are doing a good thing. Wow. Cindy then touches her ears. They are soft. Cindy, the mother said. It is okay, she said. Just don't pull. She finds it strange someone rubbing her ears. People tried when she was on the run after the fall of her people's home. It is strange someone just feeling them because they are soft. Okay, Cindy, let her go, the father said. We need to get home. She feels Cindy let go of her ears. It was nice to meet you. She waves goodbye as they walk away. She then sees Cindy wave goodbye too. She was cute, she said, and then looked to Bailey. We should have kids. Bailey chokes on his ice cream and leans forward after hearing that. Wait, what? She said kids, Tile said. Delilah, you know you will only be able to have female bunny offspring. I know, she said. Warrior bunnies can only birth other female warrior bunnies. She can mate with a human, orc, elf, or any race with a male, and she will birth a female bunny. Come on, she said, now teasing him. She has learned Bailey locks up when the topic of kids comes up. His smooth ways go away, and he struggles to respond. You would be a great father. Stop teasing him, Delilah, Tile said. This escalated quickly. Ice cream to kids, Bailey said. Anyway, how are you liking Earth? He said, trying to change the subject. I think it is great, she said. The tall buildings are a bit much for me, but I enjoy how crowded it is here. It reminds me of home. What do you mean? Bailey asked. She then explains what her homeland was like. They did not have tall buildings, but thousands of huts built into the ground. How thousands of children and adults running around, with families of a dozen in each hut. She explains how it was normal to live in cramped communities and how Philadelphia brings back that home feeling. Tayo leans back as she looks around. I agree with Delilah here. It seems like people just do their own thing, and I like that. Are you two ready? Yes, she said with a grin. Rory gave me a list of stores we can visit. She put them in order on how expensive they are, starting with the most expensive. Wait, what? Bailey said, shocked at what is going on. Expensive? I have a captain's salary. I can't pay for everything. She giggles hearing that. Rory warned me you would say that. She said no, so that means yes, too bad. She stands up and grabs Bailey's jacket. Let's go. She then pulls him out of the chair and starts dragging him to the first store on the list. V12, Chapter 137 Yao Raid. Today, we talk to the head U.S. Army engineer Lieutenant Colonel Taylor Brady, who is leading the Alness energy project. He said one of the major priorities since construction of the fort was to make it as self-sufficient as possible. To that end, the military was relied on local food shipments to help ease the logistic strains that are created by the limited size of the gate. Of course, a major issue has been energy. While all the buildings have solar panels and wind turbines to help power Fort Alness and the other facilities in the region, that has not been able to offset the growing demands and size of NATO presence. Lieutenant Colonel Brady has said the final approval to construct the next-generation NuScale power nuclear reactors from NuScale Power at Fort Alness. The current plan is for 6 reactors, and they will be able to provide all the energy needs and extra for the growing size of the Alness community. Besides solar and fuel-based generators, the base is powered by modular reactors to help offset the increased energy needs. Military leaders say this will allow them to expand their military presence and help increase efficient as the war demands continue to grow. To our Alness natives, a nuclear plant split what is called an atom into heat water that creates steam. The steam then turns a turbine to generate electricity. It takes sophisticated equipment and a highly trained workforce to make it happen, but it is that simple. We will be having a special about the details in a later broadcast in an inclusive interview. Free Alness Radio. Kingdom of Alguna, south of Purter, January 13, 2026. First Lieutenant Charles Johnson looks around. This is his first mission in command of Vanguard 2. His other 9 Rangers are formed up, firing into an oncoming horde of goblins. When they got to Galileo, the capital of Alguna, they said they needed help clearing out the remaining Alguna breeding hordes by Purter. Prince Ialk Elba and Princess Rigas Clayman requested help in clearing out what remains of their hordes. Long ago, Alguna was able to tame and breed their own small dark race army of goblins, trolls, and ogres. This allowed them to build armies quickly when they needed, being a power in the region even though they were a small kingdom. 1. After their main army was destroyed during the Second Battle of Alness, Adar murdered Rygas' uncle, then took power and convinced her to start a war against the Elba fiefdom. The Alguna campaign was short, only lasting a few weeks, and it resulted in the annihilation of the Alguna horde army, too. When Princess Rygas surrendered, she had to end all goblin breeding programs and become a vassal under King Duran. She married Duran's youngest son Ialk, and they have been rebuilding the kingdom into a reliable ally to NATO and Elba. While most of the kingdom successfully purged the goblin camps, there are still some hiding in the nearby forest conducting raids. While Johnson is at Alguna, he was ordered to assist local forces. He looks around and sees his rangers huddle around his 3 JLTVs. They are all firing into the forests, just as planned. He looks up and sees Sergeant Oka Masaru as he fires the M2 Browning .50, cutting down a troll. Sergeant First Class Jamal Sameha is walking past everyone and directing their fire, so they do not get flanked. He fires his rifle as he sees this goblin jumps off this large boulder as it tries to fly past them. With a burst, the goblin dies and hits the tree it was heading. He looks away and sees this large fat goblin walking forward. The FFAM-3 labels this creature as a hobgoblin, a taller and stronger version of the standard goblin. Jamal, redirect fire at that hob, he orders. Jamal looks and sees what he is talking about. Oka, suppressive fire. Adam, bring it down. He sees Sergeant Adam Hill pull out the M3E1 MAWS-4, or nicknamed Bazooka, from the JLTV and aims. Adam fires the rocket and the hob explodes, killing everyone around it. He fires his M4A1, killing a few more goblins. He ducks behind his vehicle door as arrows hit the armor, bouncing off. Be careful. Arrows are useless against our armor, but they might be tipped with poison. He looks back and sees Elba and Alness archers standing there. He places his hand on his helmet to speak on the NW5 radio. Knight Darishan, begin volley. He sees the 40 archers aim and fires. The arrows pass overhead his unit and hit right into the incoming horde. He sits up and sees many of them falling to the ground, the wounded becoming easy targets. His rangers start picking the wounded off, stopping the enemy charge. When he served under Major Sharpe's command, Sharpe talked about utilizing everything you have. He saw that when he integrated Rory, Lelei, and Tuke. He saw that with the Rose Knights. Because they use ancient weapons, he found ways for them to still be effective. Bows and arrows will never be more efficient than a rifle and bullets. However, they do have one advantage that rifles do have: they arc. His plan had a few knights lure the horde to his rangers. They pick them off and stops the charge, then uses the archers to fire above them and have the arrows rain down on them. The Air Force comes in and cleans up the remaining forces. He stands up and continues to engage. Keep the heavy weapons in the center. Everyone else picks them off on the side. I don't want them out of the kill zone. He enjoys having his own team again, but he feels nervous. Vanguard 7 was his command before Major Sharpe took command. He and everyone else was pissed, but that was then, before the war. 6. Since then he grew a lot of respect for his commander, and sometimes wonder if he could make the decisions he made and fight the people he had to fight. Then Corporal Joel Hodge rushes up, the team radio man. Sir, AC-130J Ghost Rider inbound. He looks to him. All right, bring her in. Everyone, prepare for an airstrike. After giving the order, he hears the 105mm M102 howitzer on the gunship. He looks through his open vehicle door window and sees the 105 shell hit its target, destroying everything. Then another shell hits another target and then again, leaving 3 craters. Then a rain of 30mm MK-44 Bushmaster 2 comes down from the sky and kills the remaining horde. Once the airstrike stops, he stands up to look at the battlefield. His plan worked, and it looks like this horde is dealt with. Good job, Rangers. Tell them we don't need a second pass. Roger that, Lieutenant, Joel said. Both Ialk and Rygas ride upon their horses. Knights start sweeping the area and kill any of them who remain. Ialk orders. The princess rides up to him and looks down at him. She looks around the same age as Selena, just with longer hair. He always finds it fascinating how young so many people are in this world who are doing what adults would be doing stateside. A 13 or 14-year-old running a country, unheard of on modern Earth. Thank you for your help, Ranger, Rygas said. Anytime, Your Highness, he said as he tips his helmet. We were in the area. I see you follow titles. Unlike most of your kind, Ragus said. He did not notice but thinks about that. He then smirks. Well, ma'am, my last unit dealt with a lot of princesses. I guess I picked up a few things. He then looks to the boy, who is shorter than the girl. He assumes he is a year younger. Thank you, Lieutenant, Ialk said. My father will love to hear about this victory. Glad to help, he responds. We will stay around for a bit until we know the horde is wiped out. Saying that sounds strange to him. The United States and the Western world prides itself on stopping genocide, with mixed results, but they try. They created rules in war, and the idea of purging a race or group of people is considered evil. While most of those ideals still apply to Falmart, some races have been exempted. Goblins are the best examples of that exemption. At first, we tried to treat their fallen as prisoners, but they only ended up getting out and continue to kill people. Based on what Rory and Lelei said, their sole purpose is to breed and multiply by force. They consider everyone as their vessel to breed with or their food, nothing else. The Pentagon decided the only way in dealing with goblins is to remove them until they either change their ways or they are no longer a threat. As the prince and princess, he walks back to this command JLTV. Schwartz Goat Path, January 14th, 2026. Lelei Lalina is standing there watching his team relaxing. He sees Alicia and Rory sparring over to the side. Frost and Scott are teaching Selena how to toss a football, and a few others are helping her develop some magic spells. The new Ranger Sophie is on the .50 caliber keeping watch. Because it is a nice day and the unit is in no rush, Major Sharpe decided to stop the unit to relax. She was telling him about a new spell she is working on, magic missiles. While Sharpe is not a sage or mage and barely understands the principles behind the magic, she enjoys that he likes to help her. She likes how he simplifies things, helping her not to overthink things. 7. Every time she feels like she gets stuck on one of her spells, she always comes to him to see if there is a better way to think about the process. Sharpe is standing there. Just like everyone else, he is in the U.S. Army tank top and pants because of how hot it is. She had to put on a tank top and shorts too because of how hot it is. She takes her staff and begins to chant. All around her starts to glow as the energy field forms around her. She places her hand on the orb part of her staff and expands the energy ball that's forming. She then retracts her hand and aims her staff at a boulder. This blue energy-shaped missile forms from that energy ball, and she fires it. The missile flies through the air, hitting the boulder, blowing it up. I did it, she said as she blinks. She hears many of her fellow Rangers celebrate her achievement. She wipes the sweat off her forehead and looks at Sharpe. I finally did it. Good job, Sharpe said and pats her on the back. I know you've been working on that for a while. She smiles and she takes a relaxing breath. She got the idea to make this spell when she was watching the live fire exercise of the U.S. Army M142 HIMARS. It fires these powerful missiles that destroy the mightiest of beasts. When she decided to stay in Alness and join Vanguard 7, she started to learn more about the Otherworlders' knowledge and science. At first, she was making the spells she already knew more efficiently because magic is based on the mage or sage knowledge of the world. The more you know, the better the skill is. The first new spell she invented was the Sonic Bomb spell 7. That spell was hard, and it knocked her out the first time she had to use it in the Ely's Forest campaign, but it was a minor success. The more recent spell that was enhanced was her Firestorm spell 9. She got that idea from reading Harry Potter. Thank you, she said. Randy and Jerry walk over. Damn lady, Randy said, impressed by the spell. Thank you, but I am still having a hard time visualizing it in my head, she said to Randy. That looks good to be, Jerry said confused. Because you are not a mage, she replies in a smile. Just keep doing one at a time, Sharpe said. Then work up to 2 and then 3. Just remember what I said. Always focus on what you need to sew and cut everything else out. I try, she said. Can we keep trying? I want to keep practicing. Sharpe takes off his sunglasses and while the sweat off his forehead. Roger that. She giggles when she sees those sunglasses. She remembers the first time she saw them. They looked so fascinating when she first saw them. 10. What is so funny? Sharpe asked. Your head, she replies and then gets her staff ready. All right, let's work on my range. Tuke is sitting in the driver's seat as she looks out watching Sharpe and Lelei train. She has been impressed by how much stronger Lelei's magic has gotten from the Otherworlder science. After the trip to Camp Galileo, She started to wonder maybe the same science could enhance her magic. Elves are born with the ability to use spirit magic. Just like when a small animal knows how to breathe and know how to swim, her kind can use spirit magic at will. That is why it is rare to see an elf as a mage. It is hard to learn new spells. Some races, but mainly humans, do not know magic when they are born, but they can learn, which allows them to learn more powerful spells. While she cannot learn new spells, as she watches Lelei fires another missile, she wonders how she can enhance hers. That is when she hears the radio speak. She realizes who it is, Captain Sarah Rose. She grabs the radio from the dashboard. "Hello, Sarah." "Tuke," Sarah asked, confused. "Where is the Major or Alicia?" Alicia is the team radio operator, so she is usually the one who answers. Sometimes Sharpe answers either when he is bored or trying to piss off Sarah. Whatever will be more fun. When Sharpe gave the order to take a break and relax for a few hours, he did not tell Sarah. "They are busy," she said. "What is going on?" Sarah asked. "Where are you?" "Sharpe told me to tell you if you call that we are on our way," she said. "That we are still on our way." "Okay, Tuke," Sarah said in an annoyed tone. "Tell the Major that Alness Command has a mission. One of our birds detected a possible raid on a nearby trader. Investigate and protect friendly assists." "Okay, Sarah," she said. "I will. Thank you." On the northern edge of the Schwartz Forest, the sun is blazing. The wind is slightly moving to the east. The tree branches slightly moving with the wind. Yauha Dusher takes the arrow from her quiver. She pulls back on the string as she aims. To her left is another dark elf ready to fire his arrow. There is another two in the trees, ready to drop down and cast their sleeping magic. Their goal is not to kill anyone, just to knock out the wagon and its traders. They do not consider themselves as bandits, but desperate elves trying to feed what is left of their tribe. At first, attacking these traders was hard, but then the Adventurer Guild disappeared. Most of these traverses are mostly unprotected, only having a few town militias as protection. "Fire," she said as she releases the arrow. Both her and his arrow hit the ground in front of the horse. The arrows are meant to stop the wagon in place. Then they stand up and start charging out of the forest. The two dark elves that were in the trees jump from their branches and land on the ground. Just as planned, they start using their spirit magic and cast their sleeping spells. She bursts out and lands in front of the horses. She aims her bow and points the arrow at the driver. "Don't you dare," she says as she saw the driver going for his sword. The drive stops and begins falling asleep. She takes a deep breath and smiles, glad no one had to die. "Let us hurry. We don't want to run into those metal wagons." She lowers her bow and walks over to the horse. She places her hand on the horse and calms him down. "Shh, everything will be okay. We mean no harm." As the horse calms down, she looks up to the dark elf who jumps on top of the wagon. He pulls the blanket back. "We have a goss fruit," he said. "Looks like enough to last a week." "Thank you, Hardy," another elf said. She smiles. After her tribe was destroyed, Hardy has been a massive help, providing bountiful wagons full of much-needed food. The flame dragon burned most of her people's farmlands, and now they cannot grow their food. She walks away and pats her comrade on the shoulder. "It is great, but we can't do this forever. We have no choice," he said. "We can't get involved in the war." Another dark elf walks over. "Hey, help me ties these people up." She walks over and helps him take the driver off the wagon. She hates doing this. She wants to go back to taking care of the younglings and enjoying the community aspect of tribal life. Being forced to attacking defenseless people and steal from them makes her sick to her gut, but she does not know what else to do. As she lays the man down, she looks up, seeing one of her friends freaking out. "What is wrong?" "I hear something strange," he said. He then looks to the southeast and his eyes widen. "Damn it, metal wagons are coming." She feels this tremor going down her body. She has seen these strange wagons from the Otherworlders. They look scary, like they can go into a rain of arrows and remain alive. They have nothing that can stop them. Even the Empire cannot stop them. "We need to run," she yells. "What about the food?" a dark elf asks. "We can't leave it. Do we have time?" she asked. The dark elf who spotted them looks down. Too late. They are here. She turns around and then sees three of these green metal wagons quickly drive up. Right then they stop. These soldiers come out from the sides and aiming their strange bows. Two of the wagons have these large weapons on top with a man on each, aiming at them. She has heard stories about these people from passing travelers. Their wagons, Their weapons are all scary looking. Even their clothes look terrifying. Seeing them now, the rumors are true. Everything she sees looks terrifying about them. Then she sees this blue-haired girl come out of the side. She is holding a staff and begins glowing. Then she sees a high elf with a strange-looking bow come out of the back, aiming. She then sees this black figure jump into the air from behind one of the wagons and flies over her. The figure lands behind them, and her eyes widen. Rory the Reaper. She hears them all yelling as they point their weapons at her and her comrades. One of her comrade dark elves aims his bow, but she grabs his arm. Don't. There are 10 of them plus it's Rory. We're dead if we even try. She drops her bow, and then her comrades drop theirs. We surrender. Please don't kill us. Smart, Rory said. Too bad. I really wanted to taste some blood today. Rory, this man yells. Knock it off and come to the area. I don't want any surprises. She watches Rory stick out her tongue at the man and then obey his orders. That shocked her the most. Rory, the apostle of Emroy, obeying a mortal human man like he was her master. Randy, Frost, secure those bows. Jerry checks on the wounded. The man in charge orders. She watches some of the soldiers moving around, and she looks at the man in charge. Those men laying on the ground are not dead. We just put them to sleep with our magic. One of their soldiers kneels by the 3 men they put to sleep. I can confirm, sir. They are just out cold. We mean no harm, she said. We just needed the food. What are you going to do with us? One of her comrades asked. This other man called Randy picks up a bow. You are under arrest. Arrest? She asked, trying to understand what that meant. She is surprised by how efficiently they walk and talk. In the 315 years she has been alive, she never has seen a more professional group of soldiers. The man in charge walks over with the blue-haired girl following behind. The rumors have said that these people do not support slavery and the blue-haired mage, and the high elf don't seem to have restraints. She starts to assume that she must be the leader's mate. The human leader stops in front of them all. I am Major Sharpe of the United States Army, 75th Rangers. As Sergeant Major Randy Dotson said, you are all under arrest. Bandits like you will be going to the army prison for attacking our allies' trade routes. That fate scares her. She knows what dungeons are, but seeing how strange these people are, she can only imagine what kind of torture devices they must have. We are not bandits, she said. We don't kill or rob wealth, only what we need. I am sorry, but that is not how it works under their laws, the blue-haired girl said. They take trade seriously, and the economy in this region is already weak. Every attack is putting people out of work and might starve people. The Americans are trying to feed everyone, but you can't feed a continent. Major Sharpe of the United States Army, 75th Rangers, she said before the blue-haired girl spoke up. It is just Major Sharpe, the blue-haired girl said. Okay, Major Sharpe, she said, baffled by this girl. Your mate is a talkative one. Does she have a name? The reaction from her question baffles her. The blue-haired girl blushes bright red. Sharpe wobbles back a little, glancing away. She glances around and sees one of their female soldiers starting to laugh. She is not the only one that Frostman starts to laugh too. She sees a mix of reactions from them, all from humorous to chuckles. She has no idea what is so funny. Why are they laughing at the fact they are mates? She starts to wonder if it was a secret. Before she can ask, Rory lands right between her and the human named Sharpe. Rory sticks a figure at her, telling her to stay quiet. She looks directly at the blue-haired girl. Lelei, Jackson, what is the meaning of this mating? I am going back to the vehicle, Lelei said as she walks away, covering her red face. Rory looks directly at Sharpe. Rory, Sharpe said as he tries to calm her down. I have no idea why the elf lady said that. I am sorry, but are you two not mates? She asked, confused about what is going on. She then realized that she assumed wrong. I am sorry. Rory turns around and points a figure. You are really in trouble now. Jackson, fix this now. She then watches Rory walk away. You people are strange. She then looks back to Sharpe. He looks slightly defeated as he shakes his head. Sharpe looks over to the laughing woman. Alicia, shut up, damn. He then looks at her. As I was saying, you are all under arrest. In all her life, she has seen some strange things before, but this tops them all. She looks to one of her comrades, and he looks confused too. All that fear went away, and now everyone just wondering what is going to happen. She looks back at him. Major Sharpe, I am sorry for the misunderstanding. How protective and close she was, I just assumed. Just stop, Sharpe said. He takes a deep, stressful breath and looks directly at her. You are all under arrest for attacking an ally of the United States. We are not bandits, one of her comrades said. You are armed, attacked and knocked out 3 men and were planning on stealing food. Breaking the law, Randy said. That is a bandit. You can call yourself whatever you want, it doesn't matter. Sharpe continues. Sergeant Major, get them cuffed up. Look, she yells. We have no choice. If we do not bring this food to our tribe, people will die. We don't have enough. That's what they all say, Alicia said as she starts cuffing one of her comrades. Look, she continues as she watches the major walking away. The flame dragon came and burned our lands. It killed half of my people and burnt all our crops. We are homeless and starving. Sharpe stops and looks to her. Wait, what did you say? V12, Chapter 138, Future Paths. Roma Highway, Fort Alness, January 17, 2026. Lily Horace is sitting in the back of what these Americans call a truck. The ride has been bumpy, but she was impressed by how fast they traveled. While she never been to this region, her party leader Carther Jaggeth and Gorth Brown have. They said it should have taken 4 days to get from Valtris, then Atler, and then Italica. With what they call a truck, it took less than a day to reach Italica. For security, these other worlders put a knight from the Rose Order in the back of what they call a truck with them to keep an eye. It is a gray-hair woman named Panache Furcalgi. At first, she thought she was going to act like a spy, but it seems Carther and her have gotten along well. They stopped at Italica for the night, but Countess Muri refused to let them into her city, forced to stay outside the city by the soldiers. Now they are on the Roma Highway heading to the other worlders' base of Operations Alness Hill. She looks up at Liz, the party lizard man mage. He has his hands together chanting. Liz looks at her, sensing her. Is something bothering you? Just thinking, she said. She was pissed when her boy slave was taken from her. No one ever has done that before, and she spent the last 2 days trying to figure out why. She never was mean to the boy. She never hit him or mistreated him. His role was to take care of the team's domestic roles like cooking, packing, and washing clothes. She got the slave boy to do the team domestic work, so she did not have to do it. You are still upset about the boy? Liz asks. I know you were fond of the boy, but don't trouble yourself over a slave. Well, you don't have to wash your stain-ridden wrappings, Liz, she said, annoyed. It just makes no sense. She then feels a pat on her back from Harthrufalith, who is sitting next to her. Don't worry. Once our business is done here, we will head back home, and everything will be normal. Will it, though? She asks. Maybe we weren't allowed inside Italica, but did you see? The rumors of these people are both right and wrong. None of it makes sense. Shun then looks over to Gorth. He is the oldest member of the team. She has latched onto him like a father figure, enjoying his input and conversations. She has learned a lot about life and morals from him. She has noticed he has been quiet since getting to Valtris. Gorth, what is on your mind? She asked. Gorth looks at her, and then everyone else. I hate everything I see. Did I serve 20 years in the army, protecting 600 years of history, tradition, and culture for this? I was born in Vatlaris. I did not enjoy seeing an enemy flag in my hometown. She thinks about what he said. She does not hold the same patriotic values as he does, but understands where he is coming from. Scared they are removing everything you hold dear? How can I? Gorth replies. And look, Italica was once one of the most loyal cities in the Empire. They have always been strange, but they were always loyal. Look how quickly they changed their allegiance. At the same time, I cannot blame them for being forced to be loyal to the enemy. These people have strange weapons. Gorth then looks to Panache. How can you betray the Empire like this? I don't understand why the princess would do this. Panache looks to the big man. I take it you used to be an Imperial soldier? Gorth nods his head. My last post was on the border with the Ticaret Conglomerate. Then you should meet some of the Imperials. Some have defected from Legrath, Panache said. More traitors? Gorth states angrily. Panache takes a breath. I understand what you mean, but that is how it is. The Emperor betrayed many of us and forced us to fight for the other worlders. You don't sound like the princess, Carther said as he leans in. It seems like you don't approve of what is happening. First, my loyalty is to the princess, Panache states. We all have been through a lot, and I have no ill feelings for these people. I just don't approve of all their values. Like what? She asked. The fact that they don't believe in slavery, I feel like it is a mistake, Panache said. Maybe the Empire went too far in the institution, but it is vital for the Empire's survival. Their idea of equality through liberty I disagree with. I enjoy being a noblewoman and all the benefits that come with it. From what she can understand, Panache misses the elite life in Sadera. Servants taking care of her, being respected because of her station and so on. Everything she once had as a noblewoman is now gone. If you miss it so much, why are you here? Why are you a knight? Panache looks at her. Because I am loyal to Pina. She is my friend, and I would do anything for her. That is not it, Carther said. You want to be a knight because of its freedom. You enjoy the luxury of your station, but you enjoy being able to do and go wherever you want. The princess just offers that. Panache sits there and thinks about what he said. That is why I am here, Carther said. I became an adventurer because I enjoy the freedom it brings. I can go wherever I want, take any job I want, and fuck any prostitute I want. I do not have to answer to any man, noble or peasant. Everywhere I do, I am respected. These people say they believe in freedom, Panache replies, but they have rules. You are not going to find any prostitutes here. They think the practice is degrading to women and afraid that children will be abused in the practice. My mother worked with the brothels since she was young, she states. I won't remember what age, but young. I do not see the problem. It is a very profitable line of work. I had to do it in my early days until Carther sponsored me one. I just wanted to see the world. I always thought you weren't pretty enough, Hearthdrew said with a chuckle. She hears a few of the men start to laugh at what Hearthdrew said. Laugh now, but let us all remember that, if I recall, none of the brothel girls picked you back in Papulis. You will just live a sad life knowing you will have no one to clean your clothes. She chuckles and sees them get embarrassed. You people are strange, Panache comments. Maybe you will fit in here. Everything is strange here. Maybe, but I just don't understand why the princess sided with these people, Gorgth said. No offense, Gorgth, but you don't understand the royal life, Panache said. It is not my place to explain, but the princess worked hard to earn these people's trust. While I do not agree with some of their values, I do believe they mean well and just. Meaning well usually results in genocide, Grogth said. Do you remember Emperor Rogo Astonans? Who is Orogo? She asked. She never was interested in history and knows little about the Empire history. Being a street brothel kid, proper education in her early days was limited until she became an adventurer. The Adventurer Guild teaches its members how to read, do the math, and with some basic understanding of history. The guild believes an educated adventurer is better than an uneducated one. The guild has standards, and they want to keep that. But deep education is usually reserved for the elites of society because of how expensive it is. Panache looks at her, and then everyone else. Orogo was the emperor 200 years ago. He tried to take all the farmers' crop and give it to the people for free. He thought it would make him more popular, declaring it a right of the people. I see where this is going, Carther comments. Let me guess, it destroyed the economy? Correct, Panache replies. Because he took the food, many farmers went out of business, which meant no one was growing more food. For 3 years, people starved until new farmers were able to grow crops. And that is how the Mercantile Guild was created, Gorgth said. And we are seeing the same thing happen again. These people free everyone they see, ending slavery. How will they mine for or have picked the crops? The prices will spike up, and these people will bring another dark age with this fake kindness. Maybe, Panache replies. I don't know the details, but they are trying to take it slow. I do not know. We will see if it works. It is not my place, and I trust the princess. She leans back and thinks about what was said. She is confused by these otherworlders, not understanding how they think. In her brief time around then, they seem to do the most illogical things. She looks to her leader Carther and sees some stress in his face. She has always respected him and how he sees things. Carther, you spent time with their ambassador. What do you think? Cathier leans forward as he collects his thoughts. The ambassador is an intelligent man. He knew what he was doing. The point of all this was to re-establish our presence here, but I do not see the long term. Not just in Alness and this region, but anywhere. One day these people will expand and insert their influence. If the Empire falls, then there will be no resistance against the otherworlders' ways. Then we all will be out of work. Our ways, our life, our freedom will be gone. I do recommend keeping those thoughts to yourself, Panache said. If any of you plot anything against the princess' wishes, I will report you. I was not plotting anything, Carther said. I was just pointing out the politics. She looks away and thinks about what her leader said. Just like everyone in the group, he became an adventurer because he enjoys the freedom it gives. You are free to go where you want, free what job to take, and free to be who you are. She looks back at Carther with a smile. Then we must do this right the first time. We must show we can work together so we can guarantee a future. Hey look, we are here, Carther said. She stands up with the rest of her group, holding onto the side railing. Her eyes widen with amazement as she sees their destination, Fort Alness. All around they see the strange metal fencing with trenches and what looks like small box forts made from green and tan bags. Soldiers in all these boxes and hundreds more scattered around the trenches. This is only the outer defenses. There is this large building at the entrance with soldiers and traders there. Wagons lined up next to the other worlders' metal wagons. It looks like a check-in station for the passing traders. But that is not she is amazed at. In the distance, she sees these tall walls, forming a star-shaped fortress. There are massive towers all around and more of those small box fortifications. She sees new weapons she has never seen before, long, strange, shaped ballistas all around. She sees one of their flying machines fly to the base from a different direction. It stops and hovers in place, and then slowly descent down within the walls. She sees two more of the hovering wyvern going up and taking off. Those are what they call helicopters, Panache said. I had the same reaction when I first saw them. They are faster and deadlier than wyverns, but less measurable. Some are meant to kill the enemy, while others carry soldiers. They are flying wagons. Look at that over there, Liz said. She looks to the left and sees these massive, heavy armored wagons driving around. She sees another group of these armored wagons. One of the nearby tanks fires this loud ballista, forcing her to cover her ears. What are those? She said in shock. Those are called tanks. The other worlders' version of an armored wagon, Panache said. The group in front of us is called M1 Abrams. I don't know if the other group they are fighting against are called, but they belong to the Japanese, I think. As they pass on the path, she sees soldiers and travelers standing there watching the event. None of them look scared, so it seems like it is some training exercise. As they drive farther away, she watches as the armored wagons fighting each other. As she watches the exercise, she thinks about what Carther said. She never has seen so much power before. If her eyes are not lying, and if these people are this strong, they might bring stability to these lands. That will put the guild out of business because there will not be bandits, hordes, criminals to fight. No one will have jobs for the adventurers, forcing them out of work. She is starting to understand why Carther has been so quiet recently. Change is coming, and it looks like it will not be good for her line of work. As the truck moves through the base gate and enters the fort, she and the other adventurers in the party look around in amazement. Thousands of soldiers moving around, strange-looking equipment all over the place. She usually only sees tall and complex buildings in the major cities, but as she looks around, 5 to 10-story buildings look quite common. This is the main base of operations, Panache said. I believe there are 50,000 people here. Everyone else is on other bases throughout the region. But the number has been growing as the war keeps expanding. Upon the defensive walls, she sees a ramp and there are many different metals wagons. She sees similar metal wagons up on the wall. Within the walls, she sees some sections of what looks like a trebuchet, but with a long barrel instead of a rock in the back. What are those wagons? I mean vehicles on the wall? She asked, looking up on the wall. The reason why this place is so fortified is that the Americans refused to allow a second attack on their world, Panache said. I was listening to some Japanese and English soldiers, and they said the last you should ever do is attack the Americans. They flip out when they are attacked. Panache then looks up. Those are what they call charad, and those on the ground with the long barrel are what they call towed artillery. Swords? Liz asked in confusion. They don't look like swords. Sorry, I mean charad, Panache said. I don't know what it means, but they shoot down dragons and other flying beasts. The ones over there are other tanks and machine gun bunkers. They have ramps behind the ways to allow vehicles up top if attacked. Look around, Voluo said in amazement. Everything is metal or stone. Nothing is wood. She looks at Voluo and then around. That is when she notices almost everything is made from metal. Forging and blacksmithing require high level of skill and heavy professions. Making armor, swords, anything that requires forging metal. It is complicated and expensive to get weapons and other goods, all being of great value. She cannot believe how common it is with these people. Nope, Panache replies. These people have mastered forging. They can mass-produce all different kinds of metals. Impressive. So, they can make as much armor as they want? Liz asked. Why are they not wearing armor if they can make so many so quickly? Because armor is worthless against their weapons, Panache said. You are better off fighting them naked. The Rose Knights still wear armor because the Empire uses swords, and we take pride in our uniforms. Look over there, Valuo said, pointing in the other direction. She turns around and sees this large building. She sees 35 different flags next to the building. She quickly assumes those are all the countries from the other world that are here. But then she sees what the elf said, the famous gate. There are stories about the gate. The gate is large with all these stone pictures and writing all around it. Legend says that all races of this world once came through a portal like this. Most never believed it, including her. Seeing this makes her wonder how true the old legends are. The trucks stop and soldiers come around to let them out. She grabs her bag and jumps out after everyone else. Once out, she cannot help herself from looking around. Enjoying the view? Princess Pina Colada asked as she walked up to them. Was everything okay, Panache? Panache smiles and salutes Pina. Yes, ma'am. I have just been educating them on everything. As the two knights talk, she turns around hearing the voice. She sees Gorgth kneel at her presence, and then she follows suit. All the other party members kneel at her too. Well, it has been a while since this happened, Pina said as she puts her hand behind her head as she figures out how to react. Gorgth looks up. You are royalty and shall be treated as such. I see. Pina takes a breath. Please rise. That is the other thing, Panache said. These people don't like to kneel. She stands up with the rest of her party. She can tell by Gorgth's tone that he is not pleased by Pina's lack of royal manners. But she knows he is a principled man and will give Pina the respect that her title deserves. Hamilton here will escort you to Alness, Pina said. She tilts her head confused. I thought we were at Alness? Hamilton walks over. You are technically correct, but this is the military base. Only the otherworlders are allowed to move around the military base. There is a civilian town here on the west side of the base. Wait, there is a town here? She asked. Like a real town like Valtris and Papulis? I knew there was a village here, but a full town? Correct, Pina said. It has been growing to the point the town needs to expand outside the defense wall. She then looks to Hamilton. Hamilton. Hamilton nods at Pina and then looks at the adventurers. I will take you to town. You will be staying there during your visit. Please follow all the rules and laws that are in place. The Alness military police do give some grace for cultural differences, but I highly recommend not crossing the red lines. And what are those red lines? Carther asked. You know, slavery, rape, abuse, stealing. Pina answers as she thinks. Yeah, trust me, they are nice until you piss them off, she said as she thinks about her experience with Sharpe. As she listens, she sees this dark brown-haired woman with blue eyes walk up. She has lovely freckles around her face, almost covered by the shadow of this strange-looking hat she is wearing. Pina looks over to the woman. Captain, what brings you out here? I need to talk to Hamilton, Princess, Sarah said. It is related to Andrew. He is fine but was wounded in combat, and he is at the hospital. She does not know what is going on, but she can see the girl Hamilton's eyes widen. She can tell that she has a romantic interest with this Andrew person. Based on the fact that it was the Otherworlder who bring the news makes her assume Hamilton is with an Otherworlder soldier. I understand, Pina said. I release Hamilton to you. She watches both walk away and sees the princess calls another one of her knights over. I'm sorry about that, Pina said. Panache, do you mind taking them around? I don't mind, Panache said. Please follow me. She and the rest of the party grabs their luggage and starts to follow the knight. She can't help herself but look at everything she can. As they head to the inner gate that cuts the military base from the town, she can see security all the place. Nothing is making sense to her. She has lived within the Empire all her life, never being outside its borders, so everything she is seeing right now looks backward. This is the most defended fortress I have ever seen, Hearthdra comments as she looks around. No wonder the Empire hasn't been able to take it back. She looks around and agrees with Hearthdra. She has raided many fortresses in her days, Some of them required a full post to assault, taking weeks to breathe because they were well defended. While she does not understand all the equipment she sees. That is correct, Panache said. The Americans took this place in 3 hours during the night, too. The Empire tried to retake the hill twice. Both times the Empire was defeated. You say that like you enjoy it, Gorgth stated. Panache stops and looks at him with a glare. I don't want to be here. I miss my home in Sadera, but the Emperor banished my fellow knights, and more importantly my princess. I am loyal to Princess Pina and my fellow knights, so I will side with them. And yet you said you don't want to be here? She asked. Panache looks at her. So much has changed and I am still loyal to the values of the Empire. This idea that all these groups can just live and love each other all the time. But it is not my place. My place is by the princess's side and I trust her. Now follow me. After hearing that, she looks over to Gorgth and pats him on the back. It is okay. Everything will be okay. Gorgth looks at her and then starts walking again. She starts to follow the knight. The town of Alness is sharply different from any town she has seen before. The first thing she noticed was that there are no slaves anywhere, no auctions, none following their masters or doing labor work. When they took her slave boy, she assumed they just were taking her property for their use. Not anymore when she saw that they were serious on what they said. The next is the amount of diversity among the non-human races. While the majority is still non-otherworlder humans, she sees elves and cat people. She sees a green siren is one of the otherworlder security uniforms talking to some children, the humanoid Medusas and Valrodents. The biggest shock is seeing a few warrior bunnies that are not cuffed or being abused but walking around like normal citizens. She then glances over to the party leader Carther and wonders what he is thinking. The peace mood in the air must be scaring him. She is trying to figure out what kind of work they can get here. If all of Falmart end up like this, then where do people like him go? She looks forward and tries to understand this new reality she is seeing. Alness Town, January 20th, 2026. Private First Class Harvey Frost is walking through Alness. With him is Private First Class Marvin Scott and Specialist Alicia Moore. By his side is this little bat boy named Joseph Alice. They found Joseph, 4, with a group of Imperial youths who were raiding scientists. When they found him, he was chained against the wall. From what the scientists said, they were using him as a form of sonar and night vision. That was how they were able to ambush our attack. Too bad for them that they were children and not professional soldiers. When they were securing the camp, the bat attacked and bit Sergeant Andrew Steele in the arm. They later found out that he might be related to the Batgirl Mintiv Dor Alice. While the chances are low, he figured it was a better-than-nothing chance. When he first met Mintiv, 5, she was searching for her younger brother who was taken by the Empire for his abilities. 6. The only reason she stops going out is that her wing was broken from her attackers. She would be defenseless if she is attacked again. At least that is what he said to her. He was worried about her well-being and promised if she stayed in Alness, he would go out and look for her brother. The truth is that he found Mintiv to be one of the most beautiful women he has ever seen. While he intended well and meant what he said about finding her brother because that is what Major Sharpe would have said, a part of him feels bad for feeling like he took advantage of her. He was not trying to use her brother to look better in her eyes, but a part of him hoped that might happen. He realized how few times he saw bats within the Empire ranks. He figured the odds were good if he ran into one. It would be her brother. As time went on, he realized that he did not plan things out too well. Is my sister really here? Joseph asked again. Should be, he said. The captain said she was, Alicia said as her arms around her head, referencing Sarah Rose. She said your girlfriend took a teaching job. She is not my girlfriend. He shoots back. Don't confuse the kid. Come on, Scott said with a chuckle, elbowing him. Knock it off, he said in an annoyed tone. He is hoping Mintiv is at the school setting it up for class. That is what Sarah said. By the way, Scott, why do you prefer people using your last name? He asked. I also wonder that, Alicia asked. I have 2 first names, Scott said. I prefer going by Scott because it is easier to say in combat. The Empire was right, Joseph said. What was the Empire right about? He asked. You people are strange, Joseph said. Kid, what does the Empire say about us? Alicia asked, wondering what he had to say. Well, they say you people have slaughtered tens of thousands and that you force your woman to fight, Joseph says as he thinks. Alicia smirks. Force? Funny. But the slaughter part is correct. Be nice, Alicia, he asked. They also say that you force people to work, have labor camps at Alness, and are oppressing Italica and Elba, that you go around and steal property from the population and are here to erase our culture and traditions. Joseph also says. That is, Alicia mumbles before being interrupted. That's kind of true in a twisted way. Scott finishes for her. Yeah, he adds. When he says it like that, it does make us sound like the bad guys. What do you mean? So, everything they said is true? Joseph asked. Not like that, he said. We outlawed slavery 150 years ago in our world. So, when the Empire says that we are stealing property, they mean we are freeing people from injustice. For example, your sister said that the Empire took you against your will. We consider that evil and is against our laws. Yup, kid, Alicia said. That is what the Empire means by erasing your traditions. Kidnapping, slavery, and so on. We consider it all bad. Okay, Joseph said and glanced away. He then looks back up to Frost. So, you've been looking for me? Yeah, Joseph, he replies. It was harder than I thought, but yeah. I think this is it, Alicia said. I have to admit, I always saw Sarah as a mama bear girly girl. But when she has a project on her mind, she goes at it. He thinks of what Alicia said. That label seems to fit Sarah. A mama bear is a lady who is close and nice to her children. In this care, Vanguard 7. But when a threat appears, she gets extremely aggressive and protective. The more he thinks about it, the more Sarah seems to fit that role within the unit. He looks at this building that was a store before the earthquake. The owner moved his business to a new building, and it was repurposed as an educational center. Looks nice, let's head inside. Minv Door Alice is standing on a stool trying to set up what they call a whiteboard. How do you hook this up? When she took Sarah a job offers to help with the educational center, she had doubts. She only planned to give it a try, seeing no other way around it. She got sick of moving to rafter 7 and was hungry. She made a good proposal, and while the human women did not know of bat culture, with her broken wing she would not be allowed back to her village. In what her people call the Swestual Arm, the western Swestual Kingdoms of the dark races, life there can be brutal. You must be strong to survive. While some regions are barbaric, some like her village is more civilized. She planned to get her brother back there safely even though she would be rejected. With Sarah's offer, she sees an alternative worth exploring. While she is not fond of humans, she was forced to admit she is starting to enjoy this school thing. She enjoyed decorating this place while Sarah was off doing her soldier stuff. As she reaches out, about to get the whiteboard on the hook on the wall, she hears this scream behind her. Wow, She falls on the ground, and then the whiteboard falls on top of her. She then pops up rubbing her head. I was having a nice day until now. The school isn't open, so you better have a good reason for being here. She sees 3 soldiers standing there. It is from Vanguard 7, the group that saved her and brought her here. Before she starts chewing them out for scaring her and making her fall, she notices this bat boy flies around the 3 rangers. Her eyes widen as she realizes who it is. Wait, Joseph, if that you? Minv, Joseph said in shock. She gets up and rushes over. She then tackles her younger brother and squeezes him as tight as she can. You are alive. You are killing me, Joseph says while in pain. But then he hugs his sister. She starts to cry as she holds him. She then looks up and sees the 3 rangers. All 3 of them are smiling, happy about what happened. The female soldier seems to be crying too. She smiles at them. Thank you. All good, Minv, Frost said. She stands up, now looking at the other worlders with a new lens. She went from town to town looking for help and was rejected because of her race. But these people did not judge her. She indeed got strange looks and people maintained distance. She now sees it was just because she was different and not because they saw her as evil. Now she understands what Sarah meant by planning here, feeling far more comfortable in raising her brother here than taking him back to her tribe. I am sorry, but I have to tell you this, Frost said. Tell me what? She asks as she stands up. Your brother was an Imperial soldier fighting against us, Frost said. During an attack, he bit one of our comrades, 8. He is okay. He's going to make a full recovery. Alicia starts to chuckle. Don't worry about it, Batty. He deserves it. You 2 act like siblings, Scott said, shaking his head. Guys, I said I will tell her, so let me, Frost said. Tell me what? She asked again, getting annoyed. You are not taking him. I just got him back. Frost backed up a little, waving his hands. No, no, no. He is yours. There are just some terms right now. As I said, he did attack one of our soldiers. She looks down and sees her brother look down in shame. She looks back at Frost. Okay. Frost pulls out a note and starts reading it. The U.S. military is willing to overlook the attack because of his age, that Andrew did not suffer a life-threatening wound, and he won't push for charges, and because he was forced against his will to serve the Empire. Frost then lowers the note and then hands it to her. You will be considered fully responsible for his actions from now on. He will have to serve 2 weeks or a total of 20 hours of community service as payment for the attack. She tilts her head, and her ear flickers a little as she tries to understand what he is saying. What is community service? It is stupid stuff, Scott said, picking up trash, cleaning the park, and helping out wherever is needed. He won't be going to war or anything. I guess that is fair, she said. She is willing to trust them, otherwise they would not have brought her brother back. Well, we need to go, Scott said and then looked around. Interesting place. Reminds me of kindergarten. She sees the tall, big man named Scott walk out joking about something. She then sees the shorter dark-hair man Frost wave to her with a cute smile. She smiles and waves back, feeling embarrassed. As the two men walk out, she sees the female soldier walk over. Nice school, Alicia said as she looked around. Mama Bear will be pleased. She then looks at her. You know he likes you. You two will be cute together. Why do you say this? She asked, confused. I have my reason, Alicia said and winks at her. But you two seem cute. Anyway, it was good to see you and your brother back together. If you need anything, just ask. We have your back. Alicia then pats her on the back and heads out humming. She watches her walk out of the school. She blinks her eyes confused. These people are stupid. Cute but stupid. She then looks down at her brother and hugs him again. Fort Minnick, January 20th, 2026. Captain Sarah Rose is at her new desk at the administration center of the newly constructed building. She looks around and sees her staff working on their projects. When she was promoted to captain, she became in charge of the new Vanguard Rapid Task Force, or nicknamed by a few of the Rangers Sharpe's rifles. This task force is made up of Vanguard 2, Vanguard 5, and her unit Vanguard 7. This also includes the Rose Order of Knights and the newly formed Alness militia. Their job is to support the Rangers on the field with up-to-date information and assist coordination. Right now, she is talking with Captain Wolf. He is taking control of the new Alness militia. While Rory is the formal figurehead, Wolf will be the one doing the day-to-day responsibilities. Wolf is a Valradin, a strong and tall wolf that walks on 2 legs. To her, his kind reminds her of werewolves, but those are also in this world. While both are similar, the difference she can tell is that Valradin is more rational and less bloodthirsty. They can be civil among other races. You want these 5 to join? She asked, looking at the list. She sees a warrior bunny, one of Tuke's high elves, another is one of Wolf's people, and the rest are human. This brings the total to 15 new militia recruits. I think they will be promising, Wolf said. However, I do not have a large pool to draw from. I said that term correctly? She smiles and nods. Yes, Wolf. You used the term properly. And I understand, but we are not comfortable in recruiting outside the fort. We can't properly vet them. I understand, Wolf said and then stood up. His head bumps into the ceiling and then rubs his head. You people are short. She looks at him and giggles. You're too tall. All right, Wolf. Thank you for your help. Start training, and if you find any more recruits, tell me. She watches Wolf leave her office and then looks at her computer. She takes a deep breath from the stress. Damn, this is harder than I thought. She gets up from her desk and heads out of her office. She walks past Major Sharpe's office, which is close to hers. Of course, he is not there. She has found that he really hates being in his office. She starts to wonder if the desk makes him feel old, not as useful or something. As she walks through her operational building, she sees everyone under her command. One central operational station with 4 larger screens on the front wall. There are 5 stations in this large room. Every 5 stations are meant to support each of their teams, but only 3 of them are in use. The other 2 are for the Rose Knights and militia, which are not formally set up yet. This is a 3-story building. The other 2 bottom floors are other research teams. Because this is a rapid response force and the main exploration group, these research teams' job is to learn as much as they can. Research Earth history and methodology, which sometimes mean reading and watching any form of fantasy. She walks over to Vanguard, 2 stations. How is everything, Hill? Second Lieutenant Kira Hill is Vanguard 2's logistical officer, aiding Johnson's team back to base. She is a blonde-haired woman with an attitude but laser focus on her job. Everything good, Captain, Hill said. They mopped up the goblin nest in Algona. No casualties. I am plotting a path for them. I don't want them to go through the Schwartz Goat path until it is secured. Smart, she replies. But be careful. Jasus might still be out there. Hill chuckles hearing that. What is so funny? She asked. Sorry, ma'am. Hill replies quickly. I just thought it was funny Captain America got assaulted, and it wasn't any of the girls he tags around. First it is Major Captain America, she said, and that is not appropriate. The girls have been a massive help. Let's always remember combat is different when you're in the middle of it. I am sorry, ma'am. Hill replies and looks up. We all know what happened with you in Halfcrissen 9. None of us wants to experience nearly being enslaved like that. After she was taken by Crisis during the Battle of Combat Outpost Serenity 10, most soldiers like her, and Hill never see combat. They are trained just in case, but the odds are low. After that event, most of her colleagues respected her far more, understanding what happened. After that battle, she was given the Prisoner of War medal and it helped her become captain. Having frontline experience, and she understands how the enemy work, and her relations with the native population like Rory and Lelei have been a massive aid in their operations. Even though she now runs 5 different logistical teams, Vanguard 7 is still her baby. It is all good, she said with a smile. I am heading out. Contact me if you need anything. She heads out of the operation room and heads to the elevator. She heads down to the first floor and heads out. In the main lobby, she sees security and other soldiers talking. She walks past the security checkpoint and heads outside. The building leads right to outside, facing the center of the base. While not as large as Fort Alness, it is still impressive, smaller and more efficient for their needs. The problem operation in Alness was because of how cramped and scattered everyone was. The Rangers are the primary exploration and strike force in the war, but that was getting hard to do as Alness expanded. She starts walking, heading to her barracks. One of the benefits of becoming a captain, she got her own place. In Alness, she had to share with First Lieutenant April. As she walks, she senses this vehicle getting closer. She stops and looks and sees this Humvee pull up. She looks at it wondering what is going on. When the window comes down, she sees Selena in a cap with a cat on it. She is wearing sunglasses and to her shock, Selena has a cigar in her mouth. What's up, yo Sarah, Selena said, nodding her head smiling. She looks at Selena and then looks inside. She sees Sharpe sitting in the driver's seat. He also has sunglasses on and has a cigar in his mouth. Are you kidding? What? Sharpe asked in shock. Don't worry, Sarah, Selena said. It is not real. See. She grabs the cigar and then notices it is just a pretzel rod. She then looks back inside and looks at Sharpe. You are teaching her bad traits. Sharpe starts to laugh. It is all good. We saw you walking out as he was pulling out of the gym. We just wanted to say hi and it was her idea. Selena looks at Sharpe. No, it wasn't. She notices Sharpe wearing a tank top and then looks back to Selena. She has a blue sports bra on, confirming that they were working out at the gym. Since Selena was taken, she wanted to work out more, to get stronger. Still, bad traits, she said, glaring at him. Sharpe looks at her and then smiles. Want a ride? Selena looks up at her. I know you want to. She looks at them both, just baffled at the two. They are not biologically related, and Sharpe only adopted her not that long ago. They have been together since the beginning of the war, but she cannot believe how similar they both are. The worst part is, she does want a ride and now she cannot be angry. Yeah. She gets in the back and the Humvee drives away. The barracks are not that far away, but she enjoyed the offer. You two enjoy yourself? Yes, Selena said. She turns around and peeks through the hole between the two seats. She slowly lowers her sunglasses. Today we were lifting, and I went up a new weight. She smiles hearing that, happy by her reaction. That is good, Selena. The Humvee stops when they get to the barracks area. Both of their barracks are close together. It was more of a silly ride than a necessity. Thank you for the long ride. That will be $10, Selena said. What? She asked. What? Selena asked. I never said this was a free ride. She looks at the little brat and gets out. As she gets out, all she can hear is Selena giggling as she gets out too. Kids. Hey, Dad, I will be right back. Stay here, Selena said. and then rushes to the barracks. She stands there confused about what is happening. She watches Selena rush into their place alone. She then looks to Sharpe, and he looks slightly nervous. She wonders if this is related to Jasis, Selena being overprotective since she was the one who saved him. Sharpe looks at her and shrugs. No idea. She just told me to wait. He waits a moment and takes a breath. How was the office today? Oh, same old crap, she said. Sometimes I wish we could go back to Windows Vista. At least that failed to work consistently. Windows Vista was a failed operating system in the early 2000s and has become a meme on failure software. Yup, Sharpe comments with a chuckle. Why I prefer being on the field. Easier to pull a trigger. Still, it is good knowing you are behind the camera. She looks at him and smiles. She is not smiling because she likes what he said. She does, but she is picking up dozens of red flags. Something is going on. Before she can speak up, she sees Sharpe speak again. I have a late start tomorrow, Sharpe said. Want to get something to eat in Alness? I heard of this steak place that recently opened. Want to check it out? She smiles seeing what is going on now. He was trying to ask her out and Selena was helping. She does wonder if Selena knows about her feelings for her father, but she can figure that out later. Yeah, sure. That should be relaxing. She then glares at him. You're washing first. Oh, come on. I don't smell that bad, Sharpe said as she smelled his arm. He then gets this strange look on his face, confirming what she said. Okay. When they get to the town of Alness, Sarah gets out of the Humvee. The community looks recently built, which is good after the earthquake. She looks at the steak restaurant sign. It says Bobby Roadhouse. Really? She giggles at the name. She looks at Sharpe and sees him. I heard of this place. I heard there's steak from Elba. We shall see, Sharpe said. Glad to see trade between our people. With the new facility in Philadelphia for trade and places like this. All good improvements. Both walk inside and see the place is moderately busy. There is a mix of military personnel and natives here. Their greeter is a brown-haired Nico. She takes them their table and takes their orders. Once they both get settled, they take their glass of water and lightly clash them. Are you settling well into your new rank? Sharpe asks. She thinks about it and looks at him. Yeah, it was a headache at first, but it is going smoothly. I just wish the new software works as advertised. She then leans back. How did the mission go? You already know, Sharpe replies. I sent the report. She frowns a little and takes a frustrated breath. I know, but I know you were looking forward to that mission for a while. You took a supply run just to get there. All for the girls. Sharpe nods and smiles. Yeah, they loved it. You should have seen Lelei. We got into an argument about how the earth was flat. She smiles, glad that he is opening now. She giggles hearing that. She knew Lelei, and the others thought their world was flat. It must have been hard for them to accept it. How did it go? Lelei pulled out her phone and showed me a picture of Earth. She then talked about the poster in my office. She used both of those to explain how the Earth was flat. Wow, she said, impressed that Lelei would have a heated debate with Sharpe. She is glad, thought she just does not accept whatever is told. That only leads to indoctrination, not education. She once had a teacher in high school who just wanted her students do what she said. She turned out to be an activist and got fired, but the damage was done with some of the students. I am impressed. I never thought of it like that. She smiles and watches Sharpe go off about the girls and their trip to Camp Galileo. How there was a massive debate about the flat Earth topic and then about the rocket going into space. She described their reaction seeing the rocket go up into the clouds and watching on the screen of the camera that was on the rocket, watching the rocket come apart and releasing the satellite. That is so adorable, she said. Yup, he said. Glad that happened because the rest of the mission was crap. She takes a breath and frowns. She knows what he means. Jasis assaulted him, and then the team killed Imperial kids. Another apostle. Why are they all popping out around here? I have no idea, Sharpe said. Thinking about that, Rory said apostles usually stay away from each other. They only interact if they need to work together or to fight. She thinks about her question and leans forward. Well, these are different times. I bet the reason they are coming here is because of us. She then thinks about that and smiles. Most likely you. Why me? Sharpe said, and then rolled his own eyes. Stupid question. Pretty much, she replies. First, Rory is with you. From what I understand, that is not normal. And let's face it, Jackson, you've been kicking ass in this war. Come on, Sharpe said. I only made it this far because of everyone around me. I would have never made it this far, or still be alive if I were alone. I know, but it was you who got everyone together, she said. Just take the credit. She chuckles at his reaction. He hates being the center of attention off the field, but when on the battlefield, he does not mind it. It seems to be a switch when he is fighting. When he fought Crisis, Talon, and others, he survived to be a smartass in the heat of the moment. But yeah, Jace's seems different, she said. She read the report from Sharpe and Rory talking about her. Rory said Jace's is the apostle of evil acts. She has a split personality like Gollum in Lord of the Rings. Both sides of her are mentally crazy to the point she talks to herself all the time. Rory then explains that Jace's reminds her of 50 Shades of Grey, having a dominatrix personality. She likes to dominate her victims in many ways as she feeds off their soul. While she was impressed that Rory used media to help explain the details, using Sharpe's method in closing the culture gap through media, she is now upset with herself by introducing Rory to her fluff entertainment, fearing that Sharpe might find out. Yeah, Sharpe said as he thought. This was a direct target against me. Thank God for the brat. But hey, at least you got some good out of all this. You saved a few kids, and you brought those Dark Elves bandits here. She spoke. That was not fun, Sharpe said. Kids, man. Did Frost get that bat boy to his sister? She nods. Yes, the paperwork went through. Being forced against his will, your recommendation helped. I think Frost has a crush on the Batgirl. We will see. Yeah, I am noticing a trend, Sharpe comments. She rolls her eyes and laughs. You just noticed a trend? You should have seen Andrew and Hamilton. I brought Hamilton to him. For 10 minutes, she chewed him out for worrying her and getting hurt. It was so adorable. Sharpe nods his head and chuckles. At first glance, she seems pretty submissive under Pina, but there seems to be a firecracker inside her. Yeah, she said. She looks and sees their cat server bring their food over. It is steak, but it is a blue color. That is normal from the local beef. As she starts to eat, she looks up at him. I have been wondering, what are you planning on doing with Yao? What do you mean? She is a bandit and that's it, Sharpe replies as he starts to eat. She lightly shakes her head by his reply. She has gotten to know him for a long time to know what is going on in his head. It is typically easy for a woman to understand what is going on in a guy's head, but she must admit he was hard. She had to learn to figure out what was going on in his head. Now she has a good idea after he finally confessed what happened in Mexico. 11. After that, he became far more open. That secret was eating him alive and was going to get him killed if she did not let some love in. Right now, she can see that something is on his mind. The dark elf known as Yao said the flame dragon almost whipped out her people, and knowing him, he is thinking he is responsible in some way. It is not your fault, Jackson. It is war, things happen. Still, Sharpe said, maybe if we killed it the first time, our missiles did have an effect. We just were not ready. She puts down her fork and leans back. You don't want to go fight that thing? Sharpe looks at her and sees her concern. Not at all. It has left us alone this long, and I rather not go pick a fight. I got enough people trying to pick fights with me. She smiles, glad he is not going glory hunting. Still, maybe we can do something, Sharpe comments. She smiles hearing that. She has talked to Colonel John Young, the Ranger commander in Falmart, about this. While he will never say it, being too manly to admit it, deep down inside he just wants to help people. She thinks that's why Rory and the others wanted to join him. Why Pina and her knights wanted to defect and got the Guardian of Legrath and her troops to defect too. But it is his biggest weakness because he will put himself in a dangerous situation. I bet the Colonel will want to talk about it later, but I've been wondering how Tuke is doing? She asked. I noticed you gave her a badge even after what she did. Sharpe takes a deep breath. Honestly, I am still pissed, but she deserved it. She did overcome her hatred and save the day in the end. I cannot complain too much. She just needs to find her place in the team. I know, she said. She was surprised that he kept her on the team after that. But everyone deserves to be redeemed. Sharpe leans forward smiling. Let me tell you something though. Lelei just continues to impress me. Oh God, she said, smirking. I know what you mean. I do not know how to describe it. She is just so smart. Yeah, Sharpe adds. On the way back, we were helping her work on 2 new spells. Just some practice and she will become her own gunship. She takes a calm breath as she collects her thoughts. I remember when she first came here. Question after question. You had Rory and Selena asking questions, but she just was fascinated by everything. Sharpe nods and he thinks on that. I remember after the siege of Italica, 12, she talked to the princess. In moments, she explained our most basic values to Pina in a simple way. She was not just repeating something we said. She understood our ways. It blew me away, and she can speak easily. Sharpe then leans forward and holds out his fork. She has a rare gift, and I don't mean the God and smartness thing. She is an academic, but she does not speak like an academic. She can tell her ideas in a way the average person can understand. I find that as a rare gift. I noticed that too, she said with a smile. I love it, seeing her reaction when she discovers something new. Like what you said about the flat earth thing. She does not just accept a fact. She came to that conclusion because she saw pictures on her phone, the poster and other things, and she put all those facts together and came to that conclusion. She is a supercomputer. She smiles and leans back. I hope she finds a nice boy. She then sees Sharpe's reaction. He has this overprotective glare, his eyes telling her hell no. Maybe not. She mumbles and giggles. I think Rory is getting comfortable here now, she said, trying to change the topic. Yeah, Sharpe said. I notice she still detaches herself a bit. She is an apostle, she said. She thinks about Rory and her past. She has tried to think about what life could be living for nearly 1,000 years. She can barely understand 10 years out with her own life. 1,000 years ago, countries like England and France were just establishing themselves, and Western civilization was just born. The last remnants of the Roman Empire, the Byzantine Empire, was on its last legs. The United States and the rest of the New World were not even on the radar by the time Rory was born. She has taken an interest in you, she said. Jealous? Sharpe responds with a smirk. That makes her blush and glances away. No, based on Talon and Fryen, they seem to be cold and distant. I said it before, but I think she enjoys not having to bear the weight of the world anymore. She can be more herself and feel love. I do worry about her though, she said. After learning about Talon, I always wonder what else she is hiding. You don't live 1,000 years with her powers and not make enemies. I don't care, Sharpe said as he eats. She looks at him confused by that statement. Really? After the raid on Sadera, I thought about that question, Sharpe explains. I agree with your conclusion and I decided it didn't matter. I have no right to judge Rory on her past. Just like Talon, I will deal with any of it. Any enemies, any rivals, whatever. Rory won't have to fear any of it. Really? She asked again, smiling. She finds it funny a mortal man is willing to protect an immortal woman. She remembers Rory telling her that the final decision in her staying was when Sharpe saved her from the helicopter attack in Italica. 13. She refused to tell her some special moments, but she never had a mortal risk their lives to protect her. Everyone always assumed she would be fine because she cannot die. Of course, Sharpe said, confused why she asked the same thing. Apostle or not, she is on my team, and when I accepted her on it, I knew I was accepting that unknown responsibility. Whatever she did, I will handle it, even the worst of things. She has earned that. You know, when you first took command of the team, I never saw you as this fatherly man, she said. She thinks about before the war. Sharpe came out of nowhere and took command. It was not popular, and he was a dick. No one knew he just lost half of his Delta unit and kicked out of the most elite unit in the military. The event gave him PTSD, and to this day he struggles to sleep. He was going through all of that alone, and he just did not know how to handle it. Everyone just thought he was this abusive jackass. Besides a few night issues, he has become a strong father figure for the girls. She thinks back at her home in Wisconsin. Her mom is a housewife, and while some think that is degrading, she loved it. She was always there when she and her sister needed her, during the good and bad days. But she always wanted her dad's approval, which she got. She would do something to make him proud, and in return, she got his love and support. During the war, she has seen more of her father in Sharpe, becoming that father figure for the girls, something to latch onto and grow themselves. And while he will not always admit it, he loves them all and does not care what anyone thinks. Speaking of fatherly, I remember when you first brought Selena to Alness, she said as she thinks back to the early days of the war. It feels so long ago now. She was barely clothed and shaking, clinging so close to Rory at the time. Funny now that she clings to you so much. Yeah, Sharpe responds. I never saw that coming. I still do not get why I did it. I just could not let her go. Every pulse in my body said to do it. She understands why he did it, and she believes he knows deep down inside. Well, it was worth it. She went from a shy little girl to back talking to me with a pretzel cigar in her mouth. Sharpe begins laughing at that. No regrets on that one. She rolls her eyes hearing that. I mean it. It baffles me how similar you two are. She adores you so much and wants to be you. Sharpe nods and smiles. Yup, I know the girls like to have those movie nights, but I think having our private nights help a lot. I think it opened the air for her to feel safe in the beginning. She giggles hearing that. Didn't you show her Transformers that very first time you two met? That 1980s version too? I always wanted to ask, why that one and not the newer versions? What? Sharpe asked. That 80s were epic. We got Top Gun, Aliens, Terminator 2, Predator, and Thundercats. Boys. She mumbles. She thinks about it and smiles. But I stand with what I said. Remember when we went back to Italica for the peace treaty? She became a woman, but the first thing she did was go to you for help. Sharpe looks at her and slowly lowers his fork. That was an interesting week, but she has grown a lot. I am happy she feels safe to come to me. Sharpe then thinks on that and nods his head. But you do know she adores you a lot. Really? She asked. Yes, Sharpe replies. You have been there every step too. She has noticed that, and we were talking about you on the way to Galileo. She smiles hearing that. She has put a lot of effort into her. At first, it was just helping so Sharpe could focus on his duties while on the battlefield. Slowly, she has grown more attached to her and hoped one day she could fill the mother role in her life. Really? Sharpe nods. Yeah, she likes you a lot, Sarah. And honestly, I am glad you were there. I never would have been able to handle her and the others if you were not around. I know the people in the back of the line don't get the spotlight, but you really have been the glue that kept everything going. She looks at him smiling. Glue? I take that back, Sharpe said. Too late, she said chuckling. I am using that against you for later. As she smiles, she glances down and then back at him. Jackson. Yes, Sarah? Sharpe asks. She takes a deep breath and looks directly into his gray eyes. Jackson, what is this? She did not want to add anything more to her question. She wanted to see how he reacted. If he asked what, then she will assume that maybe he does not have feelings for her. She knows he does, but at some time he needs to accept it. But if he hesitates to respond and thinks on his reply like he normally does in a situation, she knows the truth. He always hesitates to respond when he fully understands the context of a situation. It is how his brain works, studying everything to form his response. She sees this lean to the sit and thinks on her question, getting the confirmation that she was hoping. Sharpe takes a nervous breath and looks back at her. Speaking of Selena Dashda, hearing that she assumes that Sharpe is trying to change the subject. It does upset her, but she puts on a face. What about her? I know she struggles with her education, but she is far smarter than she lets on, Sharpe said as he takes another breath. She was asking me what I thought about you. She picked it up easily. She pointed out that I like you. She looks at him confused. What he is saying turned into something else. Liked? Sharpe looks directly at her. I love you, Sarah. 14? She sits there not believing he said that. She wanted to hear those words for a long time, but at best she expected it was that he liked her. I have for a while now, Sharpe said and glanced away. It fully hit me when I was alone fighting Talon in Legrath. And I came to terms when we were alone on Italica's wall. When we were alone. He then takes a deep, nervous breath. In one way or another, you have always been by my side and helped me through a lot of personal problems. Remember Philadelphia during Christmas. 15? Sharpe asked but continues. I can't remember having more fun in my life. Seeing the excitement on the girls' faces, the dinner at home, even the New Year's sports bar date. 16? I will never understand why, but you were the first to extend their hand even though I was being a dick. I do not know why you were trying to be nice, but you did. The thing is, I don't think I am good enough. Selena terrifies me because I feel like I am going to screw it up. I always do somehow. He continues, unable to stop himself. Same with the girls. Everyone around me ends up in a body bag, and I just cannot. I would have told you sooner, but I am afraid the longer you're around me, the high chance you will dash da. Jackson, she spoke. Yes? The second she gets his attention, she reaches out and grabs him. She pulls him forward and kisses him. Shut up, sir. I love you too. Reference. 1. Chapter 125. 2. Chapter 3. 3. Alness Military Police. 4. Chapter 8. 5. Chapter 7. 6. Chapter 133. 7. Chapter 51. 8. Chapter 58. 9. Chapter 132. 10. Chapter 133. 11. Chapter 90. 12. Chapter 89. 13. Chapter 52. 14. Chapter 20. 15. Chapter 19. 16. Chapter 40. 17. Chapter 128. 18. Chapter 98 to 100. 19. Chapter 102. Editor: Prattamoston. Lucifer. Support: Co-creative support: Tom Richmond. Discord: https://discord.gg/xe7nnhs. V12. Chapter 139. Taking care of business. Fort Minnock. Staff Sergeant Andrew Steele walks into the new Vanguard 7 barracks. He sees the rest of his team, walking over and patting him on the back. "Welcome back," Scott said. "I don't know," Frost said with a chuckle. "You have no idea how quiet Alicia is when you're not here." "Hey," Alicia mumbles. Jerry walks over and looks at his bandaged arm. "How is the bite wound?" Asterisk. Alicia pushes everyone out of the way and then looks at his arm. "Yeah, how does it feel getting bitten like that?" He looks at everyone and then at his arm. "All I can say is that was bad. That kid's teeth can go deep. I don't recommend it." "Was he trying to suck out your blood?" Alicia said with much excitement. "Down, woman," Jerry said as he placed his hand on Alicia's shoulder to calm her down. "And I think that's vampires, not bats." He thinks back on getting bit. "I don't remember feeling my blood being sucked out. It just felt deep." "Well, welcome back, Andrew," Scott said. He looks around feeling very welcomed. He looks over and even sees the new Ranger Sergeant Sophie Everett standing behind everyone. She also seems happy that he is okay. While things have been acquired for how much she hates the girls, but it is good to see she still cares about the team. At the end of the day, we are all on the same team after all. He walks through and tosses his bag on his bed. From what he can see, there is a main lounge for the unit. Then there are these rooms which have 2 beds in each. He finds this better than the last barracks as everyone slept in one long room. He looks at the other bed and notices it is the team medic, Jerry. "It looks very Spartan, just a few things here and there. Anything I missed?" he asked as he walked out of his joint room and headed back into the lounge. Alicia walks up to him and begins to explain what happened when they went back. That Lelei is becoming a walking missile launcher asterisk, and that they ran into a dark elf raiding party. She then explains the leader of the party is named Yao and was forced to raid traders to feed her people because of the flame dragon they fought before. "That pretty much sums it up," Alicia said in a casual tone. "Right now, there is a bet going on if the Major is going to go save the Dark Elf tribe from the flame dragon." "Ready? Where?" he asked and looked to the wall where Alicia pointing at. He sees the bets and notices everyone sees betting on intervention. "Yeah, I kind of agree. When are we going?" "No idea, but not for a few days. They recalled Johnson, so probably happening soon," Alicia said. "Anyway, we got beer." As Scott walks away from the mini fridge and hands him a beer. "Are you still being able to fight?" "Yeah," Andrew said. "Their main worry was if I was infected with something. I turned out to be clean. No zombies today." He sees Frost sitting on the couch. He looks to the screen and sees one of his favorite podcasts, Every Frame of Pauses, or better known as EFAP Star. He started watching it when he was in high school in California back in 2018. It is a show by other major media critics who review media and other critics' responses. They believe in the objective side of media and art, laying down standards and building up from that. What he likes about the show is that the podcast is very funny. Media critics are usually boring, but they have a 10-hour podcast that is fun and enjoyable. At the same time, the podcast is very educational because while they criticize other career online critics, they have debates with people who disagree with them. While it started as a joke, it became a major platform for a conversation of ideas and critical thinking, which he likes. The show has a long love from the fanbase because what makes the show fun to watch is that it is edgy. Not everyone likes the adult language the hosts use. Also, the biggest criticism of the show is the core premise of the show, the debate between objective versus subjective. On top of that, it has become a meme generator, meme he never could think of. In the end, he likes it because he made him appreciate good content. He has motivated him to one day start his manga. "Cool, man. Is that episode 547? He asked. "Nah, man. I am still catching up. I didn't have a week to lay around and catch up," Frost replies. "I still hate you for getting me into this. Sweet love and war, man," he replies. and he watches 6 people on the podcast having a debate on the most recent Pixar film. By the way, Frost, how did the kid go with the bat? What was her name again? Mintiv? He asks as he takes a drink from his beer. Everything went well, Frost said as he sat on the couch watching the TV. Nothing to write home about. He has a date. Alicia points out. He just doesn't know it yet. You should have seen her eyes. God damn it, Alicia, Frost said as he stood up frustrated. Stop butting in on everything. What? Alicia asked. You saw her eyes. The sparkles, the shine. Just ignore her, Scott said. She is just upset that she can't find a man. Hearing that, he automatically gets between Scott and Alicia to keep Alicia from throwing a punch at Scott. You're just jealous that a woman can kick your ass, Alicia yells. By the gods, you people are loud. As he holds Alicia back, he and everyone else looks at the door and see 4 knights standing there. It is Beefeater E. Katie, Bose's co-Polesti, Suassess co-main, but the one he cares most about is the brown hair girl Hamilton Uno Roar. To his and everyone else's surprises, they all are wearing different kinds of robe clothing, all with what looks like Roman design. He has seen natives wear clothes like this before, being normal for them. Unlike the peasants, the robes they are wearing look expensive and beautifully detailed. You people are loud, Boses said as she walks in. There is this awkward silence between the two groups, this being the first time they interacted like this outside a mission, excluding the time when they watched The Hobbit at Italica Star. But that was different because it was arranged by the Major. Yeah, we are celebrating that he is alive, Frost answers. If we're quiet, then we're dead. True statement, Alicia said with a chuckle. Salutation, everyone, Boses said as she and the rest walked into the barracks lounge. We heard you that Andrew was back. Yeah, Beefeater said, and then gets an evil grin on her face. She then elbows Hamilton. You should have seen it. She was pacing back and forth wanting to come over but scared too. Not true, Hamilton yells. She then looks over to Suassess. Tell them. Suassess looks at Hamilton. What? It is true. Some friend you are? Hamilton signed as she said that. I just came for the snacks. I like their snacks, Suassess said, and then looked to the table with chips. The 4 knights walk in and join the rest of the Rangers. They seem to be interacting well with each other. At first, you might think there might be issues, soldiers of 2 worlds, but everyone quickly realizes both groups have been through a lot already. Their faiths have been interconnected since they first met. I heard you got a new team member? A girl too. Where is she? Beefeater asked. He looks around and sees all his fellow Rangers tell her with their hands to shut up. She does her own thing. She will come out when she's ready, he said softly. Oh, Beefeater said. Sounds like panache. He takes a drink as everyone starts doing their thing. Suassess starting to eat all of the food. Beefeater suddenly challenges Alicia into an arm wrestling match and Boses asking questions about the TV and what is on. And then he sees his girlfriend Hamilton walking up with a big cheerful smile. She then takes his bandaged arm and looks at it. The robe she is wearing is this light blue mixed with white parts, the golden parts that keep all the different designs and parts together. He wonders if the gold pieces are real gold and not painted on. Nice to see ya when you're not yelling at me, he said, thinking back at the hospital. She was behind the quarantine window yelling through the microphone, saying how he shouldn't have gotten bitten like that and scared her, and how that it is considered rude from where she comes from. Not now, Hamilton said as she blushes a little and looks away. He was going to say something, but noticed that she looks nervous. Is everything okay? Why, yes, Hamilton said shyly. She then looks back at him. Do you want to leave? I have a place I want to show you. He looks down at her and then looks around. He is a head level taller than her. Everyone seems to be busy doing their own thing, and honestly, he has never been a party person. Whatever event they are doing today, they will be doing again tomorrow. After spending time in quarantine, he would like some time alone with her. Yes, sure. Let's get out of here. Hamilton takes his arm and heads out of the barracks. Outside, he sees the line of other barracks. The one to the left is Vanguard 5, and the one to the right is Vanguard 2. So where are we heading? He asked, confused about what is happening. To his confusion, she did not respond, just pulling on his arm and heading down the street. Are you okay, Hamilton? He asked. If there's something wrong, we can talk. Shut up, Hamilton said. Her tone was a mix of nervousness and anger. She pulls him to this supply building and lets go of his arm. She pulls out this key and unlocks the door. He looks around completely confused about what is happening. He knew she wanted to be alone with him, which is understandable, but this is going far. How did you get a key? I got the key from my princess, Hamilton said as she turned the light on. Each week, one of the units has the responsibility to keep the base clean. This week is the Rose Knights. So we got the keys to this supply building. She takes a deep breath and looks at him. Come on. That makes sense. Everyone is responsible for the health of the base while they are not deployed. He walks in and then hears the door close. Well, you wanted to be alone, we're alone. He looks around and sees how closed this place is. It reminds him of many horror films. This is how a lot of horror films start. He turns around and sees Hamilton standing there without her nice robe, standing there naked. His eyes widen as he turns red. She is standing there naked, holding her arm with her other hand. He tries to find the words, but he is finding her to be the most beautiful woman he has ever seen. His manga does not come close to the real sight. On her side, he can see the small scar that she got from Legrath's star. I hope I don't look silly, Hamilton said. You do not look silly at all, he responds. Hamilton walks forward until she is right in front of him. As he looks down at her, he can see those beautiful jade green eyes. He places his hand around her and pulls her close, giving her a deep kiss. He can feel her start to lift his shirt until he is shirtless. He takes her and moves her around and leans her against the wall. Are you sure? I love you, Andrew, Hamilton said as she looks at him with a smile. He looks at her and then kisses her again. I love you too. Fort Minnick, Vanguard Headquarters. Major Sharpe leans against the digital table at the new Ranger command room. He is in the operational room with Colonel John Young, the head of Ranger Exploration and Operations Lieutenant Colonel Kaysen, and his logistical team, Captain Sarah Rose. The Dark Elf Yao said her village is around here. He points to the map. On the digital table shows the regional map around Alness. It is the sector called the Schwartz Forest, the northern tip of the Tuba Mountains. The Goat Path Vanguard, 7 and other units took is just north of the forest with this small section that cuts through the forest to the west side of the forest, close to Nigtai. The map he is looking at is one of the old ones that were created by RQ for Global Hawks after the airfield was established. The new satellite is currently creating newer and more detailed maps, but that is taking time, prioritizing areas of importance. Probably in the valley here. They are a valley people who farm and hunt, he said. Another hunter-gatherer society, Kaysen said. At this point, why don't we take in everyone in Falmart? Young walks around and looks at the map. Major, as Kaysen pointed out, every time you go out, it seems like you bring more people back. He looks up at Young. Your point, sir? He then looks to Kaysen. If there is a problem with how I conduct my duty, I am more than happy to discuss it. I am out there, and I must make a choice. I do not factor what someone will point out in hindsight, but the facts in front of me. Calm down, Major, Young said. No one is being critical here. Just bring up a point. As you said yourself, asterisk, we can't take in the world. He looks to Young and then on the map. I know. I try to be careful and check myself. That is not true, Kaysen said. You rightfully brought these dark elves back and tossed them in the bridge. They're bandits and that's that. Bandits because we pushed a dragon to their lands, burning their crops, Sarah points out. He sees Kaysen shoot her a glare. Thank you for that fact, Captain. But they are lucky we haven't shipped to Tubic Castle yet. The reason we are meeting today is that you feel guilty. Kaysen, Young said. Kaysen looks at him. Am I wrong? He can see that Young is hesitant to respond to that question. While he hates Kaysen, being a lead by the desk type of officer. Not to say that soldiers who work from a desk are bad. Sarah mostly works by the desk, but she and others use that position to assist the troops on the field. People like Kaysen think they know better because they work at a desk. His type has this attitude that rubs him the wrong way. But the truth is he is right. At first, he was going to hand Yao and her dark elves to the amp asterisk, but when Yao explained what happened, when she brought up the flame dragon asterisk and explained what happened, he understand they were not bandits. Bandits were the ones he fought at Italica, not people trying to feed themselves. The battle against the flame dragon, they wounded it by destroying its arm. That was the day he met the girls. Saving Selena, Rory intervenes and prevents the dragon from frying everyone and Lelei saving him by putting up a deflective shield. The dragon flew away, and he always wondered what happened to it, but more pressing concerns took priority. When the Alness airfield was built, RQ-170 Sentinel, MQ-9 Reaper, and RQ-4 Global Hawks drones were deployed to search for the Flame Dragon. During the early days of the invasion, the U.S. presence was still vulnerable, and Alness Command still had no idea what was past the base walls. After a month of searching and 2 Reapers were destroyed by the Empire Wyvern Corps ambushes, the search was cancelled to support the continuous expansion of the war front. The intelligence community believed that the Flame Dragon flew outside of the area of operations and considered it a low threat. Still, based on what Yao said, the attack on her people happened after his run-in with the dragon, and he sees that as his fault. In war, the law of cause and effect is extreme. He had to learn that the hard way. "Yes, I feel a little guilty. Wouldn't you?" he said. "Technically, I had a hand in their destruction, so yeah, I feel responsible. And you want to go and be Prince Charming and slay the mighty dragon? Don't you have a big enough harem, Major?" Kaysen said. He glances over and sees Sarah wanting to strangle Kaysen. He looks back to Kaysen and down at the map. "Of course not, Lieutenant Colonel. Hunting down a super dragon would be stupid, especially for a PR job. The Army doesn't train officers to think that stupidly." He looks back at showing the Lieutenant Colonel he won't get under his skin. "We shouldn't do anything that risks our position. The last thing we should do is lure the dragon here," Kaysen said. "And besides, at least I went to ranger school and earned my place here, Major. Not because I have friends in high places." "You're right," he replies. "I just spent the last 10 years in Delta fighting the Chinese while you sit back at home." "Ceasefire, you two," Yang said. "I thought you two got past this. We are here to finalize a report for the Lieutenant General." "Sharpe, it sounded like you have a different proposal." He looks to Yang, finding him to be the more reasonable one in command. He must admit he is still used to playing fast and loose, acting independently than in a strict command structure. "Yes, we go in and get their people out. That's it. It should only take a day to evacuate them. If we bring armed troops, that might anger the dragon, and forcing a confrontation," Kaysen said. "We have no idea where the dragon is. For all we know, it is farther south or east. I am not proposing sending in a brigade." She said there are only like 50 of them left. He counters. "We can assume we are not responsible for what happened all we want. They are dying, and they are down south. People will ask why we didn't do anything when we learned." He sees Kaysen about to oppose again, but Yang intervenes. "I am approving the mission," Yang said, "not because I feel bad. Next month we were going to send Vanguard 6 down there anyway. We got readings from the satellite showing promising signs of, or to mine. We either deal with this now or then." He nods, glad he got the approval. "Sharpe," Yang said, looking directly at him. "I know you already know this, but I have to state it. Do not go searching for the dragon or any other enemy force. If you run into any trouble, contact Fort Tallis. They will take care of any problems if you face any." "What can go wrong, sir?" he replies in a smartass tone. Yang looks at him. "Do you want the list?" "Now end of meeting." "I understand, sir," he said. After the meeting, he heads out with Sarah by his side. "Well, that could have been better," Sarah said. "It doesn't matter," he said. "I can't believe you have to deal with him on a daily basis." Sarah shrugs at that. "We just avoid each other." "But he is the head of operations." Sarah then looks at him. "You do realize it is not your fault. Things happen." "I know," he replies. "When does Bailey and Johnson come back?" Sarah looks at her clipboard. "Vanguard 5 is here, but Bailey is currently on Earth with the bunnies. They should be back in 2 days. Same with Johnson. But it will take a few days to mobilize a few M1083 star. I think we will need 4. He nods, hearing that. "That sounds good. We have a few days. It's time to get everyone else up to speed." Sarah lowers her tablet and looks at him. "Training? It is going to be hard. It's easy to train one at a time. You can focus your efforts on that one person. A full group, tribal mentality starts to take effect. While everyone is here, some still seem to be resistant to our ways. Part of the reason for Fort Minnick's creation was to provide a specialized training center for native forces who wish to join the U.S. effort. Natives do not have the history of development, and because of all the different races, it was decided a special training program was needed. I noticed," he replies and thinks. He thinks about that fact and nods his head. "I know what to do." He then takes an annoyed breath. "What is wrong?" Sarah asked, seeing his reaction. He thinks back to his days in Southeast Asia. "I can talk to Brigadier General Koichiro Hazama. I worked with one of his units a few years ago. First Lieutenant Yoji Itami. Shockingly, he was the one who introduced me to anime, but I think he is a captain now." "So, he was the one who introduced you to Sailor Moon?" Sarah asked with a giggle. He looks at her and frowns. Noriko introduced Selena to the 2012 Sailor Moon. He is fine and supports Noriko introducing Selena to shows like this. A real female lead show, not the Hollywood crap. He wants her to see females winning and good morals, showing that she does not have to be a victim but a winner. But he didn't expect to get dragged into it. 2 days ago, Selena wanted him to watch the show. He spent 3 hours watching it and it was hard. Selena told you? Sarah starts smirking and nods his head. She texted me about it. She was so happy, and I was shocked that you did it. Well, Sharpe starts to say, it is not fair if I only make them watch what I want. It made her happy and that was enough. That is sweet, Dash, Sarah said, but then Sharpe continues. And at least I got a good view when they're transforming, Sharpe said with a smirk. He then looks at her and sees her giving him a look. What? I am a dad now. I get to make dad jokes. He chuckles from that. I embarrassed her a few times. It was hilarious. Surprisingly, when she wants to punch, she can punch. Sarah shakes her head and smirks. You're like my dad. He would say things like that in front of me, and my sister just to pinch a nerve. Mom always said my dad could look at the menu but couldn't order from it. They're so close. Anyway, let us get back on topic, Sarah said. I assume Itami is special forces? Let me guess you two hate each other, Sarah said, assuming based on his track record with the Navy SEAL 3-leader Daniel. Actually, he and I got along well, he said. My home station was in Japan, and in 2021 his team and my team did a joint operation against a Chinese-backed cult organization. This dude Aum Shinrikyo was trying to recreate a cult that conducted the sarin gas attack in Tokyo decades before. China supplied them with a VX bomb. Holy shit, Sarah said in shock. Every time you speak about this secret world you lived in, it seems to get darker. I am shocked that didn't make it in the news, because we did our jobs. You will be surprised what you don't hear about. China plays for keeps, Sharpe said. After the virus hit, China saw it as a chance to knock Japan down a peg. I got pinned and Itami saved my life. So we're cool after that. And? Sarah asked, already knowing there is more to it. He is the laziest man I have ever met, he said in a baffled tone. I have never worked with or met a lazier man in my life, and yet I have no idea how he gets away with it. He explained it like an ant pack and I just do not know. I cannot describe it, but I know he recently was assigned here, and I know we can work together. Okay, Sarah said and thought about that. But do you think he will be enough? Training these natives will not be easy. I think half of them want to kill each. He takes another deep breath knowing that she is right. He nods, and he comes to the same conclusion. That is why I requested one of the few men that terrifies me. Chief Master Sergeant Carlos Cruz of the Philippines Special Forces Regiment. Crazy mothers they are. He finished with a slight hint of fear in his eyes. He helped us train the Hong Kong resistance fighters. He adds as he thinks about his past. Anyway, I will take care of that. Sarah takes her tablet and places it between her arms. You can deal with your old friends. He smiles and nods. That is fine. Let's go. I know the girls are putting their rooms together. I got Rory and Selena a new gift. Those bicycles? Sarah said with a big smile. How? Oh yeah, you do all the paperwork. But yeah, I think it is important for them to learn how to ride something, he said. Sarah nods and starts walking. Let's go. It is a nice warm day. Taking care of business. Rory yells as she uses her halberd as a pretend guitar. She spins around as the stereo plays the song, Taking Care of Business. She stops and spins around her weapon above her, and then starts using it again as a guitar. She places her left foot on the main room table and bangs her head as she tries to mimic the words of the song. She looks over to the corner and sees Selena. She is on the couch dancing to the music. In her hand is a remote that she is pretending to be a microphone. She notices Selena having a strange dance. She is walking side to side with hands going side to side. She then pushes them out. The rhythm is every move she does is twice. She goes side to side twice and extend her arms twice and then repeat star. There you go, girl, she says as she swings her hand around. What is this? Your people dance? Yes, Selena said as she dances. In the cult I was in, we have a special dance like this. We call it the Dance of Merida. We do it after we give ourselves to Merida. It is a celebrating dance. Cool girl, Tuke said. That is a cute dance. Taking care of business, Selena yells as she jumps off the couch. As she sings, she looks over to Tuke. She is using the wooden lute she got for Christmas Star. She suddenly starts doing a solo part from the song. While the sound from the lube does not match the rocking sound of the soundtrack guitar, she is impressed by how well Tuke can make the sound from her lute to the soundtrack. Her god Lelei, the goddess of music, really shows how talented Tuke is. Seeing Selena as she jumps on top of the table and starts dancing on there. Selena watched this. She starts hopping on one foot on the table. "How are you doing that?" Selena asks, and then tries to mimic Rory. After the third hop, she falls. She stops and looks down at Selena as she rubs her butt. She looks at her little friend and laughs at her. In all her life, she never thought she would spend so much time in a group like this before, especially when none of them are her worshippers. While she does not care about things like that, always wanting to act good and help regardless of who they worship, she still finds it strange. Most apostles would never befriend a little girl like Selena unless they are a devout follower, which only makes sense. She knows Selena is a follower of Merida and by extension Carlin Daelo, Merida's apostle. While Selena does not know Carlin is her apostle, she has been helping them get close so Carlin can remove the Edras priest indoctrination. So far it has been working. That goes with Tuke. Besides the issue of her not wanting to help Selena when she was taken asterisk, since then she has been stepping up and being more part of the group. It is an open secret on what happened. Only Selena does not know that Tuke's refused to help. But Tuke did in the end, and she has been working hard to earn that trust again. She is happy that Tuke is spending more time with her, but at the same time, she will not let Tuke take Selena out alone. Not until she feels like Tuke is ready. Tuke walks over and helps Selena up. "Be more careful. Come on," she said with a giggle. "I am Rory the Reaper, the Apostle of Darkness." "No, wait, I am the Dark Knight." "You copied that from Batman," Tuke said. "But I liked it," she mumbles. Lelei opens the door from her room and peeks out. "Can you two knock it off? You are so loud." And then there is Lelei. She looks over and waves at her. She was the first girl that she met after the Flame Dragon. Both of them helped Vanguard 7 during the battle and have been there since. Lelei goes back into her room but then pops out again and puts some clothes on. She blinks and looks at Selena. Both her and Selena have been partying, so they've been in their shorts and bra. Tuke, on the other hand, is only wearing shorts, and that was a massive debate to make her wear that. "High elves, they hate human clothes." "What? We are having fun," she said. "Lelei," Selena said with a smile. "Okay," Lelei said with a massive sigh. She then looks at Tuke. "What about Tuke?" "I hate Western cloths." "Accept it," Tuke said as she crosses her arms. "Besides, I am a high elf. We are not ashamed of our bodies like you humans are. We wear clothes, but it is our style. We never understood why humans wear so much. It is their wear, Tuke," Lelei said. "And I approve." "You are just saying that because your breasts are smaller than mine," Tuke said as she places her hand on her chest. She looks at Tuke and then at Lelei. She sees Lelei with this devilish look in her eyes. All of a sudden, her eyes glow blue and she sees this lamb lift up from a table and swings right at Tuke. "Hey," Tuke said as she gets out of the lamp way. Her eyes widen as she gets a realization. She holds out her hand. "Wait, everyone, I have a question." She then looks to Tuke. "You said you won't wear Western clothes?" Tuke looks at her, placing her fist on her hips, taking pride in her body. "Yeah, I'm willing to compromise on my people's customs and traditions, but there are lines." "I get that," she said and looked at Lelei. "Lelei, why do they call it Western clothes?" "Because they consider their civilization Western," Lelei replies. "Yes, but that doesn't make sense," she said. "That makes sense if their world was flat, but it is round. Remember we learned that recently. So, isn't all of Earth West then?" She sees that Lelei is about to reply, but then stops herself. The truth is she does not care, but was trying to defuse the situation. Lelei looks at her. "I don't care right now." Selena looks around. "Well, I like their clothes. They are comfortable and pretty. I like wearing dresses." "We all know Selena," Lelei said and smiles. She then looks at her and everyone else. "And shouldn't you all be setting up your rooms?" "Okay," she said. "I just wanted a break and have some fun." As Lelei slowly goes back into her room, she believes she catches something. "Wait just a minute. Stay out of my room, Rory," Lelei said as she tries to close her door. She quickly rushes to her door and stops her from closing it. She looks up against the wall and giggles at what she sees. She sees a poster of this shirtless dude. She recognizes the dude. a man named Lucer. He is a character of a recent story she has been reading online. He is supposed to be a badass soldier. She evilly smirks and she glances back to Lelei. Lelei, Lelei, Lelei. Don't you dare. Lelei said as her cheeks turned red. She remembers when Sharpe got wounded when he fought Crisis. His apostle Phrayen got a magic blast in the chest, leaving a burning mark. When Jerry was treating him while he was knocked out, she notices Lelei was unable to stop looking at Sharpe bare chest star. She found it adorable how hard she was trying not to stare. She does not blame her. There is nothing sexier than a strong man with scars. While she is very smart and able to quickly learn new things, she has a lot to learn about the opposite sex, assuming Sharpe would ever allow her to be as overprotective that he is. The truth is that she loves that side of him. There have been a few times he went out of his way for her because he was worried. Her favorite time was when she was struggling during a fight against 2 Minotaurs star. He appeared out of nowhere and helped turn the tide of the fight. You and your online stories, she said. It makes me wonder what you do all day alone with your computer. Lelei looks at her with a blank face. She then blinks. Rory, do you even know what that means? You're only saying that because you heard Scott say that. That is true, Selena adds. She glares at Selena. The one thing she has learned about her is that she switches teams all the time. The worst part is, she is correct. She honestly has no idea what the phrase means. All she knows is that they use that joke when it comes to the internet. She looks back at Lelei. It is what she expected, 3 bookshelves full of books, a personal computer, and a dresser for clothes. I hate you. She then closes the door. She goes back into the main room where Selena and Tuke are at. When they arrived, she got a good chance to get a good look at this place. Everyone has their own room like in Philadelphia, all connected to this main lounge room for everyone to gather. There is a very small kitchen section for quick meals. Sharpe's room is down the hall. All this was allowed to happen because he is in charge, and it is the U.S. Army way of saying thank you for their service. While she didn't originally join because of the good food, soft, comfortable beds, and her deepest and darkest secret, their nice clothes. Right then she hears the main door open. She stops the music and sees Sharpe walking in. Sharpe stood there and then looks at everyone. What the? She looks at him and grabs everything that's nearby and starts throwing what she grabs at him. You pervert. Get out of here. As Sharpe gets hit by a couch cushion, he takes cover around the door. She then sees Sarah peek around the door. Ceasefire, Rory. We surrender, Sarah said. She blinks and smiles. She waves her hand at her. Hi, Sarah. What brings you here? Apparently to negotiate a ceasefire, Sarah points out. It might be best if you stay out here. Maybe get the thing ready. She blinks and then looks to Selena. Selena looks at her and shrugs with confusion about what they are talking about. Sarah then talks in and closes the door. I see you've been having fun and making a mess. Sarah then stops and looks at Tuke. Tuke, why are you halfway naked? Go put a shirt on. A man's here now. So, Tuke replies, holding her hands up showing she doesn't care. Back in my village, it is cultural acceptance. I am not ashamed of my body and I am proud da. Tuke, go put on a shirt. Sarah yells in frustration. Tuke blinks and then rushes into her room. After seeing then, she looks to Selena. Both of them chuckle from the sight. That goes for you too, Sarah said and then looks around. That goes for you too, and where is Lelei? Lelei slowly appears out of her room. Thank you. They were getting out of control. Yeah, she said, brushing what Lelei and Sarah off. First I want to know what is going on. Sarah takes a deep breath. Well, Jackson got all of your bikes. She had to think for a moment. She remembers hearing that word before. For some reason, she can't recall what. Isn't that the one with the wheels? Selena asked as she thinks about the question. Correct, Lelei said. A bike, or otherwise known as a bicycle, is a mode of transport. It has 2 wheels and paddles. It also has this bell on the right side of the right handle. Yup, Sarah comments. He's getting them ready now. While Lelei the only one who can drive right now, this should help everyone get around easier. Driving is not natural, she replies as she crosses her arms again. That and you can't reach the gas and brake pedals, Tuke said as she walks out of her room with a tank top on. She would chuckle at her joke. Don't chuckle, Tuke, Sarah said. You need to learn to drive too. Now Rory, Selena, get dressed. She then looks to Lelei. You might want to change to honey. A robe or dress won't work on a bike. It did not take long for everyone to get ready. Once they are all done, they head outside to see what is going on. Outside, she and the others see 4 bikes. They match how Lelei described them. 2 wheels and handles. Each is a different color to help separate them. She then sees Sharpe standing by one of the bikes. For some reason, she is picking up a new vibe from both Sarah and Sharpe. But she heads over to the red and black bike. As she studies her bike, she notices more features than the others. Why does mine look different? Sharpe walks over and kneels next to her. Well, because you are super strong and a badass. She smiles with pride in hearing that. It was hard to find a bike that could support you, Sharpe said, and then pats the seat with his hand. Hop on. She looks up at him, finding all this strange. She does remember seeing this vehicle back in Philadelphia, people riding around on the streets. But there was so much going on the first time she went to Earth she barely had the time to register it. She gets on and balances herself. For a moment she thought she was going to fall to the right, but then feels sharp hands on both of her arms. She glances at him and blushes. Everything okay? Sharpe asked. Completely, Jackson, she replies. Now what? You put your feet on the pedals and then you start pedaling, Sharpe said. The key is balance. It is very easy to learn once you get a hang of it. She looks at him and then looks down. She looks forward and starts to pedal. To her shock, the bike starts going forward. She goes about a foot and feels herself tipping to the left. While she knows she can't get hurt, or if she gets a wound it will heal quickly, but for some reason, she feels a fear deep inside her. She wonders if it is because she has never done this before and scared about what might happen, or because people are watching. Again, she feels Sharpe holding onto her and helps balance her. I got you. Just focus on the basics. Okay, she said as she focuses on steering and pedaling. She keeps pedaling and picking up speed. She takes a few turns, and after some time, she finally figures out how to ride a bike by herself. She had to admit she feels a lot of pride. Being an apostle, most things in life is easy to do. Most of her challenges and training ended centuries ago when she became a master at her weapon and abilities. Learning new things like riding a bike becomes rare, making life kind of boring. After her turn was done, she watched the other girls give it a try. To her surprise, Lelei is struggling the most. It became clear that she was trying to use her head to ride her bike and not trusting her heart, taking the new challenge as a math equation. After an hour and a half of Sharpe helping the girls learning to ride a bike, they went back inside to settle down. When she noticed Sarah was still there is when she figured out something is going on. When Sarah is around, both of them are usually fighting or bullshit about something. Sharpe always trying to piss her off about something. So far, they have been quiet. Once everyone is inside, she sees that both Sarah and Sharpe requested them to sit down on the couch. She and everyone did as requested. By this point, she can see that Lelei has figured out something is up. As Sharpe and Sarah talk to each other quickly, she leans to Lelei. Hey, you're smart. What is going on? How am I supposed to know? Lelei replies. You usually have a better understanding of what's going in the major head. Usually yes, but right now I am baffled, she replies. They both seem different today. I picked that up earlier, Lelei said. This is nothing like Christmas. Selena's head moves up. What are you two talking about? She takes her hand and pushes her down, kicking her out of the conversation. You have a big mouth, so enough of you. Attention, ladies, Sharpe said. There are a few things I need to talk to you about. About time, she said as she crossed her legs and arms. Was debating if I was going to kidnap you if you didn't tell us what is going on. Sharpe looks directly at her. You can kidnap me, but you won't like the roughen you will receive. He then gives her a wink. She laughs but turns red. Only in your dreams, Jackson. I know, Sharpe said in a cold, dark tone. She blinks and glances away. How he said it scared her. Then she hears chuckles coming from the girls. She looks at them and glares at them. Okay, Sarah said as she steps forward. This is getting way too rated R. I swear you two together. Not even going to finish that thought. You never commit, Sarah, she states as she looks at her. You're an easy target. Okay, Sharpe stated. There are going to be some changes coming. As you've already known, this base was constructed to help train native forces in our weapons, equipment, and tactics. Just like Selena here, each one of you will be getting a sidearm for self-defense. But I am happy with my halberd, she responded quickly. I don't want to get rid of it, and I have put so much effort into developing my magic, Lelei counters. Plus, all the spells I have been developing. My missiles and hypersonic, and I am getting close in perfecting my gravity spells and… Calm down, girls, Sarah said. This is for personal defense, Sharpe said. You already know the basics like radios, driving with Lelei. You all know how to use computers and other things. As Sharpe goes on about how they should learn more about their tactics and weapons, she notices Sarah right behind him looking at him with a strange smile. She pulls out her phone and secretly texting Lelei. I think they are mating. She texts to Lelei. Lelei texts back, are you sure? Or are you trying to pull another prank? Like when you stole her bra 3 months ago. She smirks thinking about that. She deserved it for that kiss on Christmas and no. Look at how Sarah looking at Jackson. She texts back. There is a short delay for Lelei to text back. I think you are right, but I do not think they call it mating. I think it is dating. She smirks at that. Lelei has always been the technical one of the groups. She loves her for that. What is the difference? She texts back. Rory, are you paying attention? Sarah asked. Can you put down your phone? She puts her phone on her look and looks at both of them. Are you two together now? Sharpe looks to Sarah and then back to her. Yes, ladies, we are dating. Yes, Sarah said as she takes a step forward. We talked about it last night and felt it was important to tell you all first. Are you staying with us? Lelei asked. No, Sarah said. We are soldiers and we're at war. We are professionals. You all will stay here to keep him out of trouble. Good luck with that, Sharpe mumbles. Selena jumps onto her knees while on the couch and places her hands on her knees. So, when is the marriage? There is a moment of uncomfortable silence after Selena said that. What? It is part of the song. What song? Tuke asked. Oh Lord. Sarah mumbles as she places her hand on her head. Selena smiles and starts nodding her head back and forth. First comes love, then comes marriage, and then comes the baby and the baby bed. Selena, Sarah said, you're adorable and way too soon. But it is the song, Selena said. Rory, knocks Selena on the head, Sarah said. She raises her hand and knocks Selena on the head. She takes a breath and smiles. She is glad they are together. They work well together. From the beginning, Sarah has helped him recover and has been there for her and the rest. They deserve each other, but she does feel a small hole in her heart. She is worried that her place by Sharpe's side will no longer matter. It took centuries for her to be able to follow another man into battle, to believe in one, and during her remaining days in this world, she wants to be by his side. I am happy, she says. About time. Sharpe looks at her, and then everyone else. I just want to say this. This is the best part of my life. I do not just mean Sarah, I mean all of you. Nothing is changing between us, because from the beginning we've been close like a family. I will never let that change. She then sees Sharpe look directly at her, and then winks. She smiles and blushes, glancing away. All right, Sharpe said. I am going to get a movie. I have a good one. Inside Out. What is that? Lelei asks. It is a movie about people living with their insides like their skin, Sharpe said in a smartass tone. He then walks away and heads to his room. She is confused by what he said. She then looks at Sarah and sees her hand on her face again. Oh Lord, Sarah said. Don't lie about my favorite movie. As Sharpe leaves, she gets an evil idea. She smirks and looks at Sarah. Congratulations, Sarah. I get to play with him, and you have to pick up the pieces. Sarah looks at Rory and sees the evil smirk. Oh Lord, this was a bad idea. She and Tuke giggle from that, and then they hear Sharpe yell, Selena, get your stuff out of my quarters and get them into yours. Sharpe yells from down the hall. She and everyone else looks at Selena. What? Selena asked as she looks at everyone. She then looks down at her phone, noticing a text from Lelei. Lelei text says, you were right. What should we do? Reading her text, she smirks. I'm telling everyone. I will get Vanguard 5 and 7. Can you get Vanguard 2? There is a short delay before Lelei replies. Sure. I will also tell Noriko. Save that for Selena. She texts back. She will need someone to brag about. I need more friends. Lelei texts back. We love you, Lelei. She texts back. You can text our friends at the Cultural Center, PX Hill, and the others. She then texts Tuke, seeing that she joined the conversation. Tuke, text your father. I know he will love to have more sexist talks with Jackson. Father isn't a sexist. Tuke texts until Lelei interrupts. He has 5 girlfriends, Tuke. Lelei texts. He brags about how to manage women. The Major respects our bodies, he doesn't. She chuckles at Lelei's response. She is a quiet girl, but there is a beast in her that comes out once in a while. Sorry, Tuke. Your father funny, but it's true. Still, it would be funny to watch Jackson and your father debate about how to treat women. It's adorable. True, Tuke responds. I will tell him. She then goes into her contact list and pulls out Vanguard 7, Vanguard 5, Mute, Delilah, and a few others. Girls, Sarah said. What are you doing? Are you texting people? We kind of want to keep this on the down low for now. She looks to Lelei and Tuke. Both of them are looking at her. All three of them look Sarah. Nope. Everything good. Then all three of them press send. V12, Chapter 143rd Recon Team. Greater Ely's Region, Beckwood Forest, January 28, 2026. The Imperial soldier jumps onto this wet log and then jumps off it, hitting the ground hard. The ground is slippery as the ground is wet from the heavy rain. He feels one of his comrades picks him up. We have to go. He gets up and starts rushing. Up ahead is a small fort that was quickly assembled. When the regional capital Havkristen fell, it split the Imperial army in the Greater Ely's region. General Chrysis and Legatus Propraetor Pellium Wilk took their forces for the last stand at Fortress Legrath. Everyone else ran north to regroup. A week ago, a 5,000-strong Imperial force tried to retake Havkristen. The assault ended in a disaster. Right now, Havkristen is divided on which side to support. There is a massive debate going on in the city to support the Otherworlders if they accept their trade terms. Many do not want to change their slave labor force, fearing to be put out of business. They thought they could capitalize on this divide. If they could reach the city would revolt and together purge the Otherworlders. They only got 12 leagues before they were spotted by the Otherworlders' flying machines. After that, artillery started raining down. They were forced to flee, seeing no path to the city. The fleeing forces were split into 3 groups. From what he can understand, one of the groups was already annihilated. He and his comrade get behind these boulders and trees, using them as cover. Who is in command here? He watches as 3 archers fire their arrows. This man rushes up and looks at him. No idea. He looks around to see how many there are alive. Right now, he sees around 15 soldiers from the fleeing legion. Most of them are human. Then he hears a bullet hit the boulder. Don't worry, one of the soldiers said. Just a stray. He sits down and starts to catch his breath. He can hear battles raging all around the forests. I don't understand, a soldier says as he tries to catch his breath. Neither do I, he replies. He gets up and looks past the boulder. He sees the trees, hoping to get a glimpse of the enemy. He originally thought the Otherworlders were a joke for not wearing proper armor. Since then, he sees the value in their uniforms. While not as effective as an invisibility spell, their clothes blend in well to the environment. No wonder General Chrysis was trying to adopt the enemy uniform styles. I was certain we could lose them in the forest, he spoke. He and everyone else hears these zooming sounds above. He looks to the left and hears loud explosions. Through the dense trees, he can see some of the explosions from the Otherworlders' artillery. Then the sounds of the enemy's gunfire are heard as a small battle begins in the distance. How did they find us? A soldier asked. I don't know, he said, but I have seen this before. 1. During the opening invasion, the enemy used their long-range trebuchets. They sent small squads out to spot out for our positions, and then they destroyed us, based on the explosion and then the follow-up assault that just happened. He remembers seeing these small insects flying machines around in the trenches and the hedgerows. However, they did not act like normal insects. They seemed to be spotting for the enemy. In the distance, he sees more Imperial soldiers as they are rushing towards their position. He sees 2 of them fall from the enemy fire. Hurry up! 3 soldiers rush and slide behind them into their covered position, all panting. He looks at them. Where are they? Right behind us, one of the new soldiers said as he caught his breath. But they stopped. Stop? He asked and then looked around. Everyone, look for this insect-like thing. Have you gone crazy? A boy asked. We should run or make a stand here. Knock it off the boy, a soldier said and started looking around. He starts breathing heavily as he starts to panic. He does not understand how, but the enemy somehow is able to see everything. As everyone looks around, he suddenly sees something. Right next to a nearby tree and under a branch, he sees this hovering device. There it is. It is their insect. Archers. The 3 archers reload and aim, firing their arrows at the enemy insect. It moves around and flies away, heading back the way they came. It ran away. one of the soldiers said and then cheered. Many more soldiers start to cheer from their minor victory. Except for him. He already knows what this means. He has no idea how it works, but he saw those insects flying all over the plain during battle. Run! He gets up and starts running. Only the other veterans follow him, knowing what is about to happen. He then hears this zooming sound, and a moment later, a massive explosion happens right where he was at, killing 3 soldiers. All across the line, American soldiers from the 1st Cavalry Division moved forward. They are from Colonel Kurt's brigade, which is stationed in Elis. About 10 of them line up behind logs and trees firing toward the enemy position. These Cav boys mean business, Sergeant First Class Shino Kurabayashi said. Of course, they do. Master Sergeant Tetsuya Nishina replies. How would you feel if Ginza was attacked? Well, they're cute, Shino said as she adjusts her helmet. All right, you two knock it off. Sergeant Major Soichiro Kuwahara orders. Itami. Orders? Captain Yoji Itami yawns, and he knees at his position. We are waiting for the orders to advance. Both Colonel Kurt from 1st Cav and Colonel Shunya Kingun from 4th Combat Regiment agreed to do a joint operation to drive the Imperialists out of the Yamen Forest. 3rd Recon Team has been assigned to Alpha Company. Colonel Kurt Bravo Company is flanking from the east while a company from the Polish 12th Mechanized flanking from the west. He then looks forward and sees 3 of his riflemen providing suppressive fire. Come on, let's get in the fight, Shino says in a frustrated tone. Calm down, he said as he yawns. We have orders to wait until the microdrone comes back. Yeah, Shino comments. Very cool tech. Based on a Norwegian design, the U.S. Army deployed a newer version of the Black Hornet drone. It is a small electric motor helicopter that can fly silently around the enemy. It has a built-in camera for the operator to see. Unlike the old version, this newer version can connect to the American and other nations' NETT Warrior network, providing a live feed to everyone. What the drone sees, all the leaders can see. The strategy is to send in the Black Hornet 2 to search for the retreating enemy. Once spotted, the Americans bring down HVP-2 artillery rounds from M1299. Suddenly, they all hear artillery M1113 rounds zooming overhead. He has read about the M1113 and the M1299. The United States Army deployed units in Japan to help act as modern coastal artillery because the new round has a range of 100 kilometers. From what he understands, this is the first combat debut for both weapons platform. He looks forward and sees 3 explosions. In the old days, you would need to fire dozens of artillery shells to hit your target. Thanks to precision guidance technology, now all you need is 1 round to hit your target besides a barrage. All right, be ready to advance 3rd Recon, he said. Drone incoming, Shino said. Through his HUD, he sees this little micro-drone fly by. It heads to its operator, an American soldier. He has to admit he is impressed by the American NW-3. It reminds him of one of his favorite mangas, Ghost in the Shell. While Japan has the ACIS-4, Japan version of NW, everyone also thought Japan's would have the most advanced network soldiers. When Prime Minister Shinzo Abe loosened the Japanese constitution to allow Japan to be more militaristic and to act as an aggressor force, the main reason was that China has threatened to cut off trade and claim Japan first island chain islands like the Senkaku Islands. At first, the people were against the expansion of the Japan Self-Defense Force. However, the China coronavirus made the people of Japan re-evaluate its position. Japan is not a NATO member but is considered a major partner of the East. The US and Japan have deep economic and defense roots going back to World War II, and because the world has been rebalancing away from Europe and the Atlantic to the Pacific, Japan has started to be considered the Britain of the East, or the US' second most important ally. When the US was attacked by these fantasy aliens, Japan jumped at the opportunity to join the US interstellar war against the human and monster aliens. There were many public reasons to help a major friend and ally, to show a united force against an alien threat, to be part of the future economic activities that will happen in this new world, or to help prevent the US from pulling out troops in Japan to fight an alien force, and others say this is a great opportunity to test and train the Japanese military. Probably a little of everything. The only problem he noticed during all this is that it has forced him to miss 2 manga conventions in a row. A true crime in this war. He thought he would not get deployed to the war, which was fine with him. He gets to hang back home and enjoy his otaku lifestyle. But one of his commanders remembers that he knows a lot about these monsters because of his hobby and said his knowledge might be valuable for the war effort. He looks at his HUD and sees the American commander give the order to advance. He then looks over to his soldiers. Advance. He gets up and everyone else moves forward. They pass the location where the artillery round hit. They only see 2 bodies, which are fine. The order is to keep pushing the Imperialists back. There are clear signs that there were more men here but fled. They continue to move, and then he hears the first Cav soldiers begin to open fire. He sees 5 Cav soldiers scattering. This one soldier seems to fall back, and he can hear screaming. Arrows start to rain down from a new covered position up ahead. He sees his soldiers take cover and start to return fire. He looks at his HUD and sees what Sergeant Takeo Kurata is firing at. It is a log-covered position the Imperialists are using as a bunker. Focus fire on what Takeo sees. Keep fire on that makeshift bunker. Suddenly, he notices this large glow coming from his left. Taking a look, he sees this large fireball fly through the air and hits the first Cav position. Sergeant First Class Mari Kurakawa then rushes to his side. Captain, it looks like one of the Americans is wounded. He looks to the team medic and then looks to the squad of Americans on their left flank. He sees 2 of them dragging this one soldier while the other 2 are firing in the distance. The wounded soldier has this smoke coming from his chest. It looked like he was hit by some kind of fireball spell. They have a mage. Let's go. 3rd Recon covering fire. When he gets there, he can see the 2 Americans trying to take off the soldiers burning Uros modular body armor vest, or known as UMBAV 5 for short. He can see burn marks all over the man's chest. He looks over to one of the Americans. First Sergeant Michael. Is he okay? Michael looks at him. I don't know. They have a combat mage. I noticed. He replies and then looks to Mari. See what you can. He then looks back at Michael. Last time, he heard the U.S. Army employed a newer version of the modular body armor vest. He remembers hearing from the other Japanese officers from the 5th Combat Team talk about how jealous they were of how quickly the American military can produce new equipment when needed. I thought your UMBAV was supposed to reduce magic attacks, he asked. From what he understands in the early stages of the war, the current MBAV was not as effective against magical attacks and other types of piercing arrows. Magic is a new threat to the infantry. The U.S. Army spent millions to find a way to help protect its soldiers from magical attacks. Keyword, sir. Supposed to. Michael commands. While it is clear he is frustrated, he still has a calm manner. The problem is DARPA still doesn't fully understand how powerful magic is. My experience is, it changes by the spell and how experienced the user is. I don't know how you make body armor that can deflect that. What the soldier said made sense to him. From what the FFAM said, mages have all different kinds of spells. If you develop one kind of armor that is more resistant to fire, the mage uses a lightning spell or wind or just pure energy. From his experiences, mages must remain in one place to do their spells, making them vulnerable. That is why they are holding this point, even though the American artillery killed many of the defenders. Incoming. A soldier yells. He looks up and sees this green light from the mage's position. The issue, he can see that the mage is taking cover, staying away from a clear line of sight. He now understands why the Imperialists are holding there. Good cover to protect the mage. Suddenly, this green energy ball flies over the boulder and acts like a mortar shell. The energy ball lands right behind them, cutting a tree in half. The top part of the tree starts to fall right behind them, cutting them off from the rest of the 1st Cav troops off. Both parts of the tree burst into this green fire. They're trying to cut us all off from our troops. He mumbles. I don't have time for this. Why not, sir? Michael asked, confused by that statement. He looks at the American and smiles. A new chapter of Berserk came out yesterday. They are slow to release new chapters, sometimes taking years just to release one issue. Then another green explosion happens, cutting another tree in half as it bursts into green fire. We can't stay here, he mumbles. He looks to Michael and can see he is talking to someone on their NW. He then sees Soichiro through ACIS. Sir, are you okay? Soichiro asked. We are fine, he replies. We are dealing with a mage acting as a mortar. As he said, he sees another tree fall. He then looks at Michael. Can you bring down another HVP? I just asked for that, Michael replies. M1299s are now focused on supporting Polish forces. They are facing a cavalry charge. He assesses his ACs to see if there are any assist available. He then sees a JSDF AH-1 Cobra providing support for the 5th Recon Team. Captain Demoto Yuko. Requesting assistance from your Cobra. Close air support, he asked. We can hear the fighting from here, Demoto said. I am assigning Assassin 6 to your position. Hearing that, he suddenly sees the pilot in his HUD. The Kawasaki is stopping its scouting mission and heading to them. He looks to Michael and informs him that an AH-1 Cobra is inbound. I am heading back to my team. Take care of my medic. Don't worry, Captain, Mari said as she hums. I need to stay here. These burns are bad. Okay, he replies and heads back to his team position. On the way, a few arrows go past him. They are sloppily fired because they are either arcing them or barely peeking over their cover. They have learned not to stick their heads out too much, otherwise they get sniped. He gets to Soichiro and sees what is going on. It looked like there was an attempt to charge, but 5 of the Imperialists were killed. Air support incoming. We just need to wait a moment, and then we go back to base. And then it's manga time, he said with a smirk. Roger that, sir, Soichiro said. As the firefight continues, he can hear the helicopter sound of the AH-1 Cobra. This is Assassin 6, we have your general position, but we can't determine your exact location. He looks at Soichiro with a confused look. What do you mean? He asked over the radio. Fire your minigun at the glowing person. That is the problem, Captain. There is 2. Plus, the fire all around the area. Assassin 6 said. It looks like some field or something confusing my sensor. He thinks about what the helicopter pilot said. He then comes to an educated guess on what might be happening. I believe there is a second mage. They're using his magic to act as a jammer, blinding your sensors. How is that possible? Assassin 6 asked. How do they even know how sensors work or what that word means? I don't know, he replies. They don't need to understand how we see them. They just need to know how to stop it. It is the only thing I can think of. Roger that, but I can't engage until I know who to engage. I don't want to fire blind, Assassin 6 states. He looks around and thinks. He then radios Michael. First Sergeant, this is Captain Atami. I think there is a second mage acting as a jammer. Can you send your Hornet drone to spot the mage's position? There is a short delay on the radio. I see what you are saying, but if there is a jammer out there, your bird might not be able to pick up the feed. We'll connect our networks and have the feed bounce off us, he said. I should be far enough from this jamming mage. Roger, Michael said. Hope it doesn't glitch again. Most of the major Western nations have developed their own networked situational awareness systems. While it has been a major advantage in fighting a mostly infantry war, they were designed to be used on Earth with modern secured connections. All the infrastructure this technology was designed around has to be rebuilt on Uros. Until satellites can be established, the U.S. Air Force has deployed drones, and towers have been constructed to help bring the local connection to the frontline network systems. That can result in glitches and latencies during battles. He looks out and watches the first Cav release a Black Hornet. It quickly flies through the American lines and zips to the Imperialist position. Because it is small and silent, the Imperialists should not be able to notice it until it is too late. As he connects to the American NW network, he starts to see the feed from the Hornet drone. The drone confirms his guess that there is a second mage there, using some new spell to provide interference to their sensors. Do you see the target? He asked over the radio. Roger that, Assassin 6 said. Engaging. He then hears and sees a twin stream of 20mm cannon rounds hitting the Imperialist position. He can hear screams coming from the enemy position. The mage who was striking First Sergeant Michael's position seems to have died. He sees both Sergeant Major Soichiro Kuwahara and Master Sergeant Tetsuya Nishina directing his unit. Many of them are firing at where the arrows are coming from. Soichiro, keep your team here and provide cover, he said. Tetsuya, take yours around and flank them. We will cover. He sees Tetsuya rally his team and heads around. He watches as the Tetsuya team flanks the enemy position. He sees Shino going crazy again and starts breaking the ranks of the enemy position. He looks at his hub and communicates with the American Michael and Soichiro. He informs them they are advancing on the Imperialist position. He gets up and follows the joint advance, quickly taking the makeshift bunker. He sees this swordsman charge up to take a swing at Private Wataru Katsumoto. It looks like a last-ditch attempt to keep them back. He takes a shot, killing the soldier. The Imperialist falls over the log, creating an opening. Move it. Sergeant Soichiro, link up with Tetsuya's team. It did not take long to get over the logs and boulders. Looking to the right, he sees 3 Imperialists running away as Shino is yelling at them. A moment later, all three of them would fall from combined fire by his troops. He looks over to his left and sees the Americans securing the left flank. Then Soichiro walks over to him. Bunker lines secured. It seems like they are getting desperate because we're here kicking ass, Shino said, all pumped up. Should we advance, sir? Soichiro asked. No, he replies. I think we are good. 43 minutes later, Captain Yoji Itami is sitting on a log, enjoying a meal from his rations. As he eats, he looks around. More American and Japanese reinforcements arrived. Army intelligence came and asked them about the new magical spell. The quick meeting was boring, as usual, just describing what the mage was doing, that the Empire is trying to copy modern military tactics with their level of technology. He sees First Cav soldiers gathering anything that looks of value. He takes notice of the two mages' staff. It is a standing order to collect anything magical or anything that defies modern science. Getting 2 staff is considered a good say for agencies like DARPA. Captain Yoji Itami, Major Wataru Higaki said as he walked over. Crazy mess here, but good job on spotting that second mage. It was just a hunch, sir, he said and then ate. As he eats, he looks up and notices his commanding officer standing there. Can I help you, sir? Yes, Wataru said, clearly accustomed to Itami's unprofessionalism. I am pulling your unit off the front lines. You're heading back to Alness. Hearing that, he jumps up in celebration. Yeah, finally, a place with a decent internet connection. Hey, Shino said in an upset tone. Things were just getting good here. We missed out on Half-Christen and Legrath. Shino, Soichiro said. You realize the Americans took a lot of casualties in taking both places? They had to level half of the city just because of one imperialist. Don't underestimate the enemy. If I recall, didn't they send in a special team to hunt that general down? Mari asked herself. What was his name? A ranger unit faced an elite imperialist force personally led by an imperialist general named Crisis. Sergeant First Class Akira Tomita said. Apparently, it was a brutal fight at one of their combat outposts. 5 rangers died or something in that fight against Crisis. That man you were speaking about is Major Jackson Sharpe, Itami said as he takes another bite. Only he would be crazy enough to fight like that and be crazy enough to come out alive. It sounds like you worked with him, Wataru said as he crossed his arms. Yes, sir, Itami replies. Did some missions together that I am not allowed to talk about. Government rules. What do you think of him, Captain? Wataru asked. He looks at his boss and then the rest of his team. All of them are looking at him, wondering what he is going to say. I think he likes what he does too much, but he is a good man. He then thinks, it would be him who would fight a general like that, or storm a fortress. Why do you ask? Wataru stands there and smiles. You are being assigned to Major Sharpe's command temporarily, to help on a training mission with the locals. He watches as the major walks away chuckling. He slowly sits down and puts down his meal, just staring out. So, Shino walks over and asks, should we be worried? Yes, he replies. Why? Shino asked. The rep on this dude is he is a badass. I don't fully believe it. Fighting dragons, raiding the capital, and legendary generals, taking the mighty fortress. The only thing that is confusing me is the reports of children he keeps around. But I hear he adopted one. You are completely right, he says. From my experience, all of the rep on this man is completely correct. That means he is going to make me do so much work. Shino glares at him. You're such an idiot, boss.